Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Trina here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Was Given the Six Paths Power? I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. It had been a long day for the young spiky green-haired boy. As he walked back home down the empty path, his thoughts only reverberated more and more. Not only had he been bullied by his longtime friend Bakugo to the point of having his precious number 13 hero analysis for the future notebook burned, but he had also ended up trapped by a slime villain. But all those weren't as bad compared to hearing his idol, All Might, crushing all the hopes he ever had.
Pro heroes are always risking their lives, so I cannot simply say that without a quirk you can become one. If you truly want to help others, you can become a police officer. They might complain about having the villains delivered to them, but it's a good occupation nonetheless. It's not bad to dream, but you also have to consider what's realistic, young man.
That's what All Might had told him, and he wanted to forget it outright. Trying to distract his mind, Izuku flipped through the pages of his notebook, seeing many pages dedicated to heroes such as Mount Lady and Kamui Woods. That all stopped when it landed on the pages that had All Might's autograph. Just another reminder of reality. He immediately closed it and got teary-eyed. Even the number one hero said it, he thought to himself, trying to hold all the emotions within. You always knew it, so why even cry? You can't change reality, so that's why you were so desperate, ignoring what was so obvious, even if I... But those thoughts were quickly lost as an explosion happened nearby. The very street where he stood shook as if an earthquake had occurred. Even though still down, Midoriya slowly got closer, going through the big crowd of onlookers in his way. In an instant, his hands went straight to cover his mouth. In front of him was the slime villain from earlier, rampaging all over the fiery destroyed street. Izuku quickly realized that indeed this was his fault. Grabbing onto All Might's leg must have made the bottle drop, which in turn freed the villain. But if the feeling of blame wasn't enough, he heard some of the onlookers talk about a hostage, and Midoriya could only gasp at the thought of someone else hanging onto dear life for more than a few seconds, due to intense suffocation. The blame within the boy reached a breaking point when the people around him began to wonder where All Might was, and why he wasn't here to deal with the situation. It's all my fault. It's my fault. He can't do anything. All we can do is wait until a hero with a suitable quirk arrives. I'm sorry. Soon a hero will arrive too. But with those thoughts once more shattered as he saw the hostage, it was Kacchan. Without a thought, he ran with all his might to save him, the previously held notebook striking the floor as if it was left behind. But as he was halfway there, everything went dark. Slowly, he opened his eyes again and found himself surrounded by an endless white void. No matter where he looked, it was all an endless white painting.
What drives you to throw away your life so carelessly?
Someone asked from behind him. Izuku quickly spun around to meet that voice and saw a humongous older man with a godly white robe floating in front of him. The man didn't seem human. An alien, perhaps? Wondered Izuku as he stared directly at the man with 3 eyes and horns. Who are you? With a gulp, the young boy had asked.
I happen to be a visitor from another realm. My name is Hagoromo.
The old man answered politely, still staring down at Izuku without a hint of glaring away. Izuku approached him slowly. It is nice to meet you, but where exactly are we? Where's Kacchan?
That matters not. Soon you will go back to where you left off. But now we shall get on to what you were summoned here for. Young Izuku Midoriya, is it true that you lack the power to save your friend and all who require saving? Would it help you become what you always sought after?
The green-haired boy stood still in thought. Just what did this being mean with what he just said? Was he about to give him something to help him be a hero? Was that even a possibility? Perhaps he should take it. I think so. I lack a quirk, so I'm not suitable to be a hero. Saving people the way I am would likely end up with me suffering a reckless death, Midoriya admitted. He was about to suffer one of those if this old man hadn't intervened. Hagoromo then hovered over to the boy and placed his hand on top of his head.
Then this shall make it easier for that dream of yours to become a reality.
What will? Izuku curiously asked while trying to decipher why he had been head-patted by this stranger. Hagoromo smiled.
Some of my power will be granted to you. My creed once specialized in uniting and helping others, so someone like you shall inherit a part of it. Back in my realm, I've been known by many names, but the one remembered the most is Sage of the Six Paths. What you are about to experience may be immense when compared to anything in your world, but if honed correctly, you will be able to save anyone. Now, Izuku Midoriya, the power of the six paths is yours.
Such a long explanation concluded with the blinding light surrounding the young boy beneath. Midoriya opened his eyes and he stopped in his tracks. In front of him stood the sludge villain that had Kacchan hostage. He took a deep breath and felt his new power surging from within.
Deku?
Was all that could come out of the barely conscious Bakugo as he saw the loser standing by.
It's okay, Kacchan. I'm here.
And with those words out, green energy enveloped Izuku whole. A flashy energy robe now adorned the young man, having many magatamas distributed throughout it and 9 void black orbs behind him. His hair spiked up just a bit, gaining a more colorful and tension-attracting look. Beneath it all, he still had his school uniform. Not like it mattered as it was barely noticeable with the green energy form on top of it. Izuku swiftly moved his right arm forward and gave out a command. Go! All 9 Truth Seeker orbs launched themselves at the villain, ripping him apart and setting Bakugo free. It had been almost instantaneous, and they returned to the back of their owner as fast as they had gone. Everyone around could only stare in awe as the boy powered down, the robe and orbs disappearing into thin air, and went to check on his friend. The pro heroes took this moment to start evacuating all the civilians from the area. As he tried to get up, Bakugo could only wonder.
What the hell was that?
His whole body hurt, and his balance was quite off thanks to all that time with limited oxygen. That slimy bastard had used a cheap sneak attack, and that was the only reason that it had the chance to pounce. Those were Bakugo's excuses to not feel inferior to anyone. But even in this state, he had seen what the damn nerd had done. He had a quirk, and he had used it to save him no less. Bakugo couldn't have been more pissed off if he could. This was a total betrayal in his point of view. That Deku had lied for years about being quirkless. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like blowing Deku up.
We can talk about it later,
Midoriya answered as he moved his hand to help him get up, but it was swatted away without a second chance by the blonde beneath.
I don't need your help. What I need is an explanation of what you just displayed. Not later, now.
He got up to his face, and Izuku decided to walk away. There wasn't a reason to answer Kacchan's aggressive questioning. It wasn't like he was in any condition to hurt him anyway. All bark, no action.
We'll speak about it later once you have a level head. I'm just glad that you're okay.
Those were the last words he spoke to Kacchan that day as he continued on home. Even on the way there, Izuku felt completely different. His body was lighter, and he was full of energy. It was great, to be honest, no longer a weakling. And now he had the chance to turn his life around. The words of that doctor would no longer hold any merit. He had to tell his mom all about it. This was going to be the first time since he was little that she would look at him without that hint of disappointment. Having a quirkless son in the society made it more justifiable for her to feel that way. But no more. Now Midoriya possessed a power that, if mastered, could rival All Might's, if not downright surpass it. The young boy was just a few minutes from getting home, but in a blinding flash, he was intercepted by All Might.
Young man!
He lit out in his muscular form before spouting out an alarming amount of blood from his mouth and reverting to his skinny Might form.
You shouldn't push yourself like that, All Might,
said Midoriya as he took the chance to approach his idol.
It's okay. I was just trying to reach you, but you never stopped.
Poor skinny Might couldn't even complete a sentence without running out of air.
You told me that half of your respiratory system was gone, right? Alongside your whole stomach? Let me do something about that,
said Izuku as he placed his hand on All Might's chest, on his left side to be precise.
What are you?
All Might exclaimed before being enveloped by a wave of green energy. In an instant, All Might was forever changed. The pain he always sported was gone. His shortness of breath had also been extinguished. He straightened up and felt like transforming to his hero form while also feeling like shouting out his usual "I'm here" catchphrase with the big smile.
That should do it. How do you feel now, All Might?
The boy asked as he retracted his hand from his chest.
This is unbelievable. I feel better than I have for the last few years. I truly am here. My boy, what kind of sorcery have you bestowed upon me?
All Might buffed up as he posed up in appreciation towards the young man. Midoriya stepped back, and after looking down at the palm of his hand, he decided to explain what had just happened.
I did the best I could. Reforming organs may be beyond my capabilities, but even then, I'm still able to realign and change the structure of those that you still have. I made them more efficient and changed the very fragile working structure that they had been forced onto after your injury. Indeed, you will never go back to who you were before that injury, but half a day of being a hero every day should be more than possible now.
No words came out. The #1 hero was left flabbergasted. After his fight with All for One, he was told that it was a miracle that he could even move, even more so if he decided to keep doing hero work. The breakup with his sidekick Sir Night-Eye because of a faded death vision perhaps could be changed as well. If this young man could bring him to a similar level to what was once his peak, then nothing could ever become impossible. All Might considered his following words carefully. The young man in front of him had displayed all the qualities to be a successor before the power surge. Perhaps he could someday inherit One for All, but for now, that could wait.
May I know your name?
All Might asked. It's Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya, the young boy answered proudly.
Then, young Midoriya, I would like to apologize for what I said earlier today. I was wrong. Even without your power, you rushed to save your friend when not even the pro heroes could. That is the true spirit of a hero. So yes, you too can become a hero.
Izuku felt like crying. His idol had finally told him what he always wanted to hear. Ever since he was little, he had wanted to be just like him, watching that same video over and over for hours and hours. And now, he too could be an aspiring hero like All Might. All it had taken was the spirit of a true hero and the energy from an otherworldly sage to make it happen. He could only clean his eyes as he tried to recompose himself to speak. Thanks, All Might. I always wanted to hear that. Ever since I could But he was suddenly interrupted by All Might before he could continue what would have eventually deformed into more mumbling.
I'm not done yet, young Midoriya, because you must also know that you too can be my successor.
Exclaimed All Might as he clenched his fist towards Izuku. What? Was all the young green-haired boy could cry out as this last revelation blew his mind. And so, the journey for the young man who inherited a part of the Six Paths power begins. It had been a few weeks since that fated moment in which Izuku had met the Sage of the Six Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Since then, he had not only become All Might's apprentice, but he had also begun a training regimen to master his granted power. Most of it would take place at the Takaba Municipal Beach Park, which had been filled with trash over the years. Cleaning it over the next few months should strengthen young Midoriya's body, this being an essential thing as the Six Paths mode amplified his base state muchfold. And once he felt satisfied with his progress, Izuku would take the UA entrance exam, preferably upon the next term, which would be in just about 9 months from now. He has had a few sparring matches with All Might since they started, testing out new ideas and seeing how far he could go in his current state. It had turned out that Midoriya could manipulate his truth-seeking orbs to form anything he wanted, maybe individually or all at once. He could create a staff with ease, similar to the one that the Sage had on their meeting, and with it, he could collide with any of All Might's strikes at full power. Izuku had also taken a liking to forming blades with them. These could also be shot out like the normal orbs and even used in long-range encounters if necessary, as Izuku still had control over them as long as he could see them. But most importantly, he had created a technique inspired by his idol, the Six Paths Gauntlet Smash. With all 9 truth-seeking orbs, he formed a massive gauntlet on top of his right hand, and with it, he would hit the other combatant in the style of the All Might smashes. He had only used it once, and it had caused both him and All Might to fly backwards after the collision. Perhaps it was too dangerous for now, so it wouldn't be used until it was needed. And so the training continued. A few months later, as All Might was watching young Midoriya cleaning one of the remaining sections of the dirty beach, an unexpected visitor made their presence known.
So, this is your so-called successor. Mirio was cast aside for this boy. What do you see in him, All Might?
Said the man as he pushed his glasses up.
Thanks for coming, Night-Eye. I never expected you to do so, but I'm glad you did. And as for that, yes, that over there is young Midoriya, my current student and future successor. He might not look like much to you, but he truly has the heart of a hero.
All Might exclaimed, his big iconic smile adorning his face. Sir Night-Eye stood there, looking at his friend in confusion. A mere scrawny kid had gotten his attention and, consequently, had taken away the golden opportunity that his protege, Mirio, had been given prior. In a way, this sparked a rage inside of him, similar to the one that had surfaced years back at the hospital when All Might ignored his foresight to continue being a hero without him as a sidekick by his side. All Might would perish against the villain in a now ever-approaching future. That was for certain, as he had foreseen it with his ability. So wasting his remaining time on this child was all but an actual waste of time.
How so?
He asked, awaiting an immediate response.
When I met him, he seemed like a desperate child. He cried for validation. Being quirkless most likely had that sort of impact on his life. But when the situation became dire and no one else moved, he ran head first to save someone. From that moment on, I knew that young Izuku Midoriya would be my successor.
All Might had been genuine with his answer. This would have been clear to anyone. But to Sir Night-Eye, this was preposterous. No matter what his friend said, nothing would change his mind. Mirio was the only one. The savior that had been cultivated in a precise manner to inherit the great responsibility that is one for all. Without it, all that Mirio had done would have been made in vain. All his hard work would have been transformed into nothing. He would not accept this.
I refuse. That boy is not worthy to inherit your power. Even if it isn't Mirio who gets it, there must be many better choices out there.
Sir Night-Eye fumed. He just had to change All Might's mind because it was clear he wasn't thinking straight.
The decision has been made already. I won't back down from what I know is right. You should know that better than anyone, Night-Eye.
That was the moment that Sir Night-Eye knew that it was pointless to continue the conversation. Just like that time at the hospital, his words were not getting to him. So with that, he fixed his tie and walked away. This had been an utter waste of time after all. All Might was left there in thought. His friend had just left without giving him or his student a chance. Maybe Night-Eye still resented him after what had happened back then. If only he had stayed and talked it out more. Instead, he just stormed out without a care for his well-being to continue being the hero that people expected him to be. Who was that, All Might? Suddenly it was heard as Izuku approached the currently distracted All Might.
Oh, him? That was an old friend of mine. He just wanted to check up on me.
All Might, in a way, lied to not worry Midoriya. Okay then. I'm done for today, so I'll be going home now if that's alright with you, All Might. But All Might placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up.
Good job, young Midoriya. Your work today was splendid. So much so that I'll treat you to whatever you may like. You must be quite hungry, correct?
All Might asked, trying to make it so his student would forget about the friend that visited just now. I sure am. How about we eat at a place near my house? They sell the best katsudon ever there. The young boy answered without skipping a beat. There was no way he would miss a chance to eat alongside All Might.
Then there we shall go. Let's get going before the night eats us whole.
A few minutes later, they arrived at the lively little restaurant, and they ordered their respective dishes. It all became quiet when it came time to pay up, though.
My wallet's not here?
All Might announced comically, his pockets being empty and all. This was followed by All Might running out of the place and jumping out of view. Sometime later, he returned with the wallet, a bit ashamed for having caused such an embarrassing scene to occur the first time he invited young Midoriya out to eat. Regardless, they ate peacefully minutes later, as if that had never happened. Most of the next day had been uneventful for Izuku. He had gone to school, passed some exams, and then came over to clean another section of the beach. It was all normal until he went to pick up a discarded TV and saw a face sticking out of it. A head with a simplistic face and blonde hair winked directly at him. He immediately dropped it and jumped back, thinking that perhaps he had seen things due to being tired. But he wasn't seeing things. This was all real. Cleaning trash, am I right? This TV didn't even look quite right. The face spoke, scaring the green-haired boy even more. It became even creepier when the face popped out of the TV, with the whole body below it no less. This made Midoriya freak out enough to activate his form. Oh, I get it. Your quirk allows you to become a Christmas light show. Get it? Light show? No answer? I see. You must lack a sense of humor, being a Christmas tree and all. The blonde stranger continued as if anything he said could be taken as a joke. It's not! This is my power! The Six Paths power! Exclaimed Izuku as he became serious and adopted a fighting stance. Yeah, never heard of it. But once Sir told me about you, I just had to see! Midoriya just stood there dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how this character functioned. Just what in the world are you? Izuku asked. Me? I'm part of UA's Class 2B. My name's Mirio Togata, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Izuku Midoriya, was it? Wait, you're a student of UA? Of course I am. I worked my butt off to get there, and now I'm on my way to save at least 1 million people. Mirio answered and then awkwardly laughed out loud. That's quite inspiring, but why are you here then? Did All Might bring you here? Midoriya asked. Mirio stretched out and got into position right in front of Izuku. I'm just here to test you out. It'll be over in a breeze. Don't hold back, okay? Let's have some fun. And just like that, Mirio disappeared from view, and only his clothes remained as they collapsed on the sand. Izuku looked around, trying to locate him, but before he could react, he was hit with a heavy punch into his gut. The air escaped him instantly, and then he transformed once more. The now naked Mirio kept abusing his quirk, permeation, while Midoriya could only block some of his strikes. Lemillion was relentless. Not a moment wasted as he wanted to test how long All Might's apprentice could last against him. Izuku had enough, so he flew upwards and away from the immediate area. Perhaps now he could formulate a strategy to counterattack. He's phasing through everything at an incredible speed. My attacks aren't even landing either. And worst of all, he doesn't even seem to be slowing down, Midoriya mumbled to himself as he tried to locate Mirio below. What Izuku hadn't noticed was that right then, Lemillion had gone underground just so when he deactivated his quirk, he would be sent in an upwards trajectory and right into the unexpected green-haired boy. So as this very thing happened, Midoriya was fast enough to shield himself with his truth-seeking orbs. And even more unexpectedly, Mirio was unable to phase through it. Mirio landed back down, and Izuku slowly descended as well. The sparring match seemed to be over now.
That was rather odd. Never before have I been unable to pass through something, but that shield you made negated my permeation without a chance to counter. Sir was wrong. You are quite interesting.
Mirio laughed as he put his previously discarded clothes back on. Izuku and Mirio conversed for a few minutes after that, exchanging their contact info just before the blonde one left. It had turned to night by now, and Izuku was beaten for the day. Tomorrow he would have to make up for what he missed today, but as he stared into the sea, he could only wonder where All Might had been today. He hadn't shown up or even sent a message since yesterday. This was quite odd, but Izuku pushed it off as him probably being too busy rescuing people and solving problems. Yeah, that was probably it. He was the #1 hero after all.
Deku!
He heard from behind him quite loudly. He turned around, and there he was, Katsuki Bakugo, staring him down with an ominous glare. He had a black tank top on alongside some dark pants. "Kachan," Izuku said thoughtfully as they stared each other down.
I'm aware of what you've been doing here. Training alongside All Might? Improving the usage of the quirk you hid from me? Was it fun looking down on me after you saved me from the sludge villain? You clearly need to relearn where your place is, you worthless runt.
Explosions began to erupt from both of Bakugo's palms, and they only got louder and louder as the seconds passed by. Izuku could only let out a sigh. Bakugo had only gotten worse since that day. I'm sorry, Kachan, but I won't let you lay a hand on me again. Those days in which I was your easy prey are long gone. I won't hesitate to defend myself and restrain you if that's what's needed. This new attitude only served to fuel the ever-growing anger inside Bakugo. The explosion maniac was no longer thinking straight or anywhere near it tonight. In this very place, he would show this nerd that no kind of quirk in training could ever allow him to surpass someone with an astounding quirk like his.
You will try.
Bakugo began the encounter as he launched himself towards Izuku at full speed using his explosions. Midoriya, now transformed, used 3 of the truth-seeking orbs to form a barrier, and with it, he blocked the explosion strike that was headed towards his face. Seeing how Midoriya had blocked it so quickly made Bakugo's blood boil, and he screamed while simultaneously using his explosions once more. Izuku thought that Kachan had gone for a cluster, but instead, he had used those explosions to propel himself over to the other side to attack his blind spot. Seeing this, Izuku quickly took one of his orbs and formed it into a glove that fully encompassed his right hand.
6 paths, contain, smash!
The boy shouted as he punched right through Bakugo's explosion with ease, landing quite the blow on his abdomen. This knocked Bakugo back, and he landed on the sand a couple of meters away from when he was seconds prior.
Cheap shot, you bastard!
The blonde maniac protested.
This won't happen again,
he claimed as he got up again. Kachan, let's just talk, as his glove reformed into an orb once more.
We can talk once you're under my boot once more,
Bakugo shouted as he launched himself towards him. Izuku could only sigh. It indeed was hopeless. Kachan would never understand that violence wasn't the way to solve all problems. A true hero would know that. As he was right now, Kachan was too dangerous to let loose, so he needed to be contained. Midoriya, without hesitation, used 2 of his orbs to form sturdy short staff-like weapons, 1 from each orb to defend himself.
6 paths, enforcement batons!
He announced as the collisions between him and Kachan began. Blow after blow, hit after hit, both boys continued, but neither seemed to be slowing down. What Izuku didn't know was that Bakugo had been training vigorously ever since the day he saved him. The infuriety he felt afterward made it so he couldn't think of anything else. He needed to become stronger, the best. Nobody could ever compare to him, especially someone so insignificant as Izuku Midoriya. He had only been fueled even further when he saw Izuku training alongside All Might. This couldn't stand. The #1 hero was training the nerd that he had bullied into submission throughout most of his life. All to show him that a quirkless loser had no place in this world, even less as a hero. Izuku knew that he needed to end this now. Not only was his whole fight meaningless, but it was pretty late already. If he took much longer, then his mother may start to worry. Being accustomed to an impeccable schedule makes you stress even more if it's suddenly broken. And so, he decided to conclude the fight right now. 3 truth-seeking orbs began colliding against each other in quick succession, creating electric sparks every few seconds until Izuku did a backflip and got into position. Just like once before, he moved his right arm forward and looked down on Bakugo. 6 paths, paralyzing lightning! Izuku shouted, and an alarming amount of purple lightning shot out from the orbs behind him. Bakugo, in shock, tried to jump away to evade it, but he wasn't fast enough, getting hit by most of it. His screens filled the air as he fought to move, but he couldn't. He had been fully paralyzed. Midoriya then, without another second to lose, launched all the orbs he had at Kacchan, and they took him into the air. Izuku closed his eyes and concentrated. This one would have to be perfect. He opened his eyes and clapped his hands together. 6 paths, binding cage! At that very moment, all 9 orbs formed into a cage that trapped Bakugo, the purple lightning dissipating as it happened. Then gravity did its job, sending the cell down into the sand. As it collided, the whole beach shook and trembled, similar to an earthquake, but soon that also subsided. Izuku flew towards the cage and sat next to Bakugo, his back facing his childhood friend as a black bar separated them. The blonde boy only stared at Izuku with hate and anger. The only reason he wasn't screaming like a madman was that he couldn't move his mouth. Sadly, it wasn't just his mouth, as most of his body was numb at that moment. You know, Kacchan, it's been a while since I wanted to do this. You deserve to know the truth. I never lied to you about being quirkless. I truly was one of those until that very day I saved you. I was given this power by a sage from another realm. He called himself Hagoromo Otsutsuki. He knew that I lacked the power to be who I wanted to be, and with my actions, I somehow was proven worthy to gain this blessing. Even if I hadn't gotten the power of the 6 paths, I would have still tried to save you. On that day, your eyes just looked like those of someone that needed some help. Kacchan, I've trained all this time to improve myself. Months of intense training, cleaning this place by myself so a new horizon can dawn upon this beach as it did before. I know you are mad about many things, but let me make this clear. No matter what you do or say, I will get into UA. You can throw one of your childish tantrums for as long as you like, and that won't change my mind. I have worked hard to get to where I am today, just like many others, and I plan on acing the entrance exam. I will show the world that I, Izuku Midoriya, am here. I will be the biggest hero that this world will ever see, so why not fight alongside me, Kacchan? Bakugo remained in place as he processed what had been told. It all seemed like a fabrication to cover up something else, but even then, nothing could deny that Deku had gotten a powerful quirk that eclipsed his. About a minute more of a silence passed, and then he finally began to feel his whole body as it should be. That's a bunch of bullshit! You? Gifted such power by a god? In what world do you think we live in, huh? Just admit that you hid this away from me to make me look like a dumbass. You even waited for the perfect moment to embarrass me in front of a whole crowd and the pro heroes. Kacchan, you know that it wasn't... But an explosion shot in his way interrupted him from finishing another word. Shut your mouth! Do I look like I'm done speaking? Bakugo growled. Izuku remained quiet, now facing Bakugo, waiting for him to continue. Oh, and you couldn't just leave it there, could you? You also got All Might to train you. The #1 hero has been training you personally, and you don't even think of including that in your fairy tale? You must have your head quite up your ass if you think that I'm not going to call you out for it. You are slowly taking everything that was meant to be mine. The only one from our class to enroll to UA. The student with the coolest quirk. The strongest. You have taken it all for yourself. And on top of that, you get to have All Might as your teacher. All of this just makes me livid beyond your comprehension. Seriously, what the hell is your problem? Are you just trying to make me jilt? But he retracted himself from finishing that sentence. His pride had already been shattered many words before that one, but he wanted to salvage at least some of it. Izuku only watched in awe. The once tall, sturdy building that Kacchan had been was crumbling away. This pathetic display had taken everything out of him. He could only feel embarrassed about Bakugo's outburst. Why had he been scared of someone like him for years? If he had always been this way, then not even a fly should fear him. To Midoriya, Bakugo had been thrown down the stairs of the hierarchy, now being unequal, if not lower, standing than himself. He could only feel bad for him. That's all he deserved. Pity. "That's enough. You can go," said Izuku as he called back his orbs and the cage disappeared. Bakugo fell and quickly got up, noticing the sudden change of attitude from the nerd. He started walking and passed by Izuku, just to then continue. But after a few more of those, he stopped and turned around.
"Don't think that this means you've won. There's no chance in hell that I'll let you be number 1 on the entrance exam. The written part, I'll devour it and get bonus points. The practical part, I'll get all the villain points while also securing all the hero ones as well. You won't beat me, Deku. You better watch your back because I will run past you,"
he claimed as he rose his fist upward for it to then collide with his chest. "Whatever you say. Good night, Kachan." Bakugo disappeared into the distance not long after while Midoriya looked at the starry night above. He smiled, and after getting his thoughts together, he headed back home. The months passed since their encounter, and they haven't spoken since. Bakugo continued training while Izuku finished cleaning the beach. All Might had congratulated him on a job well done, also showing him a picture of before he started so he could see his gains. Indeed, he had been scrawny before, but now he had some real muscle. After that, Izuku did some light training every day until the entrance exams arrived. He had gotten ready within an hour to spare. This young man knew that today was the day. The fated day had arrived. With a huge breakfast to start with, he felt full of energy, although he was pretty full to be honest. He had taken a quick bath afterward, and then he got ready to leave. But as he was at the door, ready to go, he received a pleasant surprise.
"Izuku, dear, wait!"
he heard his mother say from the other room. "What's wrong, Mom?"
"I just wanted to see you off. It's your big day after all. I know that you will do your best, but don't feel bad if things don't go your way. No matter what happens, I'll always be here for you. Now, get going. Show those heroes that you are one of them," Inko said just before kissing her son on the cheek to send him off.
"Thanks, Mom. See you later." And just like that, he was off. He knew that today was the day he had been training for. 10 months had surely changed him for the better. In mere minutes, he had reached the gates of UA High, and he could barely contain his excitement. He had overstudied all the subjects for the test, and he had researched the practical part. It turns out that the point system stays relatively the same, but the enemies are changed every year, according to threads online. If all that knowledge were correct, he would have a blast during the entrance exam. Kachan suddenly passed by him, bumping him, and Midoriya reached out but stopped. He was being ignored at the moment. No matter, this wasn't going to let him down. Izuku took his next step and immediately tripped on it, sending him straight into the floor at full speed. But thankfully, before he collided with the patterned brick floor beneath, he began to levitate as if he was weightless. At this moment, he finally noticed that he had been saved from a premature hero's death.
"You alright?"
a girl asked from his left side. He turned to face her. A cute girl with warm auburn brown hair stood beside him. She was a bit shorter than him and had big brown eyes that possessed the same color as her hair. She was wearing some winter attire, which also included an oversized scarf that covered the entirety of her neck, all of this over her school uniform. He was speechless. Izuku couldn't form any more thoughts and even fewer words.
"Sorry for going crazy with my quirk there. I just think I'd be in a bad omen if you tripped, you know?"
the girl added as she placed her hands together. Izuku could only utter what sounded like gibberish as his brain seemed to be fried for such an unexpected encounter.
"I'm so nervous, and I bet you are too. Well, good luck with the test. See ya,"
the nice girl said as she went on her merry way.
"I talked to a girl,"
was all the boy could think afterward. Minutes later, he had found himself alongside all the other students that hoped to take the exam, Bakugo specifically being seated right next to him. Izuku could barely contain himself as he saw President Mike at the podium below, muttering to himself and probably annoying anyone nearby. Then they were all blasted with the explanation of how the practical test would work. The students would go to their designated areas according to their number, and there they would have 10 minutes to dispatch some villains. These would be assigned points depending on their difficulty, going from 1 to 3, so 3 different enemy types in total. At that moment, President Mike was interrupted by a tall young man sporting glasses seated nearby. He questioned why the paper they had been given depicted 4 types of enemies when only 3 of those types would attribute points to the students. But as he finished stating that, he turned around and gave Midoriya a death stare, claiming that his unnecessary excitement was too distracting and that he should just leave. Izuku covered his mouth and apologized. President Mike then explained that the fourth type would give 0 points, so it should be avoided at all cost. A few minutes later, Midoriya found himself in front of gigantic metal doors that housed his designated area. But his mind was quickly distracted as he saw the girl from before, scrambling any coherence left in his brain. "I should thank her," he thought as he started moving her way.
Who exactly are you, friend? You don't come to obstruct your fellow test takers, did you?
The guy with the glasses from before questioned, wondering if Deku was just a fumbling buffoon.
And start!
Screamed President Mike. Everyone's full attention was now directed to him. Izuku panicked as everyone had already gone ahead in front of him, leaving him last. But he quickly gained his composure and transformed. Many green robots were scattered throughout the streets, and the students were already ripping them apart. Midoriya went all out and sent all the orbs in his arsenal to attack, easily getting many points as the robots were sliced away with truth-seeking blades. Minutes clocked by, and the points kept racking up for the green-haired boy. If he wasn't mistaken, he had over 100 points by now. Not like that streak would last as a gigantic robot appeared right in front of most of the students. They all began to run away as they realized that this must have been a 0-point enemy. The place had been crowded, and now everyone needed to get more points elsewhere while avoiding death caused by the menace of supreme dread. Izuku could see that many people wouldn't make it, so he threw most of his orbs to get those who couldn't run out of here. A hero must always help those in need. His body froze, though. The girl from before had been left behind, and the giant robot was about to crush her. 3 orbs went above his right hand, while 3 more went to the left. All 6 formed 2 gauntlets for the young hero. The other 3 orbs swept the girl and carried her to safety. Meanwhile, Izuku had jumped into the air and was about to crash against a significant threat.
6 paths, dual gauntlet smash!
He screamed as he hit the robot with all his might, cracking its entire head and making it fly out until it landed outside the exam area. He then flew down and checked if everyone was okay, and it seemed like no one had gotten hurt. He was so glad, but as he reached the floor, he was approached by the girl from before. Deku de-transformed and returned to his shy self that couldn't even put out words.
Thanks for saving me back there. For a second there, I thought he would go splat. By the way, that attack was out of this world. You pulverized its face,
the girl said in an excited tone. No problem. That's what a hero does, Izuku stuttered, barely able to surpass his current weakness.
Time's up! The test has concluded!
President Mike shouted through the speakers. After that, Recovery Lady came to help anyone in need, and whoever didn't need it could return home. Izuku and the girl continued talking on their way until they reached the entrance. But to be accurate, it had been mostly the girl doing the talking, while Midori answered with simple words.
Deku!
Shouted Bakugo as he made his way to Izuku and grabbed him by the shirt.
Is that his name? It's so cute!
The girl thought as she stared at them in front of her. God, Sean, it's not necessary to do this here.
You're right, my bad,
he responded before letting go and standing back.
What's the relationship between these two?
You were just bragging, weren't you? Was it really necessary to send that 0-point bot out of bounds, huh?
I may have gotten a little ahead of myself back there. The boy looked away, a bit embarrassed, as the girl started to look directly at him again.
Don't get cocky! I could have done that too, you damn nerd! Just you wait!
He exclaimed just as he walked off into the crowd ahead.
What just happened?
The girl asked. Don't worry about him. He's just a childhood friend, Izuku explained, leaving lots of details out of it.
Oh, well, I gotta go talk to someone, so I guess that I'll be seeing you if I pass,
the cute girl said as she started heading back into the high school. Wait, can we, exchange numbers? You know, to keep the conversation going later?
Of course,
she cheerfully responded, almost as if she wanted it to happen. And so the 2 teens exchanged their phone numbers. The girl had put his contact names as Deku, thinking it was his name thanks to Bakugo's interaction a couple of minutes earlier. Meanwhile, Izuku hadn't finished saving the info, realizing he lacked something important. Wait! He shouted as the girl had already gotten some distance since he last looked up. She turned around and looked back in confusion.
What's wrong?
I, don't know your name yet. You know, for the contact info, he quickly replied. She could only giggle to herself. This curly-haired kid truly was an amusing one.
It's Ochako Uraraka!
She shouted so he could hear it clearly. Uraraka! Got it! He shouted back just after writing it down on his phone.
Well, for real now, gotta go! See ya, Deku!
Uraraka waved as she slowly walked away from view. Until next time! Midoriya was finally able to relax. He had done some self-improvement for sure.
He had not only gotten to talk to a girl, but now he had a girl as his friend. Today couldn't have been better. Well, there was one thing, though. One thing that Izuku would come to realize in a bit. Wait, Deku? His thoughts exploded as he realized that she thought that such a foul nickname was his real one. A week slowly transpired while everyone waited for the results letter to arrive. During that time, Izuku, now mostly going by Deku during his chat experience, had a good week alongside Uraraka. At first, it had started slowly with a few messages exchanged, but eventually, they met up in person and went to the mall. And then the second time, they went to eat together at the same place that Izuku had gone before with All Might. Midoriya was no longer stuttering. He could now talk with her normally. They both had fun, and they were becoming better friends. But right now, they were both anxiously waiting for the letter to arrive to tell the other their results. And soon enough, Izuku heard a knock on the other side of his bedroom door.
Izuku, it's here, the letter!
Inko said as she handed the letter to her son, her emotions being through the roof and all making it so she couldn't stay still after Izuku closed the door. Izuku opened it, and a small metal device fell onto his wooden desk. At that moment, it started projecting a screen, and All Might was there.
It took some time to jump through some hoops to get this done, so I'm sorry for not contacting you sooner. That's my bad. But that won't be a problem moving forward, as we will often see each other in UA. I'll be here as a teacher. We can celebrate about that later, but for now, let's get back to what you want to hear. You, of course, passed, with flying colors, a perfect score on the written test, 133 villain points alongside another 80 rescue points accumulated from your actions. That alone would have left you with the highest score in our high school's history. But there's more! Behold this screen!
The recording of All Might pointed at a small screen behind him while the cameraman focused on getting a good look at it.
Wait, that's Uraraka! As soon as the exam ended, this young lady petitioned us directly. What about, you ask?
The recording continued, and he saw that Uraraka was about to talk to President Mike.
Sorry to bother you, but do you know the student called Deku? The one with the plain face, curly hair, and freckles? Would it be possible to share some of my points with him?
But why? Why would you share points with someone that scored so many already?
He saved a lot of us students when that giant robot appeared, and I'm sure that he would have done better if he hadn't had me as a distraction. So please give him an equivalent to what he would have got if I hadn't been there to be saved. People like him deserve to be heroes. He probably inspired some of the people he helped back there because he did inspire me. And for that, he deserves to be at UA.
I inspired someone. The tears escaped his eyes as he never expected something like that to come from someone else.
Quirks aren't the determinant factor in being a hero. Your actions have touched people, and so the judges agreed. It's in the job description, so for not just saving others, but for also inspiring them to do the same in the future, you were given an extra 40 points, totaling a massive 120 rescue points. And while we're at it, we'll give Ochako Uraraka 60 points for her words. Young Izuku Midoriya, my boy, UA is now your hero academia.
The recording ended, and the projector turned off. Izuku just sat there, tears still in his eyes. It was now confirmed. But then he got a message from Uraraka. She had passed as well. He cleared his eyes and stood up, congratulating her through a text while also telling her he had passed. His hard work and the help of others had gotten him this far. He was now super excited. Along with Uraraka, he would begin a life at the high school of his dreams like he always wanted. The dreamer's door finally opened up after so many years of it being locked.
Springtime had arrived and a new semester of classes was about to commence. Izuku was finally going to start his first year at UA High. He had been told that only 36 students had passed this year and that these had been split into two classes, Class 1A and Class 1B. Izuku would be part of the former, and he couldn't be happier. Uraraka and Bakugo had also been placed there. So in reality, this was a dream come true in more ways than one. Ever since the entrance exams, he had kept in contact with both of them, especially Uraraka, which strengthened their friendship. Bakugo wasn't as aggressive to him either, so that was a plus. Just a bit more, and they could perhaps reach a level similar to what they once had when they were very young, before Bakugo's quirk manifestation. So with his hopes up high, he left for school, but not before being told that he looked really cool by his mother. This made a genuine smile appear on his face, and not long after, he left his home. UA High School was quite the big school, accommodating many students from 3 different grades and even more courses. The hero course was where Izuku was enrolled. Still, more departments didn't involve direct hero training, such as the general education course, the support course, and the management course. Indeed, the best selection a school could have, this most likely correlates to it being the #1 rated hero school in all of Japan. Midoriya reached the 1A classroom, and in front of him, he met an enormous door, probably being an inclusive design. He took a deep breath and then opened it. His first impression wasn't that good either. The glasses student from the entrance exam was now in a profound argument against Bakugo. The blonde had his legs on top of his desk, and the glasses guy considered this the most disrespectful act any student could ever commit. Their discussion continued to devolve as it went on, but thanks to it, Izuku learned that the one with the glasses was called Tenya Ida, but that was quickly followed by Ida approaching Midoriya, who had just closed the classroom door.
Hello, I'm Tenya Ida from Somei Junior High,
the boy said as he proposed a handshake.
Izuku Midoriya, and it's nice to meet you, Ida,
he replied and accepted the handshake.
I was blind to it all. My judgment was way off course that day. I can't believe I doubted your motives, you now being the record holder for most points obtained during the UA high school entrance exams and all. I hate to admit it, but you were the better man here, and for all I did on that day, I apologize,
Ida said as he bowed his head to the young green-haired boy in front of him. Izuku laughed it off and placed his hand on the back of his head.
No need to apologize, Ida. I understand why you doubted my intentions. I wasn't exactly at my best that day.
Deku!
Was heard behind them, making them all turn their heads.
Uraraka!
Izuku exclaimed as he ran to meet her. They embraced in a hug, Uraraka using her quirk on him to spin him in midair. A few seconds later, she released her quirk.
I can't believe that we are finally here! Do you think that the entrance ceremony will be today? Or will it be guidance counselor stuff today? I can't wait! I'm so anxious, you know?
Uraraka continued and continued. She was excited about everything going on at the moment.
Same! There's just so much to process, but I can't wait to meet our homeroom teacher. Maybe there'll be someone very experienced, a well-known pro hero.
Deku added as both he and Uraraka could barely remain still.
If you're going to be all lovey-dovey, then do it elsewhere. This is a department of heroics,
someone said from below, his voice sounding quite intimidating. Everyone looked down, and a yellow sleeping bag was on the floor. Within it, a man with an unkempt look resided. He had long black hair and messy facial hair, but the most prominent feature was his bloodshot eyes, so dry and dead. They all remained quiet as he got out of the sleeping bag. Quite the shocking event to have happened on their first day. He gave them all a stare that seemed to be of someone that didn't care much, if at all.
It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. Life is short, kids, yet you're all lacking something so necessary as common sense.
The teacher commented on seeing if anyone in the classroom would react.
So this must be your sensei. I've never seen or heard of him before.
I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleasure to meeting you.
Homeroom teacher?
Out of his yellow sleeping bag, he pulled out a blue and white uniform, and then he shoved it in front of Midoriya's face.
Put these on immediately, and then shove off to the PE grounds,
he commanded, and everyone did as they were told. Soon after, they were all at the PE grounds, and Aizawa announced that they all would be taking the quirk apprehension test. The entrance ceremony and the guidance counselor meeting could all be skipped as a hero didn't have time for such frilly niceties. Many tests would be conducted today, 8 to be exact. But before all that, something needed to be proven with the quick softball pitching. Aizawa asked Bakugo to start it off, so he did with a massive explosion. After the boy threw the ball, Aizawa pulled out a smartphone, and its screen showed how many meters the ball had traveled. In this case, it displayed the number 836.4 followed by the letter M for meters. Most students consider this a fun game, so they all cheered, which pissed Aizawa off.
Fun, you say? So you were planning to spend your 3 years here having a good old time. What happened to becoming heroes? All right then, in that case, I'll establish a new rule. The student who ranks last in total points will be judged as hopeless and be instantly expelled.
Most of the students became excited, taking it as a challenge, while some got scared as they could lose it all. For Izuku, though, it was going to be a way to see how he compared to everyone here, and that made him smile. A while later, all 8 trials had concluded, and the score placement was projected for everyone to see.
Huh, so I wasn't first? I can still improve!
The young green-haired boy cheered to himself. The top 5 scores were Momo Yaoyorozu, Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, and Tenya Ida. As for last place on that list, this was Minoru Mineta. Suddenly, Aizawa turned off the score projector and gave a weird smile. This freaked out everyone, as it couldn't have looked more unnatural if he had tried.
Oh yeah, the whole expulsion thing was a lie. It was a logical ruse to pull out your best performances.
The quirk apprehension test ended, and the students were allowed to continue their day. By the time they got out, Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida were together. Midoriya felt great. He had made another friend in Ida. He had passed the test with a top 5 score, and he had also had fun. More days were to come, and he would look out for them gleefully. On that night, at the top of a high-rise building, a very tall man with a black mask stood. He had quite the fancy suit. His physique was broad and muscular. He wasn't alone either. Beside him, a short, older man with glasses also stood, looking at the city beneath.
Any further information about All Might's boy?
The towering figure asked.
Not much. The informant wasn't able to gather much from today's test. If anything, the boy appears to be above all prior simulated scales.
The old man answered his master.
I see. What about the duplicate? Is it near completion? Yes. In just a few short days, it will be completed. Are you still planning on giving it to him? Tomura will be my successor, Dr. Shigaraki. As so, he must inherit my power to bring despair upon this world. The boy All Might has taken under him has shown me that my plan needed to be set in motion before my once expected time, but nonetheless, he will be shaped to be the symbol of fear,
the tall man added, his words sounding quite genuine.
As you wish, All for One, but may I propose something?
The older man eagerly asked.
You may do so,
All for One said.
Young Shigaraki is not yet worthy of succeeding you. At least that's what I believe. So how about we put him to the test? Every year, the first-year students at UA go out to one of the many hero facilities across the nation. This usually tends to happen within the first month of their first period. So, how about we send young Shigaraki there to deal with the students? He'll be able to prove himself there while also encountering All Might's successor. All will fall into place if I'm permitted to go at it,
Dr. Shigaraki proposed, awaiting his master's following words patiently.
Your proposed idea is to my liking, Doctor, but you must realize that All Might will most likely be within the same enclosure as his students. Even if I believe in Tomura, that doesn't mean I willingly send him to do something that'll get him detained. I will approve of your plan, but I will be present alongside him on that day. Furthermore, I will need as many Nomus as you can provide by that date. As you wish. Your desire is my command. I will provide all the specimens available once the informant gives us the signal.
This dark night had just become pitch black, a bad omen for things to come. The next day had come and gone quite fast for young Izuku Midoriya. But once the afternoon arrived, he was excited to see who his foundational hero studies teacher was.
It's me!
All Might announced as he made his grand entrance. He was wearing his Silver Age suit today.
You came!
Midoriya cheered.
I arrived through the door like a normal person! Ha 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 ha!
He continued as the joke didn't land upon the students. All Might then explained to them that this class was built upon many trials, but right now it was time for a battle trial. All the students cheered and switched to their custom-made suits that they had ordered. This was also true for Izuku, as he had sent his request with schematics for one. This suit was quite sturdy and more combat-ready in appearance than his usual wear. It included black shoulder pads and knee pads that extended to his legs, reaching up to his thighs. He also sported black gloves that were decorated with green stripes. In terms of its color scheme, it was a dark shade of green with black outlines. All these specifications were made so he would look cool when the 6 paths mode was activated, while also being practical as a hero suit that granted excellent impact protection. No matter what, though, he still sported the classic red boots that he had always had. Just that now they had been upgraded with added iron soles to increase the power of his kicks, but also to make it a possibility to kick his truth-seeking orbs if needed. Now he truly looked like a hero. With all the students in front of him, All Might explained the trial that would be taking place. Everyone would be split into 2-person teams, and they then would be designated as either heroes or villains. Then the villains would guard a nuclear core, while the heroes would try to stop their nefarious schemes. If the heroes captured the villains or touched the nuclear core before time ran out, they would win. Otherwise, if the villains captured the heroes or prevented the heroes from making contact with the core within the given time, then they would win. Every team was then chosen through a box lottery, going from the letter A to the letter J. Almost as if the whole thing was rigged, Izuku and Uraraka had turned out to be the first team to be created, Team A. Seeing this, they exchanged a high five. They had this in the bag for sure. All Might announced as he pulled both letters out of the box.
And the first 2 pairs to combat will be Pair A as heroes versus Pair D as villains.
Izuku looked back to confirm, and indeed it was so. Team D consisted of Bakugo and Ida. He became a little tense. He had just become friends with Ida, and now he had to go against him. It just felt wrong. As for Bakugo, he knew that it could be a great match if he had improved since last time. If his change of temper and attitude were any way to measure it, then he would surely be able to eradicate even All Might now. So the villains were allowed first into the building to prepare, and a few minutes later, the heroes would be allowed to enter. The heroes had also been given a detailed map of the inner layout of this building. Deku and Uraraka prepared themselves, and once authorized, they stormed the building. Corridor by corridor, step by step, they both quietly traversed as no encounter had occurred. Izuku knew that if it were Bakugo from way back, he would have already jumped at him to beat him up, but the current Bakugo didn't seem to think that way anymore. Up above on the highest floor, the villain team awaited.
So, your gig is going fast, ain't it, Four Eyes? Just that?
Asked Bakugo as he was trying to formulate a perfect strategy to beat Deku.
Indeed,
Ida answered.
my quirk engine allows me to gain incredible speed while also granting me even greater kicking strength.
Bakugo placed his hand on his chin as he thought about how to proceed. He knew that Deku was his to deal with, but the girl would most likely be the one to look out for, her quirk being the most unpredictable. Protecting the warhead until the time limit was reached was the best option.
Listen up, he then shouted. You will follow my orders to the teeth, you got that? Any mistake could lead to our defeat, so I need you to work with me. Otherwise, we will lose to that damn nerd Deku and his little girlfriend. So just follow me and be an obedient underling.
Understood, Ida replied, a bit uncertain that he could follow the orders of such a foul guy.
Great, now here's the plan.
A few floors below, Izuku and Uraraka had formulated their plan, and as they had noticed, it seemed like all of Team D was up at the highest floor protecting the weapon. The time was slowly ticking, so they decided to get there immediately. But once they entered the room and saw the warhead, they couldn't react to Bakugo being boosted by Ida as he was thrown their way at an incredible speed.
Stun grenade!
Bakugo screamed as he let his attack loose, blinding Team A.
Ah!
Deku cried out as he was blown away by one of Bakugo's explosions.
Four Eyes, the girl! Got it. I'll pulverize her.
Izuku had crashed onto the wall, and he was finally starting to get his vision back. But the first thing he saw was Kacchan's leg, and it was too late to react. Bakugo kicked Deku up, and just as he was going to follow it up with a proper swing, Midoriya transformed.
Took you long enough,
Bakugo commented as he jumped back.
That was a great tactic, Kacchan. I'm impressed.
Izuku admitted. Never in a million years would he expect him to team up with someone else.
Sip it! We will win! You're not getting past me this time! As a villain, I will crush you, Deku!
The battle then commenced between the two. Once more, Bakugo launched himself at Izuku with consecutive explosions. Seeing this, Deku jumped to meet him, exchanging blows in midair. They kept at it until Bakugo landed a hit and sent Midoriya to the floor. Without hesitation, Bakugo quickly disengaged his grenade cannon and pointed it toward his rival beneath. But the green-haired boy wasn't done yet.
Six paths, spike shield!
He shouted as 7 orbs formed a big spiky shield on top of his right arm. He quickly countered the grenade gauntlet by hitting it upwards, causing the blast to go upwards and destroy a good section of the roof above. Most of it had been blown away, but some parts fell while the surrounding structure began to crumble.
Uraraka, no!
Izuku shouted, giving her the signal to start Plan C.
Got it!
She jumped and touched all the falling debris alongside the crumbling roof with her fingertips, and it all began to float. Bakugo and Ida could only look up in shock at the massive amount of projectiles she had gathered in those few short seconds.
Take this!
Uraraka then shouted as she released her quirk. There was no way that Bakugo could defend the weapon from that on such short notice. There wasn't even enough time to counter, but there was something he could do.
Four Eyes, the weapon! I got it!
Ida responded as he grabbed the warhead and began to run away with it. Bakugo then grabbed Deku and threw him up to serve as a shield from the now falling debris.
And while that goes,
He shot himself towards the girl in a spinning motion. Izuku took the complete debris directly and was buried beneath it, but he quickly repelled it all forward with some of his energy, and that's when he saw it. Kacchan was about to hit Uraraka with a tornado move that had never been seen before.
Six paths, magnified speed!
He screamed as he poured a huge amount into his legs. With a quick jump that destroyed the floor where he once was, Izuku reached Uraraka and pulled her into a hug.
Six paths, encompassing spear!
He said as all 9 orbs combined to form a vast truth-seeking orb that consumed both members of Team A.
How's it our impact?
The resounding scream shook the entire building. Bakugo's attack collided with the spear and launched it out of the building and into the streets below. It crashed and formed a crater in its place. The colossal spear then dissolved, and both teens fell into the hole that had just been made.
You alright?
Izuku asked as he helped her get up.
Of course! Nice save!
She responded with a thumbs up.
Come on, we can still make it! There's still... Time's up! The villains win! All Might announced, his voice resounded through all the speakers nearby. We lost? The remaining groups did their trials, and soon after, everyone completed them. Classes for the day had ended, and the kids were going home.
I'm sorry, Deku. If I had reacted to Bakugo's upcoming attack, we could have won. I'm sorry.
The girl cried out as she felt like she genuinely had failed her friend. It's okay. He played us well. He knew that I would protect you from that attack. The time for us to win was running out too, and I'm sure that he was well aware of that. Team D beat us fair and square. Their plan was more elaborate than ours. But don't worry, next time we'll show them that we're the perfect team. Both teams fist bumped, and then they were met with Team D. Ida and Bakugo were still together. Midoriya, Uraraka, I asked for forgiveness for playing such a vile role back there. My villain side took over. Ida exclaimed as he bowed his head.
Don't be! You were so earnest that I almost died of inner laughter.
The girl said as she patted him on the back with a bit of force. Yo, Deku, the blonde boy let out. You did well as a hero. It was a satisfying match, and a damn good one at that. Oh, thanks. I enjoyed it too, he replied, smiling. This felt nice. Those four continued chatting for quite a while until they went on their merry ways. The next day, the school was flooded with the press interested in any info they could gather from the symbol of peace. Because of their constant bickering, UA entered into lockdown mode. Its barrier had been activated. Meanwhile, in Class 1A, a vote had been made, and a student president had been assigned. Young Izuku Midoriya, with 5 votes, had been chosen to lead the class. By his side as the vice president, we had Momo Yaoyorozu with 2 votes. Ida didn't take this well, as he had not only proposed the voting system, but he also felt like he had the skills to be a leader in this class. He had come from a family of heroes as well, so even more of a reason to be the class president. Suddenly, the school siren was activated. A level 3 security breach had occurred, and all students were told to evacuate immediately. Chaos ensued as most students flooded the school corridors trying to escape. But Ida noticed that only the press had trespassed, so he had to tell everyone. With a combination of Uraraka's help in the form of her quirk float alongside his engine boost, he was able to crash into the wall above the door entrance. He was standing on top of the exit sign. Ida then explained the situation to everyone, and this made them all calm down. Later on, in class, he was made the class president as Izuku knew that he would be a better fit for that role. Emergency Ida then assumed the position and proudly made it known to all within the classroom. What the students didn't know was that the back door to the school had been destroyed in an unusual way. The school higher-ups thought this action to be a declaration of war. The following day, Class 1A went on a field trip to the USJ Center. Here, they would partake in a rescue exercise with the supervision of Aizawa, All Might, and the space hero 13. Before they began, though, 13 explained her quirk and how dangerous it could be if it were used carelessly. But as she finished her lecture, many dark portals appeared across all of USJ. Out of them all, the one that got the most significant attention was the one up front, on the fountain down the entrance stairs. Out of it stepped a young man with messy grayish-blue hair and a hand that obscured most of his face. Many other villains also came out, but then a tall man in a suit stood beside him. All for one! All Might shouted, taking his yellow suit jacket right off. All Might, are you willing to kill me again? All for One replied as he caught the symbol of peace's strike with both hands. I will do what I must, All for One. The two colossals clashed. The fight of peace against fear once more commenced. It had been 6 long years since it had last concluded. They had launched away from everyone else, so Class 1A were now faced with all the villains below. Aizawa told everyone to stay back as he went on to fight all those villains at once. The mostly unknown hero, Eraserhead, was about to show why he was so feared by those who had been cursed across his sight.
It's futile. No matter what you try, I will counter it,
said All for One as he shot an air blast towards his foe. All Might was able to dodge the attack and made one of his own, which sent the masked man back a couple of meters.
Futile? Nothing will ever be futile. If it's in the name of peace, your reign ends today, All for One.
Clapping was then heard as the smoke settled. It came from All for One, who was now slowly approaching.
Bravo, symbol of peace. That was quite the heroic speech. Nevertheless, it must cease to be. That indomitable spirit of yours will be shattered soon enough. Do you remember your master, Nana Shimura? You filthy scum! You dare speak my master's name! Your predecessor, the hopeless woman who fell in such a shameful manner. Were you aware that she had a grandson? One that was easily molded to do my bidding? The soon-to-be symbol of fear? Indeed, All Might, my protege, Tomura Shigaraki, is Nana Shimura's grandchild. Enough of your lies! Detroit Smash!
All Might's smile had vanished. Doubts had been planted in his mind, but even now he couldn't be distracted. This man in front of him had to be taken down. All for One didn't move. The smash reflected at double the force towards the one who had performed it. Indeed, this was one of the many quirks stolen throughout the years. That wasn't all. In that instant, red and black spikes shot out from his fingers, and at high speeds, they pierced All Might's chest. His left side had once more been skewered by All for One. All then perforated the symbol of peace until they went through the other side, crashing against the floor. All Might quickly shattered them from the front with a punch and collapsed to one knee. Smoke was beginning to come out of him now.
That's the truth. So where's that smile of yours now? Gone so soon, even when you don't know about the other setup? Your precious students, All Might. Your kids are about to face off against 4 Nomus. Soon they will all meet up with that master of yours.
A surge of energy then surfaced, and the cracking of the structure beneath the hero soon shattered it. The blue eyes of All Might shine like never before.
I will no longer contain myself. To hurt me is something, but to place all my students in danger is to go beyond acceptable. The game is over, All for One. Your corpse will adorn a casket tonight.
The symbol of fear had disappeared for a second, but then he reappeared right before All for One.
Outstanding. Our combat shall be legendary. You better not disappoint, All Might.
Eraserhead had continued to trample over many of the fodder villains he faced. He was making time in the hopes of all his students being evacuated. Regrettably, this wouldn't come to be as a dark cloud villain had somehow appeared in front of them all.
I'm afraid that I cannot allow you to escape,
he said while making his quirk rage in front of them.
Greetings. We are the League of Villains. I apologize for the presumption, but we took it upon ourselves to enter UA in order to engage with the symbol of peace, All Might. And thanks to you all, he will be extinguished,
he announced before being hit by Bakugo and Kirishima. This annoyed Kurogiri momentarily, but regardless of everything, this was his role to fill.
You will be scattered, tortured, and then slain,
he announced, and most of the students were transported elsewhere within the USJ facility. Deku began to fall as he was warped to the flood zone. Without much more thought, he composed himself and transformed, taking flight and avoiding the plunge beneath. The boy then looked around and saw 2 of his classmates climbing onto a boat, so he flew there to meet them. It was Asui and Mineta. The 3 of them discussed a strategy to get out of here and reunite with everyone. Stopping the villains from taking out All Might had become their primary objective. Now all of Class 1A would fight to win. Across all the zones, the students had now adopted a fighting stance. Sadly, for some of them, they weren't aware that a Nomu was nearby. With 4 Nomu in total, there was a good chance for those within the zone to be wiped out. Right now, there was 1 Nomu at the central plaza alongside Shigaraki, 1 at the ruin zone where Bakugo and Kirishima were, 1 at the landslide zone where Todoroki was, and the final one was at the downpour storm zone where Tokoyami and Koda were, the Nomu there being ready to pounce on the latter. With the plan in motion, Asui, Mineta, and Deku went at it. The time to strike was now. Deku flew into the air and launched 1 of his 6-path smashes into the water, creating a vortex that pulled all the aquatic quirk villains closer together. Then Mineta threw away many of his sticky balls that compressed the water and made all the villains stick together, making the perfect arrest a reality. All 3 escaped and were now on their way to the shore. Midoriya planned to step in to help his teacher once an opening made itself known. Meanwhile, at the entrance, we had 13 trying to get the students with her outside. These were Ida, Uraraka, Shoji, Sato, Sero, and Ashido. They had devised a plan to distract Kurogiri to allow Ida to run back to the school to get back up. It was going to be a one-time shot. Everyone depended on them.
We've been jumping around, so it's hard to tell, but there are moments your hair falls over your eyes, almost like a boss who has particular attack patterns. And those intervals continue getting shorter and shorter, so don't bite more than you can chew, Eraserhead,
said Shigaraki as he had finally got a hold of Aizawa. His elbow was now being decayed. Aizawa quickly punched him across the face and got some distance. His elbow was now broken, so fighting was about to get a whole lot harder. Even more so, as Shigaraki had now figured out how the erasure quirk worked and Aizawa's limits. A scream was then heard from above the stairs. The Space Hero 13 had been hit with her own attack thanks to Kurogiri's quick thinking. Her black hole had been warped behind her and destroyed most of the back of her suit, gravely injuring her in the process. But even then, Ida couldn't stop. If he looked back or slowed down, everyone around him would perish, so he kept running. Shoji did a quick save, grabbing Kurogiri's warp gate, and then Uraraka did the same by making the villain float away before he could get a hold of her friend.
Ida, run!
She screamed with all her might, just as he opened the door and escaped to the outside world. Deku was now in shock. What he saw in front of him had to be impossible. His homeroom teacher was being crushed against the floor by a gigantic black creature with an exposed brain. It had even broken Aizawa's right arm, crushing it till it bled profusely. And then the beast crashed Aizawa's head into the pavement, cracking it, the blood splurting all around it. The hand villain then turned around as a mist materialized near him, and this was the moment that Izuku was waiting for. In a fraction of a second, he had traveled to be in front of the hand villain, and the boy was ready for what came next. Six pass, relentless smash! The boy screamed as he hit Shigaraki at full strength in the gut, followed by 2 punches to each side of his head. Deku had used 3 orbs on each hand for this attack. Shigaraki cried out as he was hit once more with an uppercut that sent the hand from his face flying off. Deku wasn't done yet. He quickly did a back jump and one of his orbs descended to the floor. Six pass, Massachusetts true striking goal! Midoriya kicked the orb at full strength towards Shigaraki, the impact making the villain's ribs shatter. The pain was so intense that young Tomura almost lost consciousness, but he felt terror as the first thing he saw was the green energy boy right in front of him. Both were still in the air. 6 pass, consecutive pinball smash! Midoriya then kicked Shigaraki consecutively through the air 9 times before grabbing him by the back of the head and crashing it against the floor, similar to how the Nomu had done to Aizawa. Shigaraki could barely move. The onslaught he had endured made it so he couldn't move an inch from where he was. The boy had utterly embarrassed him in front of everyone, and worst of all was that he couldn't even react to any of it. But then the mist returned, and out of a portal, All for One came out and knocked Deku away with a massive energy blast. The green-haired boy was sent into the water, and Tsuyu went to help him.
Kurogiri, look at how they have massacred my Tomura. In all ways, that boy is an obstacle to the plan, but his quirk could prove very useful. But first, here, Tomura, it would be best if you got up, said All for One as he placed his hand on top of Shigaraki's back. The quirk adrenaline boost was then activated. With it, you could make another person have a surge of adrenaline with a simple touch. This made Shigaraki get up, and he immediately looked out for the green energy boy that had destroyed him seconds prior. But noticing that he wasn't there, Shigaraki calmed down before swiftly running towards the shore and grabbing Mineta by the head. The poor tiny boy had been left alone when Tsuyu went to rescue Deku.
This brat must be his classmate. Too bad that he won't be able to see him again.
And just like that, the decay began to spread. First, it was the purple balls on top of his head. Then the skin started to peel away, and soon the skull was visible. The decay didn't stop, though, even when Mineta screamed out of his lungs, probably making everyone inside of the USJ aware that he was getting murdered. Soon, his eyes withered away, and the light forever left the puny boy. Not like it mattered, as soon after, a good part of his brain had rotten away. But it all stopped suddenly, and this left Shigaraki confused. He was sure that he still had a hold of him with all his fingers. With the last of his energy, Aizawa had used erasure to stop Shigaraki, but it was too late. Worst of all was that Aizawa collapsed afterward, making the Nomu next to him chuckle.
Well, that should be enough. This way, he can die slowly while the heroes arrive. Just imagine their faces when they see that he can't be saved. Priceless!
Uttered Shigaraki as he threw Mineta to the side, and then he walked over to retrieve the hand he had lost earlier. And once he placed it on his face, he went to his master.
Outstanding performance, praised All for One.
I believe that our objective is complete, so let's leave the heroes to lick their wounds.
Kurogiri heard this and immediately began to collect back the Nomus from all the areas. 2 of the Nomus were retrieved without problem, but as he went to get the one from the downpour storm zone, he saw quite the scene. The Nomu had used his sound wave quirk to leave a kid deaf and then proceeded to use a flash quirk to blind him as well. Afterward, with a sinister laugh, the Nomu pierced the student in the chest with the help of his drill quirk, killing the boy on the spot. Kurogiri then took the Nomu and warped away. Tokoyami now came out and saw the corpse of his classmate on the floor. The constant heavy rain made the blood fly away with the water the wind took. If only he had been faster, his classmate Koda would still be alive. Most of the villains retreated, and only Shigaraki and All for One remained.
All the Nomus had been retrieved, just as you asked,
said Kurogiri as he reformed by their side once more.
Perfect. Now take young Tomura with you and come back to get me. That boy's quirk is too valuable to ignore.
Kurogiri warped Shigaraki, and All for One located the frog girl and teleported to her. Right behind her was the unconscious boy, All Might's disciple. He reached out for the girl and grabbed her by the leg, intending to rip it right off. But before he could go any further, All Might punched him away and treated both Tsuyu and Midoriya.
That's as far as you go,
said All Might. He was nearing his limit. All Might was now in a hybrid-like state between his muscular form and his skinny form. His once white shirt was now primarily red as his blood stained it and continued to leak out from the wound he had gotten. The symbol of peace was now crumbling.
Oh, All Might, you finally made it back. But once more, you're too late. You see that boy over there? Tomura used his quirk to decay a good part of his head. Soon he will pass on to the next world and meet your master. He will ask her why you weren't there to save him. He cried out for help and you never came. How does that look on your record, symbol of peace? And there's another dead student in a nearby zone. One of my gnomes disposed of him with other ease. You failed, All Might. 2 of your students perished today. No! No! No!
All Might screamed into the air. Today, he had let everyone down. Everything he had ever stood for was now for nothing.
What a pathetic holder for one for all you are. But rejoice, not only have you lost your students, but today the hero All Might will cease to be.
Announced All for One as he reached for All Might. One for All would be taken today. All Might had collapsed. He had given up. He didn't possess the strength to rival All for One anymore. He didn't even have enough to keep the kids under him safe. He crumbled onto the floor, awaiting his fate. All Might! Young Midoriya shouted as he transformed. All 9 orbs gathered together on top of the boy's right hand and formed a gauntlet. This was the same move that he had decided not to use ever since that day at the beach. It was just too dangerous. But now it was do or die. The gauntlet absorbed his 6 paths cloak, and with it, it was engulfed, turning into a 6 paths cloak gauntlet. With all his might, Deku launched himself and pulled his right fist back as he neared All for One.
6 paths plus ultra volume! Gauntlet smash!
He shouted as he hit the villain right in the mask, shattering on impact. All for One couldn't even counterattack as his whole body was engulfed in many elements. Fire, water, lightning, earth, and wind all formed from the hit received from the boy in front of him. Things were clearly not going according to plan anymore. With an extra push and a scream, Izuku sent All for One flying out of the USJ facility. Well, half of him anyway. All 4 of his limbs had been ripped away the instant he was sent backward and into the metal roof above. The mask pieces also remained right by the now knocked out Izuku Midoriya. He may not have known it, but he had used every ounce of his 6 paths power with that attack, so now that power would need to be recharged by resting. Sometime later, Ida returned with reinforcements. All the UA teachers were now assembled. Sadly, they had been too late. All the villains had escaped, and there were casualties as well. Many of the students had been injured to some degree, some more than others, but they still needed treatment. As for the 2 casualties, Minoru Mineta and Koji Koda, the UA staff would have to deal with the consequences. The future of this once prestigious high school was no longer so certain. The age of villains had begun. Far away at an undisclosed location known as the League of Villains HQ, Kurogiri had retrieved what was left of All for One.
Master, you were wrong. The kids from UA were super strong. Their stats were so hacked that they left you looking like a mutant potato,
Shigaraki pointed out as his master honestly did look like one. No features face made it a perfect potato equivalent.
Worry not, Tomura. Within less than an hour, I will regain my lost appendages. And indeed, they were far more potent than ever expected. It appears that I will need to give someone a visit far ahead of schedule.
Deku awoke some hours after he had lost consciousness. He was now in a bed next to All Might.
Young Midoriya, I'm sorry for not being strong enough to keep you all safe.
What do you... Some of my classmates died? Izuku asked as he jumped out of bed. He needed answers.
That is the case. Mineta and Koda were both killed in the USJ attack,
replied All Might. He was fighting not to break.
No, so that means that after I was knocked out by that man, Mineta was... Most of his front face had been destroyed, alongside a substantial part of his brain. He did survive for a few minutes, but soon after, his organs failed, and he passed on. All for One told me that it was his student who did it, Tomura Shigaraki.
All Might explained as he held his left side.
I failed as a hero. One of my classmates was killed all because I was too weak. But even if everything didn't turn out okay in the end, all the students in Class 1A fought bravely and gave it their all. Those that survived gained the experience of facing terror, and also facing the loss of their comrades. These students will make fine heroes one day. Mark my words, young Midoriya. I'm sure of it.
Tears filled Izuku's eyes as he tried to smile. It was harder than he ever thought. The loss of life today could never be taken away, and this would stay with all of them. If he wanted the future to continue shining, then he would need to fight for it alongside his friends. Otherwise, it would turn into a grim world where students lose their lives to villains on their first school trip. On that day, Izuku Midoriya made a promise to never let anyone else die. He would save everyone. On that very night, All for One went to visit someone very special. This person had been trying to create a drug that could erase quirks from whoever ingested it. But until now, most of their attempts had been only temporary. But tonight, All for One would change the trajectory of this person forever. All for One entered a dark room and took a seat. Seconds later, a man with a customized plague doctor mask also took a seat in front of All for One.
So the legends are true then. The old-timers fearing your conviction wasn't just for show. The kingpin of the underworld grazes me with his presence,
the man said as he seemed pretty humbled by All for One's presence.
Kai Chisaki, due to current events, your branch shall be a part of my plan. Your quirk erasing bullet intrigues me.
The alarmed Chisaki, he wasn't expecting that to be known by anyone else.
How do you know about my experiments?
Chisaki asked. Now he seemed quite disturbed.
Assume that I know everything, Overhaul. Now, I will only ask for a small favor. Quirks have been growing far too powerful as of recently, and the very youth has claimed these great powers for themselves. Fear must be instilled in them. The simple request will be for you to complete a batch of quirk-erasing bullets and give it to the League of Villains. You will be compensated for your work, but they will be needed in a timely manner. All for One explained. That will not be possible. The drug is nowhere near completion. Is that so? Then you are of no use to the League. I'll be taking overhaul from you, and that way it will be put to good use. All for One readied himself to pounce on Chisaki. Wait, conflict can be avoided. It's true that I cannot deliver the full drug, but I could provide you with something similar, if not more effective for your cause. Overhaul said, trying to defuse the situation. Even then, he still had taken his glove off. Is that so? Then speak, All for One said as he sat down once more. The drug is being built upon the foundation of a rewind quirk, one so powerful that it can make people rewind into non-existence. You mentioned that the youth is a problem, to which I agree. So what if instead of taking away their quirks, you instead rewind them just a bit? True despair will set in as they will no longer be able to use them, as their bodies would have to get accustomed to it all once more. If it's something so simple, then I would be able to produce many batches in a short time frame. Their effects would also be permanent, being a small dose of the raw quirk and all. All for One's laughter could be heard throughout the hideout. He loved this creative application of a quirk so much that he just had accepted. The despair alone that these could entail would be felt for years to come. Nobody was safe, especially the students that had faced him on that day. Soon, some of them would know true despair. The alliance between the League of Villains and the Shiei Hasaikai had begun.
The pillars that held UA high began to crumble. After the USJ attack, the school came close to shutting down. The death of 2 students coursing through their first year made it seem like the promised safe environment had been a blatant lie. Hero Society had been flipped on its head. Schools across Japan were also put on the edge because of this. If the students at UA weren't safe, then why would anyone elsewhere be safe? Society began to blame the heroes for not doing their jobs. If the future wasn't certain, then nothing was. A long week had passed since that day, and the school was able to pull through. Even though it had been penalized, they had been able to prevent it from shutting down. Since All Might had been at the site of the attack from its very beginning, then it couldn't be considered neglectful in nature, and as so, the closure had been avoided. It wasn't just that, as the school also decided to go ahead and celebrate the sports festival anyway. They truly believed that this time it would all be under control thanks to the augmented security alongside the now assembled top 10 heroes in Japan to watch over the event. Once classes resumed, Aizawa told the entire class about the school festival. According to him, this event could be a great chance to present the entirety of Class 1A to the world. This event would be held to scout for the very best students. The pro heroes would be waiting to see some potential. A once-in-a-year opportunity should not be wasted. Only 5 days remained until the sports festival would begin. Later on that day, Uraraka and Deku had gotten out of class and were on their break. Ito would be with them normally, but he was quite busy with class president work alongside Momo. As they were on their way to lunch, Uraraka finally spoke.
Deku, is it bad that I once thought that I wanted to be a hero for the money?
Not at all. We all have our reasons, Deku said as he placed his hand on her shoulder.
It's just that my family's construction company isn't doing so well, so we're flat broke. Work barely comes our way, so I want to become a hero that earns lots of money so I can give my family the life they deserve. Or at least, that's what I would have said before the USJ attack. Making money shouldn't be my only priority. On that day, the heroes weren't strong enough to win against the villains. We were all separated, and by the time reinforcements arrived, we have failed. I want to prevent that from ever happening again. I want to see a future we can all smile without feeling uncertain of what may happen next,
Uraraka said as she clenched her fist with determination. Izuku was left without words for a second. He felt admiration for Uraraka's words. I also want to become stronger because of what happened. If only I had been better, I would have prevented Mineta's death. So from now on, I'll strive to be a hero who can save everyone, and that can also stop atrocities from ever happening again. From now on, that will be my goal. The young couple continued the conversation until Izuku saw All Might going alone into an office by himself, and he decided to go check up on him. He invited Uraraka to come along, but she considered this to be something that only they should discuss. Deku accepted her decision and went forward to meet his mentor. You okay, All Might? The young man asked as he entered through the door. More or less, he replied in quite a down tone. Izuku took a seat and then looked over at his master, who was just looking down at the carpet. In a single day, the meaning I had bestowed upon my symbol with hard work was shattered. All those years I helped all those around me came down to a meaningless effort. The symbol of peace no longer exists, young Midoriya, at least not in me. To the people, I no longer seem like the unbreakable hero that never fails.
Now fear is present within their hearts, even with me there.
All Might admitted. Deep down, he was breaking apart. That's not true! People don't see you in a negative light because of what happened. You can't blame yourself for losing when you had everything stacked against you. You're still the #1 hero, All Might.
And now we're in 32 minutes. That's my new limit after the injuries I sustained. We have to accept it, young Midoriya. My era is coming to an end. So that's why you need to use this chance at the sports festival to announce it to the world that you are here. You will be the next symbol of peace, and they all need to know it. Especially since soon you'll be inheriting One for All.
Midoriya remained in a thought long after that, and only one person's voice got him out of it.
Izuku, we need to talk,
Bakugo said as he intercepted Deku in the hallway. The days passed, and UA Sports Festival had arrived. All Might's words had resounded from within Izuku Midoriya, and he was going to win to announce that he was here. No matter what, he had to win. If he were to fail, then he would fail his master, but also himself, and the world would continue to descend into the darkness. Now all of Class 1A resided within a waiting room waiting for the event to begin. Many were nervous, but some were excited to show off their skills in front of the world.
Midoriya,
Todoroki let out to get Izuku's attention. What is it, Todoroki? Midoriya questioned as he approached the half-and-half boy.
On an objective basis, I think that we are equal in terms of practical strength.
I can see what you mean, but why would that be important?
Everybody is aware that you are under the tutelage of All Might. I feel no need to pry about that, but I'm going to beat you,
Todoroki stated with an icy glare. Izuku's eyes lit up, and he stood tall against Todoroki. Then you better not hesitate, because I will give it my all. All my might will be displayed here today, so you better be ready. Minutes later, all the students had gone to the event's inauguration, and there they were all in utter confusion when they heard that Izuku Midoriya had become their player rep due to being the #1 score in the entrance exam. The young green-haired boy then went to the front stage, and with a deep breath, he began his speech. Today is a very special day, a day in which we all give it our all to show everyone that we are the future, a future that won't be so bleak. As you all may know by now, I am part of Class 1A, the class that went through the USJ incident. On that day, we received a grim reminder that we weren't safe. The fact that we were students didn't give the villains an excuse to go easy on us. On the contrary, they didn't hesitate for a second. They were well aware that we are the pillars of hero society, and that without us, all of it would crumble. 2 of my classmates passed away on that day, and ever since, we've been carrying with the guilt. Just like many of us, they aspire to be heroes someday, but this will never come to be. And that's why we have to give it our all. Don't hesitate for even an instant. Let your quirks rage on into a flaming inferno. Today, we will show the world that this school has a future top heroes. So give it your all and face me in the finals. I will be waiting. The statement riled up the crowd, and the whole stadium burst into cheers. Izuku smiled and went back to his classmates. The rated R hero, Midnight, then announced that the first round of the preliminaries would be an obstacle race. In it, all 11 classes would race around the nearly 4-kilometer ring outside the stadium. Only the first 42 students to cross the finish line would go on to the next round. And just like it was explained, it began. Deku barely had any difficulty in the race. His 6 paths mode allowed him to fly at top speed and avoid all the obstacles or even distractions in the way. So it wasn't so hard to believe that he ended up in first place well before anyone could even think of finishing. Bakugo was the second to arrive, and a fraction of a second later, Todoroki also crossed the line. Uraraka arrived a bit later and placed in 12th place. Perhaps her recent training with Izuku was starting to pay off. The girl then proudly congratulated Deku for placing first, and he, in return, praised her for doing so well. He even gave her a couple of head pats. Now with the preliminaries done away with, the final selection could begin. A cavalry battle would take place. Teams of 2 to 4 students would compete against each other to try to steal headbands with an assigned number score. The only one that truly mattered to steal was the headband belonging to the person in the first place, due to it having an outstanding value of 10 million points. Indeed, Izuku Midoriya was in danger. Everyone seemed to avoid him, but he felt calm. If he were to lose it here, it could be the end of the plan he wanted to succeed. But even then, he knew that at least one person would always have his back.
Let's team up, Deku,
Uraraka said with a cute smile. They both high-fived and then proceeded to try to find more team members. At first, they thought that their good friend Ida would join them, but the betrayal suddenly made itself known. The class president had sided with Todoroki instead. Deku took this as a challenge, and instead of wasting more time, he went and found 2 more teammates, Mei Hatsume and Fumikage Tokuyami. With them, Team Midoriya would be unstoppable. They pretty much were. The combination of Dark Shadow, Float, Mei Hatsumi's babies, and Izuku's truth-seeking orbs made them the impenetrable fortress they needed to win. They placed first place in the ranking and passed along to the next round alongside the other 3 teams. A few moments later, Todoroki had taken Midoriya elsewhere. They needed to discuss something. You may not have noticed while hiding inside your personal orb, but thanks to you, I broke my own pledge. I don't know why, but the immense pleasure I felt emanating from you made it activate. It reminded me of the Nomu I faced at USJ, but it also reminds me of how I believe All Might's power feels. So could it be that you are his illegitimate child? Todoroki questioned. He truly believed this to be the case, but some confirmation wouldn't hurt. You got it all wrong. Izuku quickly denied it. All Might is my mentor, that's all. More of a reason than for you to know about my father Endeavor. He's been stuck as the number 2 hero for a long time, and since you're All Might's protege, then that gives me an even bigger reason to win. Todoroki then proceeded to tell Izuku that he was a child of a quirk marriage, and that his mother had come to resent him due to his fire side that reminded her of Endeavor. Due to those circumstances, he wouldn't use his father's side. Deku took this to heart and proclaimed that many people had helped him to get to where he was, so to honor them, he would beat him when they fought. And so, the matches were announced. The first one would be Izuku versus Shinzo. Deku got ready to go out into the arena, but just before it, he got some advice from his classmate Ojiro. He said to avoid any sort of response to whatever Shinzo said, and Deku thanked him for the help. With that now in mind, he would have to end it quickly. Shinzo and Midoriya stood face to face, and at the instant they were told to start, he transformed and sent all 9 Truth-Seeker orbs to Shinzo. They all pulled him back so quick that the purple-haired kid couldn't do a thing to prevent being disqualified. I'm sorry, but I don't have time to waste here on you, Deku said as his foe was thrown out of bounds. A light had been extinguished. Someone who could have been a hero was snuffed out due to Midoriya's rash decision. Indeed, the boy known as Shinzo, who had just been eliminated, could have become something more. Still, now all that was in another world. As for him here, he would be relegated to the darkness that he had continuously been subjected to since childhood. After this experience, he would quit his dream of ever becoming a hero. Many matches have occurred since then between the students, but now Uraraka was about to face Bakugo. She knew that it would be hard, but even then, she made her way until she stood in the arena alongside him. She had refused the help from Deku just a minute earlier. She truly wanted to show that she could handle things on her own. She even promised that she would.
I recommend that you withdraw, Floaty. Just because you're Deku's little girlfriend doesn't mean that I'll go easy on you,
said Bakugo as he prepared himself.
That's fine by me. I wouldn't want it any other way. You're the next wall in my path, so I'll make sure to get through you to get going.
Have it your way. No matter what, I'll make it to the finals to face him.
So you also have something to prove,
Uraraka thought as the match started. Explosion after explosion, all taken head-on by her as Bakugo dodged each and every one of her attacks. The blonde wouldn't underestimate someone with a quirk like hers, but eventually, she stopped rushing and instead began the moment to put the tips of her fingers together. She was about to release something.
Thank you for not letting your guard down, but I win!
She screamed at the top of her lungs as she undid her quirk's effect on the many debris above. Bakugo quickly noticed and readied himself to blow it all away.
I'm not letting you!
Uraraka then rolled and activated her quirk to launch herself at the explosion boy, and with a tackle, they glided. An explosion was heard for just an instant, but the rubble then buried them.
What the?
Bakugo shouted as he noticed that he was now in midair. Uraraka then got out of the rubble and pushed him with all her remaining strength forwards in the hopes of a ring out.
Just get out already!
She screamed within her head. The lightheadedness was beginning to consume her.
No, I won't lose here! I promise to beat him!
An array of explosions began to come out as Bakugo tried to get used to the zero gravity. If this kept up, Uraraka's last chance would be taken away.
To hell with it!
Uraraka picked a boulder piece of debris and threw it at him, stopping his zero gravity explosion practice momentarily.
Release!
Uraraka announced as she collapsed and began to puke some rainbows. Unfortunately for her, this plan wouldn't come to be. Katsuki Bakugo was able to recover just in time and propelled himself with explosions until he got back into the arena.
Nice fucking move! You almost got me there! You aren't as weak as I thought! Come at me, Uraraka! The real fight begins now!
Bakugo said as he then proceeded to rush her. The young girl knew that she was past her limit, but this didn't mean that she was done. Even if it meant going past her limits, she would go beyond. Plus Ultra! An explosion grazed her from his right palm, but she didn't waste the opportunity to punch him right in the face. Immediately, she retracted her punch and slapped him with the back of her hand. He was stunned for a fraction of a second, allowing Uraraka to sweep him off the floor with a kick. Sadly, the boy recovered just enough to send her flying halfway through the arena with a focused explosion blast. She struggled to get up, but found the strength to do so.
It's not over yet!
Uraraka cried out with all her might, just to then collapse on the shattered floor beneath her. Even though she had given it her best and then some more, it wasn't enough to win this battle. Bakugo had been too strong to beat. This horrible quirk matchup had indeed shown that he would be the one to go into the finals. Uraraka lost consciousness as a victory was being given to Bakugo. Izuku had been distraught at her loss. He really wanted to see her get to the finals, but nevertheless, this wasn't meant to be. From the start, he had doubted that Kacchan would fall to her. Kacchan was too powerful and a perfect counter to her in this very setting, so expecting her to beat the odds was far too out there. She did way better than ever expected, though. That had to be said. But now, he couldn't dawdle on all this. He had to see Uraraka.
Was it you that put that plan in her mind, or was it all her?
That was all her. I did influence her, Izuku replied as he turned to face him.
I see. Your girlfriend sure was about to kick my ass right in,
Bakugo commented. Not my girlfriend, Izuku corrected.
Whatever. Just be sure to face me during the finals.
I will. You can be sure of that. Midoriya then walked off and was about to enter the room where Uraraka was at. But that was the moment he heard her cry. She was talking on the phone while doing so. He knew that he couldn't interrupt this moment of hers, so he walked off while knowing that he needed to be there for her in the future when she needed him. But that was when he bumped into a massive man with flames encompassing his upper half. The encounter with the number 2 hero, Endeavor, had commenced.
Oh, so you're here, test score breaker. I have done research on you, and you being All Might's next in line is downright perfect,
Endeavor stated as he looked down at Deku. Izuku ignored him and continued on walking.
My Shoto has the duty to surpass All Might. His match against you will no doubt prove an excellent test bed, so you do your best not to give him a disgraceful match.
Izuku turned around and asked him a question. Am I All Might?
Obviously
not, right? The same goes for Todoroki. He isn't you. Endeavor's rage boiled from within for a second, but he simply walked off right after. He wasn't going to go so low as to beating a youngster. And just like that, the match between Izuku Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki was about to begin. Meanwhile, in a dark room, on a very lit PC screen, we could see the live stream of the sports festival. And right next to it was someone we had already seen. Young Shigaraki was witnessing the event.
Pay close attention, Tomura. Not just All Might's successor, but the other one as well. All that class could become an obstacle to you in the future.
All for One told him over the intercom.
Don't make me laugh,
Shigaraki responded.
Last time he was using an action replay, but the next time we meet, I'll plug it out of his HS. Banned for life. No more cheats. Just a fair game.
Now, Tomura. Don't lose sight of it.
Of course, Master. I'll never lose sight of the one who embarrassed me on stage. He'll pay dearly. But before that happens, you must know that this video is sponsored by NordVPN. Staying safe online is an ever-growing difficulty, and hackers could exploit you. Just look at the hero agencies. They are most likely trying to exploit us as we speak.
Now, Tomura, don't get distracted.
Oh, right. NordVPN allows you to change your IP address, making you harder to track and securing your privacy. Just now, our HQ is cloaked by it, and the heroes must think that we are in Morocco. Oh wait, Kurogiri just changed it to Seattle. See? Untraceable! In addition to providing you with safe passage to the web, you can also expand the reach of your favorite streaming services. Villainflix JP doesn't have fixing good, but Villainflix USA sure does. Perfect service guaranteed. Are you also tired of going through 2, 3, or even 4 streaming services to watch your favorite anime? Can you not find Season 4 of Cardinal Index? Well, with NordVPN, you can change your country and be able to binge shows like My Hero Academia, Naruto, and many others on your favorite streaming service with just a press of a button or a simple click. Check out the link in the description to get 72% off when buying for 2 years /3.29 a month. This deal's for a limited time only, so don't waste it. If you take too long, I'll decay it away. Thanks to NordVPN for sponsoring this video.
Todoroki began the fight with an ice strike that collided head-on with Izuku's truth-seeking spear. The ice shattered away, and Izuku launched 2 of the spears at Todoroki, colliding and restraining the half-and-half boy's hands by encompassing them whole. I think that's enough, Todoroki. If you're not going to go full out, then you might as well quit. Everyone else has been giving it their all today to win. They all want to be the #1 hero someday. Yet you plan on doing the same by only half trying? You're making a fool of yourself and of all of us, Deku said with the calmest of tones.
You're one to talk, you hypocrite!
Todoroki shouted back as he summoned a wave of ice towards Midoriya. Deku simply rose his arm and created a barrier with a singular truth-seeking orb. On collision, the ice shattered just like the time before. Stop it! You're going to freeze yourself before you can even put a scratch on me, Izuku calmly told him. He was trying to make the boy think.
All that when you weren't even trying either? I know that you're the one who concluded the USJ incident. I know what you're capable of. So stop trying to lecture me, Midoriya. You're not going to make me use his flames, Todoroki shouted.
No, the mere idea of you becoming #1 without using your full strength is laughable. You're doing all this to disavow someone is a sick joke.
Shut up!
Todoroki screamed, and he began running towards Deku. Izuku took a deep sigh and prepared himself. That's the reason why you'll lose, and everyone else will surpass you. 6 pass, weak point, strike! A swift palm to the torso is what Todoroki received, but it wasn't such a simple move. At the moment of impact, it had left the half-and-half boy without a breath. There was also the fact that a wave of air had escaped from Shoto's back and impacted the blue wall many meters behind him. Stop being a fool! It's yours! The power is yours! Deku screamed. From within Todoroki, many memories resurfaced, those that he had shared alongside his mother before the day he obtained his scar. He had long forgotten these, but now he remembered the words that she had told him. He wasn't a slave to his blood, so he could become the man he wanted to be. The flames engulfed half of the arena, so much so that Midoriya was forced to jump back and gather all 9 orbs again.
Even though you want to win, that speech, damn it, going out of your way to help your enemy. Which one of us is joking around more?
Finally, Izuku said as the heat began to make him sweat.
Midoriya, I'm going to be a hero too,
Todoroki exclaimed with a wide grin. He had finally broken a wall that he himself had created long ago.
Shoto!
Endeavor screamed for everyone to hear. Those flames of his had gone wild.
Have you finally accepted yourself? That's it. Good. It all starts from here for you. With my blood, you will surpass me. You will fulfill my desire.
Endeavor suddenly shouts encouragement? Such a doting father.
President Mike commented over the speaker. Midoriya could only stare at Todoroki's flames in front of him. Amazing!
That smile of yours is quite contagious. But here you have it. Now give it all you have.
Todoroki shouted as the flames from his left side intensified. Midoriya let it all out for the first time since he punched All For One. 7 orbs began to spin rapidly on his right arm, and sparks began to appear. The other 2 orbs formed into chains that anchored Deku to the arena just in case. 6 pass, Cataclysm! Meanwhile, Todoroki raised his left arm to fire at his opponent.
Midoriya, thank you.
Both attacks collided, the concentrated flames against the force of nature. They both clashed and formed a fiery storm tornado that then exploded, sending a shockwave that almost made everyone in the stadium fly out of their seats. By the time the smoke cleared, it was revealed that Todoroki had been taken out of bounds while Izuku Midoriya still remained within the arena. And so, he was declared the winner of this round. Uraraka ran towards Deku and hugged him, making both of them float before slowly falling back down. Izuku then went over to Todoroki and helped him get up. The half-and-half boy had even lost half of his shirt due to the intense attack he had performed. They stared each other down. Respect was all they felt for the other. The matches continued, and as Bakugo took down Kirishima, it was revealed who the final 4 were: Deku, Bakugo, Ida, and Tokoyami. The next round was Deku versus Ida, but Deku made quick work of his friend by making him trip out of bounds. Meanwhile, in the next match, Bakugo quickly dispatched of Tokoyami with a relentless strike of constant explosions. Now we had only 2, Deku and Bakugo. The finals could now commence. As Deku entered the arena once more, he began to remember what Kacchan had told him days ago at the school. The memories of days ago flew into Izuku's mind, back on that day when Kacchan intercepted him in the school hallway.
Izuku, we need to talk.
We do? Sorry, Kacchan, but I have a lot on my mind at the moment.
Could we perhaps do it at another time? The green-haired boy asked as he tried to gain distance from Bakugo.
Don't you sorry me! You and me outside, now!
Bakugo demanded. Fine, but let's make it quick, okay? Lunchtime should be over soon. The two boys went outside and sat on a bench. Neither looked at the other. So, what is it that you wanted to talk about? Midoriya asked in an intrigued manner.
About everything, really. You know, ever since that shitty day at the USJ, this entire reality has changed. Heroes are no longer the beacons of hope, but humans like you and I. And regrettably, that also goes for All Might,
Bakugo said, as he pulled out a card from his pocket. Wait, is that? Izuku exclaimed.
Yep, that ultra rare All Might card I pulled when we were kids. You also pulled it on that same day, if I'm not mistaken.
The young boy paused, but then kept going.
I remember how amazing it felt to have it. The card that represented the hero that I admired the most. The hero that never loses. I guess that no longer holds any meaning. He lost in the USJ incident. We all lost.
Kacchan, I didn't know that you felt that way. But maybe it's better that I do know now. It's okay to feel that way. It's natural even. We're no longer those blind children that had a limited view of the world and our idols. Heroes get hurt, suffer, and lose like you and me. That's why we need to be better and do what the previous generation refused to do. There's no need for a number one hero anymore. One person shouldn't have to carry all that burden on their backs. We can all work together to fit that spot. At least, that's what I believe. Midoriya concluded, awaiting Bakugo's response.
You know, I always wanted to get him to autograph this card for me, but maybe that's not needed anymore. All Might would probably refuse it anyway. He's probably taken this worse than everyone.
Izuku leaned back and decided to follow on with what Kacchan had just said, instead of pointing out that what he had said just prior seemed to be ignored. He is. All Might is questioning if everything that he did up to this point had been rendered in vain. Look, Kacchan, I think you should try getting that autograph. Even if it's not today, then sometime in the future. Never give up on dreams that you aspire to accomplish. Even if they are small, you still should try to make them come true. Otherwise, you may end up regretting it someday. At that moment, Bakugo stood up and turned to face Deku, the All Might card being held up high in his right hand.
Then it's settled. I'll ask for that autograph only if I kick your ass during the sports festival. Seems fair, right?
Bakugo proposed. Izuku stood right away and passed by Bakugo, and he then placed his fist on the back of his friend. I'll be waiting then. I haven't forgotten to get back at you for winning our last encounter.
Damn right! We villains won with these! Even Four Eyes had fun with your little girlfriend.
Bakugo joked. Not my girlfriend, Izuku corrected, slightly annoyed. And his name is Ida, not Four Eyes, he then added.
Yeah, whatever.
And so the memory faded away as he stared at the present in front of him. His fight with Kacchan was about to commence.
We have reached the finale at last! The top student among UA's first year class will be decided right here! Our final match will be Midoriya versus Bakugo!
President Mike said as the crowd grew wild.
Are you ready? Begin!
Izuku transformed and countered Bakugo's blow with a truth-seeking orb staff, sending the blonde one back just a bit.
Is that how you're gonna take it? Then take this! AB Shot Auto Cannon!
Bakugo shouted as he started to shoot consecutive explosion blasts at Deku. New move, eh? Six paths, Spike Shield! Midoriya said as he formed his shield to block the incoming attack. The consecutive blasts were strong enough to push Deku back bit by bit slightly, but then they ceased. I'm gonna have to add that one to the notebook, Izuku thought as he lowered the shield to be able to see Kacchan. Bakugo was just standing there with his eyes closed. One of his hands was stretched out while the other was forming a circle in the palm of the outstretched hand. He opened his eyes and stood his ground. A smirk appeared on his face.
My attack had no effect, you say? Then let's see how you handle this. Full power AP shot!
A concentrated beam shot out and collided with the shield, quickly pushing Midoriya back and ever closer to out of the ring. Interesting plan, Kacchan, but now it's my turn! The green-haired boy shouted. Six paths, Spike Shield, Spiky Rain! All the spikes that adorned the front part of the shield then shot out upwards, going towards the sky. They then descended rapidly towards Bakugo. which made the boy stop his attack to counter them. And he did, with an explosion similar to the one he had used against Uraraka earlier. But this time, he had made it humongous. Even then, this didn't stop the spikes from raining down on him. The attack hadn't even slowed them down. The boy cried out as they impaled him all over. None had missed. Bakugo ignored the pain and quickly looked for Deku, but he was no longer within his line of vision. Looking for me? Izuku then asked. He was right behind Bakugo. 6 paths! Heavenly strike! Bakugo flinched as the slap hit him at the side of the head, sending him flying towards the wall outside the arena. All he had wanted was to not be left behind, to remain amongst the strongest. But now he was outclassed in every way. He was not going to win this. He would just fall to Deku, and just like that, he wouldn't be able to get the autograph that he always wanted. At that instant, his eyes opened wide, and he stretched his right arm and made a massive explosion that propelled him back into the fighting arena. If he had taken even a fraction of a second more, then he would have been disqualified.
Listen here, Deku. I'm not letting someone like you take me out in such a disgraceful way. Show me all that damn power you possess. It's about time you stop holding back,
Bakugo demanded as he pulled the spikes out of his body. Izuku smiled. If you wish. And he kicked a truth-seeking orb at full strength towards Bakugo, but the boy caught it with his bare hand.
This can't be the best you've got,
Kacchan exclaimed. I know, Deku said as he appeared in front of his friend and kicked him into the air. What then ensued was a blur. Izuku was treating Bakugo like a rag doll as he punched and kicked him all over the air above the arena. At any moment, he would have been able to wring him out, but he hesitated. Perhaps Kacchan would find a way to counter, he thought. But then 3 orbs came together and formed a whip on Midoriya's hand, and with it, he captured Bakugo, tying him up in a tangled attack. 6 paths, paralyzing whip! The lightning shocked Bakugo, a nostalgic feeling that he hated from back at the beach fight. But it didn't last as Deku crashed him against the stone floor of the arena. Still conscious. Quite outstanding, Kacchan. You have improved since that day. But even so, we both know that you're at your limit. So please surrender. I don't want to take you out. Instead of a response, only silence prospered. Bakugo didn't say a word as he seemed out of focus. This all changed when he started to spin, strong enough to rip the whip out of Izuku's grip. Wait, this is the same move he used against Uraraka on the Heroes vs. Villains. If I dodge it, it could blow up the crowd. But if I take it, I'll surely be wrung out. Young Midoriya thought as he saw the attack taking form. There was no other way, the boy concluded. He had to take it head on, not just to avoid getting everyone hurt, but also to show respect towards Kacchan. So he stood his ground. Izuku would take the attack. The Howzetter impact seemed different though, almost as it were fueled with way more explosions than usual. Not only that, but the tornado was also engulfed by the electric remains of Midoriya's previous attack. And so, it collided. The attack hit Izuku Midoriya, but the green-haired boy had grabbed Bakugo with him. As they were flying out of bounds, he threw him to the grass, eliminating him. But Midoriya wasn't done. He made a sea-like formation from his orbs to catch him before he touched the blue wall in front of him. And with this, the tournament comes to an end! The winner of this year's Class 1 Sports Festival is Class 1A's Izuku Midoriya! President Mike shouted as the entire stadium began to cheer out of their minds. Not long after, the top 3 students were given their medals. 3rd place for Tokiyami, and technically also Ida, but the latter had to leave for unknown reasons. 2nd place for Bakugo, and last, but definitely not least, Izuku Midoriya with 1st place. All Might handed each and every one of them a medal, alongside giving them words of encouragement. But right before it all concluded, the mic was given to Deku. He was finally going to be able to say those words, so he raised his fist and shouted, Japan, I'm here! The young boy was now immortalized in everyone's minds, and the future could begin to look more bright than it previously had been. A day after, the students were told about their internships, but this was just the beginning of things to come. Ida's brother had been crippled by a villain called Stain, enough so that the older brother would never walk again. As for Todoroki, he had gathered all his strength to go see his mother for the first time in years at the hospital. They would talk for quite a while. At the same time, Uraraka had just arrived at her apartment to find it unlocked, and that's when her parents jumped her. They were so proud of her, so they came here to celebrate together. The girl could only cry out of happiness. Meanwhile, Izuku was with his mother, who had admitted to losing consciousness a few times throughout the entire viewing experience. He told her not to worry because that shouldn't happen anymore. He was ready to face any foe that could come his way. At the Bakugo household, Bakugo had gotten up and intensely brushed his teeth. He hated his defeat against Deku, and he cursed the damn nerd repeatedly, but he retracted himself. If anything, Deku was now a damn god on a pedestal. He could rot in hell. Next time, the damn green-haired god would lose to him. His angry snarls ended as Mama Bakugo punched her son in the back of the head. It was just noon, and to hear this annoying brat shouting was the least of her wishes. 2 days later, the students from Class 1A chose their hero names. Most of them were nice or even fancy in some cases, but 2 of these attracted some attention. First was Izuku, as he had chosen Deku as his hero name. He wasn't the worthless Deku anymore, but the Deku that would never give up until everyone was saved. And when it came to Bakugo, who chose the hero name Dynamite, clearly inspired by the combination of the words dynamite and might from All Might. But that wasn't all, as his title was Explosion Murder God, quite the outlandish one, everyone thought, but it managed to be approved somehow. Later, the students began to pick who they would do their internships with. Uraraka had chosen to go to Gunheads to improve her hand-to-hand combat and to become stronger in case of having to fight someone like Bakugo in the future. As for Midoriya, he didn't know who to pick yet. There were just so many choices, and he needed to think about every single one of them thoroughly. But this wouldn't come to be as All Might came to get him and suggested Midoriya to take his internship under Gran Torino, All Might's old master. Apparently, he knew about One for All, so it could help the young boy get ready to inherit the quirk in some months. Izuku accepted and got ready to go train with the wise man. Days later, all the students went to their respective agencies, and as Deku entered the place with the address he had been given, he saw a dead man on the floor. Blood and guts were right there for all to see. Thankfully, it was just a misunderstanding. The senile man had just tripped while holding sausages and ketchup. What came next was surely unexpected. The old man requested for Deku to fight him, a simple test to prove something. Young Midoriya accepted and changed into his hero suit, just to then transform. Less than a minute was all it took for the old man to beat Deku to the ground. The boy was clearly too reliant on using those orbs of his and not on using his power evenly across his body. Gran Torino scolded him and made known his shortcomings. If the boy wanted to progress, then he would need to start spreading his energy throughout all his body to prepare himself for One for All. Izuku agreed to this, and he began to train on his own. He needed to prepare his body to inherit All Might's quirk after all. As this was going on, multiple things were also taking place. Bakugo and Todoroki had arrived at Endeavor's agency as they would both train under him. This would be fun. Ida, on the other hand, had taken his internship with the sole purpose of getting revenge on the villain that had crippled his brother. Soon, he would find that bastard to kill him. Meanwhile, at the League of Villains HQ, Shigaraki had met with the hero killer, Stain. Negotiations were short as neither party agreed on much. If anything, they disagreed on just about everything. Still, they decided upon a meeting later, even if it was one to kill each other. And this meeting came to be on the 3rd day of the student internships. On a roof, they both conversed. But yet again, no real agreement was made. The only difference was that this time, Shigaraki was pissed off after his talk, so he unleashed some Nomus onto the town below. That pride and self-prestige that Stain had would be crushed tonight. At that very moment, Deku and Gran Torino were inside a bullet train. It was all calm before a Nomu crashed into the side of the train. Gran Torino kicked him out and went to fight in the city below. Deku also got off and flew to see that a good part of the city was up in flames. At least half a dozen of those creatures, if not more, were terrorizing the civilians. Before he could intervene, though, Deku was distracted by a hero calling out for Ida. This made Midoriya think about his friend and how weird it had felt when they had to say goodbye to each other at the train stop. It was settled. He would go find Ida now while the pro heroes would handle the Nomus. And they sure would as Endeavor entered the scene and calcinated one of them immediately. But that was when All Might arrived. He had been informed about this, so he had to come. That wasn't all, though. A minute later, Hawks and Mirio arrived. The pro heroes were no longer messing around. Any type of danger to society would be extinguished at once. And as all that was transpiring, Deku had launched an orb and used another to envelop his fist. The sphere broke the hero killer's right arm, while the fist went straight into his face, knocking him out into the dark alleyway behind them. Indeed, Deku had just used a Katane smash against Stain, and he was now getting Ida out of there alongside another hero that had been injured prior. Without much difficulty, he flew out of there and saved both. A couple of minutes later, the hero killer came face to face with Endeavor and Hawks, and for an instant, he paralyzed them with his will. But after his speech, Hawks didn't hesitate to end his life by slicing his clean head off. The tyranny of the hero killer had come to an end, but not before his last words were recorded for future followers to complete. After seeing this, Shigaraki retreated alongside Kurogiri. This was no time to stay around, especially with so many pro-heroes who now seemed to be okay with ending their foes. A day or so later, Ida had been healed, and he was reprimanded for a stupid lapse of judgment, but he was forgiven as he didn't cause any significant problems. Still, this would have to be a lesson for the boy to learn. As this occurred, many Stain followers began unifying crimes, hoping that by this way, be able to join the organization that the late Stain had been a part of, the League of Villains. Somehow, the future that had become bright a few days ago was now stained by tiny sparks of darkness. The internships had concluded, and once more, the students had returned to their regular class days at UA High. The first thing they all did was talk about their experience throughout the week that had just transpired. Some had gotten little out of it, while others seemed to have changed entirely. Uraraka was one of those, as, after her week with Gunhead, she seemed like a fighting machine. But before they could all get out of hand with their experiences, Ida ordered them to calm down and take seats. The class obeyed their class president without any objections. Later on, All Might took them out of the classroom and into Playground Gamma to practice their hero work in the form of a rescue training race. In it, 3 groups of 6 formed in which each group would race amongst themselves to see who was the fastest of the 6. And so, the first group was called out. This one consisted of Bakugo, Sero, Ashido, Ida, Ojiro, and Midoriya. The race began, and Bakugo quickly took the lead. He almost seemed like a different person. His explosions propelled him faster than what was expected.
Kachan is fast! Way faster than before. Could it be 2 times faster? No, almost 3 times! Just what kind of training did you go through, Kachan?
Midoriya thought as he tried to keep up but failed to do so. In the end, Kachan took first place while Midoriya took second. Meanwhile, Sero took third. Midoriya congratulated Bakugo for his win, and Bakugo respectfully agreed to it and responded accordingly. All seemed fine, so the next group would begin their race shortly. A while later, All Might had taken Izuku to his office, where they would speak about the recent events involving Stain.
I've heard that you were present in Hosu City on the night of the Stain incident. I'm also aware that you were the one responsible for saving your classmate. You engaged in fighting the criminal, didn't you, young Midoriya?
All Might asked as he looked down at the table.
I did engage the hero killer to save Ida by knocking Stain out to get those injured out of danger. That's what a true hero would have done, I once assumed. But then I saw the news the next day, which brings me to my question. Why is it that the heroes executed Stain instead of apprehending him?
Midoriya asked as he looked straight at his master. A deep sigh escaped All Might, and then his vision was set to his pupil. His blue eyes shined as he began to explain it to Midoriya.
Indeed, Stain was executed by us pro-heroes. We were given the order to do so, and so we carried it out. After the events of the USJ, we can no longer risk putting the people in danger, and if that means taking out the villains before they could do more harm, then so be it. Sending villains that hurt or kill to prison isn't viable anymore, young Midoriya. It might sound bleak, but this is the future of heroism. We must destroy the roots of villainy before more of the innocent perish.
Izuku understood what All Might was saying, and to some extent it made sense. But this didn't make it any less inhumane. The laws had been built to prevent this kind of thing, but now the heroes were given the position of being the executioners as well. If that was the case, then wasn't the line between heroes and villains become blurry? A life was a life, so taking any away was wrong without a doubt. Izuku knew that people could change. It was always possible. Just look at Kachan. He went from the biggest jerk to an actually nice person that perhaps could be considered a friend. Midoriya's thoughts on this whole ordeal kept rampaging on, but he managed to calm them down for the most part. All Might then mentioned that he would pass One for All to Deku after the first term concluded, and the boy accepted. Maybe with it, he could forge a path different from the one that the current heroes were taking. As Deku exited the office, he bumped into Uraraka. She seemed quite cheerful, but at the same time, a little reserved. What was this look?
Sorry about that, Uraraka. You're not hurt, right?
No, I'm okay. I was just looking for you.
The girl said as she almost fumbled her words.
Looking for me?
The boy asked, a bit confused.
Yeah, so you know that the final term exams are coming, right? They might be quite hard knowing that this is UA and all, so I wanted to start studying. But could we maybe study together, Deku?
A flustered Uraraka asked.
hoping that the boy in front of her would say yes already.
Uraraka wants to study with me?
Izuku thought as all the previous conversation with All Might was thrown into a dark corner.
Of course, he answered.
Which made Uraraka jump in surprise.
Really?
Yeah, would you mind if we started today? There's no time to waste,
Izuku said while thinking of the many possibilities if she agreed to start today.
No, that's fine. The sooner we start, the better the results. So, where should we go then? A cafe? A library?
Uraraka stopped as she tried to think of other places to go after the school day concluded.
How about my home?
Deku suggested.
Your home?
Uraraka stuttered, becoming red on the spot. Minutes later, the two teens ended up agreeing to study at Izuku's place. Later that night, as Izuku had just finished eating dinner, his doorbell rang. But before he could make it there, his mother had already begun opening the door.
Oh, so you must be the girl that my Izuku keeps talking about. What a cutie you are,
Inko said as she began to pat Uraraka. Was all that the girl could put out as she was being embarrassed right in front of Deku. By his mother, no less.
Mom, please stop! You're going to scare her away!
Izuku exclaimed as he tried to stop his mother from patting the poor girl. Inko stopped, and it was a miracle that Uraraka didn't run off immediately after. She was allowed to enter, and the door closed. She took off her sandals and made it into the living room area. But before they could begin the study session, Izuku asked his mother to take Uraraka to his room. He had to use the restroom first, and it was for the best if Uraraka was already getting ready while he did his thing. Inko agreed, and she took Uraraka to his son's room, the one adorned with so much All Might merchandise that you might have confused it with an All Might exhibit.
So much All Might,
Uraraka uttered under her breath.
Izuku always made me buy him anything that had All Might on it. He has always been his biggest fan.
I can tell,
Uraraka commented as she genuinely began to see just how much more All Might stuff surrounded her. In a way, it began to feel terrifying. Uraraka took a seat by the small table on the floor. She got comfortable and began to place all the necessary notebooks on it. She then turned around and saw that Inko was still there by her side. She felt a bit creeped out, so she tried to make her leave. Uraraka began to speak, but she was immediately interrupted by Izuku's mom.
Were you aware that you would be the first?
Uraraka let out as she was shocked by the sudden interruption.
Oh, you didn't know? Izuku has never had a girlfriend, so you would be the first. I wish you luck, Uraraka. You have my blessing.
Inko clarified as she slowly closed the door until she disappeared from view. Uraraka went into tomato mode once more as even Izuku's mother had noticed the obvious and, worst of all, was making fun of it. Didn't people understand that it was hard for someone to admit their feelings, especially when the person you liked was as dense as cold maple syrup or even honey? Either way, the girl began to calm down, and by the time Izuku had arrived, Uraraka had regained her composure. This didn't mean that she wasn't distracted, far from it. She couldn't concentrate at all. After that study session, Uraraka invited Deku to study at her place, and so they only went there for the rest of the sessions, ignoring the existence of Izuku's place from ever appearing on screen ever again. The day of the first term final exams arrived, and so they began with the written test. These didn't take long, and they were left behind relatively quickly. Uraraka and Deku would surely ace this. Afterward, the students were to take the test exercise in which they would be paired up with another classmate to take on a teacher. All these would take at the same time, so those that finished quickly could spectate the other pairs from a screen room. Whoever failed this test by not crossing the finish line would end up in remedial hell throughout the entire summer, while all those that passed would be able to go to a summer lodge. As the teams were announced, it was shown that Deku had been paired up with Bakugo, and they would face off against All Might. Both boys fist bumped right after.
We got this in the bag, Deku,
Bakugo commented as confusion among the teachers grew even more prominent.
Let's show All Might what we have created!
Minutes later, they were in front of All Might as the test began.
You know, young men, you were both chosen, knowing that you were the worst duo imaginable. Both of your past are well known, which meant that as heroes, we needed to mend those. So here we are. Show me how much you've grown since then,
All Might exclaimed as he got ready.
Are they ready?
Izuku asked Bakugo.
Yep, all full.
What proceeded was quite impressive as both of the boys easily dispatched of All Might to win. Izuku first began with his Cataclysm attack, which was then followed by the release of Bakugo's gauntlets at full power towards his idol. After the smoke cleared, All Might could barely move, and it wasn't over.
Deku had just unveiled his new attack, the Six Paths Changed Cage. All Might now resided within a cage made out of Truth Seeker orbs, and he was chained to it 9 times overall throughout his body. Izuku and Bakugo then propelled each other at high speed towards the finish line, crossing it without issue. Deku then called his orbs back, and he de-transformed. All Might congratulated both of them on such an excellent performance, and they celebrated for a moment before going to the screen room to see the other students. The time limit for the test had been 30 minutes, but since they had only taken so little time, they were going to be able to see all the other fights taking place. And as that was going on, somewhere far away, a meeting was starting.
Look, Tomura, a special package has arrived.
All for One said as he handed Shigaraki a small sealed case.
Ooh, could it be another gaming handout?
The boy asked as he then opened it and saw its contents. In that case, there were 5 yellow cartridges with hypodermic needles, 5 bullets ready for use. These were created as part of the arrangement that All for One had made with Overhaul quite a while back.
What the hell is this?
Young Shigaraki exclaimed. He had no clue what needled cartridges were meant to do.
My mistake. I forgot to hand out the firearm. Here you go, Tomura.
All for One said as he then handed a pistol to his pupil. It even had a suppressor on it.
So you're giving me a weapon when I can already decay. This is like giving Doomsday an AK-900, Master.
Shigaraki complained as he saw no reason to lower himself to the level of a common street thug.
Tomura, my boy, you can't yet perceive just how strong this new acid can be. With it, you will be able to make others despair. The fear within them will rise to levels never before experienced. Use it against the students of that class that made fun of you. But now, I'll take my leave. Kurogiri will teach you how to utilize it.
And with those words, All for One departed, leaving his pupil to decide on whom to use it. If only Shigaraki had known what his master had done hours prior when he was shown the effects of the new drug on a captured high school female student. Overhaul had done so mercilessly in the hopes of pleasing All for One, and, in turn, getting an approval rating to finally be on his good side. What Overhaul didn't expect was for All for One to demand the mass production of said drug, which he reluctantly had to agree to produce. The young girl that had been shot twice was now free as she got loose from her ties, running in the hopes of escaping, but she tripped on her shoe. As she recovered from the fall, she saw All for One's hand in front of her, and she was grabbed. The quirk of the little girl had been stolen. And with all businesses concluded for the day, All for One left the Shie Hasaikai base. Now Tomura wondered what his master meant with what he said and on who to use it on. But at that instant, he remembered the green-haired boy, and his mind, it was settled. He would use it on him. But before he could think more about it, he was interrupted as a crazy-looking blonde girl and a guy with burned skin entered the HQ. Indeed, this was going to be a long day for the young symbol of fear. As the exams concluded and everyone was informed of their results, those that failed whimpered as they would miss the Summer Lodge experience. But that didn't last long, as once more, this had been a troll move from Aizawa-sensei towards his students. So as the students cheered, they were then informed that they would still go through arduous remedial periods while at the lodge, so in a sense their punishment for failing had become even worse. The students then decided to go to the mall the next day, being free and all, to prepare for the 1-week training boot camp at the lodge. As this happened, Uraraka thought that perhaps she could finally tell Deku about her feelings, and so she decided to go along no matter what. The next day arrived, and it was quite beautiful. The skies were clear, the sun was up, and the summer heat was beginning to set in. Those of Class 1A that had decided to come to the mall were now together, but Midoriya and Uraraka were the closest of them all. Soon everyone else had gone to do their things while these two were still together. "Sorry, Uraraka, but would you mind waiting for me? I need to use the restroom," the young boy said as he pointed toward a restroom nearby.
No problem. Go ahead. I'll sit here.
Uraraka lied as she then went to take a seat nearby at a circular sitting place with a double palm tree in the middle.
Seriously, again? The last time you did this, your mom ended up making me feel weird. This is definitely a bad omen.
The young girl thought as she tried to distract her mind with everything around her. It didn't take long for Deku to finish, but as he got out, he was grabbed by someone with a black hoodie. At first, it seemed like a friendly gesture, but this all changed when he felt the guy's fingers in his throat.
Let's have a chat, shall we? Izuku Midoriya.
Shigaraki whispered as he took Izuku to the back of the wall behind both entrances to the boys' and girls' bathrooms. "Let go of me, Tomura Shigaraki, or I'll—" Midoriya began to say before the symbol of fear stopped him.
You're in no position to negotiate or even to do anything. I've snuffed that action replay of yours so you can come down and play with the rest of us. If you try anything, I'll just lower my finger and you'll end up just like that small friend of yours, the one with the sticky balls on top of his head.
Shigaraki explained as he laughed his head off. And if you do, you'll get captured and then executed like your friend Stain, Izuku responded.
Friend? He was no friend of mine. And as for that, oh, believe me, by the time they could capture me, I would have killed close to a couple of dozen people. But let's get more personal. Try anything, and I'll go after that girl that you're always with. Wouldn't that be fun?
Shigaraki asked as he awaited a response from the cheater below. Fine, I'll chat with you, but don't go after her. She's not involved with anything between you and me. That stays between the two of us, right?
As long as your behavior stays natural, then this shouldn't take long. Now, shall we begin?
By now, Uraraka was beginning to worry. It wasn't normal for Deku to take this long and even less in a public bathroom. Did something happen to him? Should she go check on him? She wondered as she got up without noticing, but as she reached the hallway that had both bathrooms, she saw Deku with a person right beside him. He had a dark hoodie and he had his right arm around Deku. Perhaps they were friends, Uraraka initially thought, but then she noticed that the guy had his hand on Deku's throat, and at that moment, she knew that she had to act.
Let go of him!
She shouted as she rushed to Shigaraki. Stay back! Deku cried out to warn her, but it was too late. The moment that Shigaraki had seen the girl rush him, he pulled out the weapon his master had given him from his left hoodie pocket, and he aimed it at her. He smiled even harder than he had moments ago as he pulled the trigger, and the yellow projectile shot itself into Uraraka's stomach. As the shot landed and began to take effect, Uraraka felt pain course throughout her entire body, similar to being shocked and also being hugged really hard. The young girl collapsed on her knees as she grabbed both shoulders with her opposite arms. She tried to scream in pain, but nothing came out. As this was happening, a weird dark liquid came out of Shigaraki's mouth, and a second after, he was gone as if he was never there to begin with. Deku quickly ran towards Uraraka to check if she was alright, but as he kneeled to ask, he began to notice weird things about her. Her clothes seemed to be slightly too big for her, wrinkled way more than usual. Her black leggings were the same deal too. They were no longer skin tight, and if he didn't see things, then they were getting even less so. He quickly got her up to her feet, but that's when he noticed something immediately. She seemed smaller than usual, and she had a yellowish outline.
I'm okay,
she answered, her voice sounding slightly higher than usual. No, you're not, Uraraka! You look younger! Deku pointed out as all the previous clues had come together to form this answer.
Younger?
She asked as she felt her shorts begin to slide down a bit, something that should have been impossible. Izuku then grabbed her hand and took her to a seat, coincidentally where she was sitting before the situation. There they would see as the process continued. Slowly but surely, she grew younger, and her clothing became increasingly oversized. Her leggings eventually gave up and slid off her now dangling legs. They almost looked like accordions as the bunched-up leggings stopped on the lower part of her legs. The rest of them had stopped on top of her shoes that hadn't fallen off yet. Her shirt had become too wide for her shoulders, and one of them was now exposed, also showing the loose bra strap of her now beyond useless lingerie. The girl could only contain her tears as she felt it happening slowly for a couple of minutes until it stopped. I think it stopped! The outline disappeared! Deku pointed out as he saw it vanish.
Okay, I'll get up now,
Uraraka said and flinched at the sound of her voice. It was almost that of a middle schooler. Deku got up first, and soon Uraraka did the same, but as she did, her shorts slid right down to join her leggings. They'd become way too wide for her to wear, or better said, she became too small for them. Her underwear almost did the same too, but she caught it just in time and kept it where it was supposed to stay because it clearly wouldn't by itself. The more she looked down, the worse it got. All her clothing was rendered obsolete as it was now many sizes too big. This also included the shoes that contained her now swimming feet covered in wrinkly loose socks. She tried to fix her sleeve but to no success as it slipped right back down, now taking down the strap with it. She felt even more embarrassed as the other strap fell and she was forced to fix both of them. But that's when she noticed that she had reverted through most of puberty as there was basically nothing but the beginnings of development sprouting out again. Uraraka grabbed her shorts with her other hand and hiked them up, trying to be strong in the situation, but as she saw how big Deku was, the tears escaped her eyes and didn't stop. The top of the poor girl's head was now at the same level as the shoulders. She was positively tiny now, and her whole life was ruined. She collapsed once more and began to cry loudly, which alerted everyone around her. The police soon escorted both of them out of the mall. The police interrogated Izuku first, and he exited without knowing what had happened to Uraraka. The poor girl had been taken by her parents and had been checked by her doctor, which confirmed the worst. The girl had regressed to the age of around 12, according to the data that had been acquired since she was born. She was only 140 centimeters tall now compared to the 156 she had been just a day prior. The worst part was that she had been rewinded back to the very beginning of puberty, so all the parts of her body that would show these effects were now gangly like those of a preteen. She had been a late bloomer, and now it was showing once more. Uraraka became depressed as she arrived home with her parents. They wanted her to go back to live with them, to which she couldn't object. She wasn't even the right age to live by herself anymore. The girl could only burst into tears as her parents took all her clothing away to be stored up, clothing that she wouldn't be able to wear correctly for a few years at least. But as she held her phone, she cried harder. Her parents had told her that she would have to leave UA High as well. Being 12 and all meant that she wasn't even old enough to attend now. She knew that she could fight for it, but by now, she was beyond defeated. And so, she called Deku. He picked up, but before he could say a word, Uraraka made it known.
Deku, I'm leaving UA.
On this very dark night, Izuku Midoriya got a call from Uraraka, one that he picked up without hesitation. But before he could even say a word, he heard those words that he never expected to hear from her.
Deku, I'm leaving UA.
He was left speechless. He knew that what had happened to her earlier must have been traumatizing. But even then, she couldn't be serious. She had made it all the way to being in UA High, and now she was planning to leave it as if it were nothing.
What are you saying, Uraraka?
Izuku stuttered. The poor boy was still trying to understand if all this was truly happening.
I can't be here on the state I'm in, so I'm leaving with my parents. I'm sorry for making you worried, Deku, but this is goodbye. I wish that it could have ended differently and then I could have spoken out about what I felt, but now it's too late. Take care, and never waver in the path of yours,
Uraraka said. Towards the end, she had begun to cry.
No, Uraraka!
Midoriya screamed, but she hung up, and the boy was left there holding the phone to the side of his head. Izuku walked over to his bed and collapsed. He was about to lose Uraraka as well, and just like before, this was his fault. If he hadn't been caught by Shigaraki, then none of this would have happened. If he had reacted quicker, then she wouldn't have been involved and, consequently, gotten shot with that peculiar bullet.
Wait, her voice was still higher in pitch, so she's still stuck in that way? She hasn't returned to normal? So could that mean that… No!
The green-haired boy finally realized the implication floating in front of him. Indeed, Uraraka was perhaps stuck that way. In an instant, he had transformed and jumped out of his window. Perhaps there was still a chance to prevent her from being taken away by her parents. He just had to fly to her apartment in the hopes of intercepting them. Yeah, there was some hope left. Giving up was not an option, and even less so if it was for Uraraka. As the boy flew, he got in contact with All Might, and he pleaded for help as he knew that he needed some help from the school if he was to keep Uraraka from leaving forever. The symbol of peace told Midoriya that he would help in whatever way he could. He had been briefed on the whole situation thanks to a friend of his in the police force. As the call ended, the Six Paths cloaked boy sped up, and soon he landed near Uraraka's apartment door. He detransformed as he touched the floor and ran afterward. But as he reached to turn it, it opened up, and he saw both of her parents there. They were carrying some bags as well as some baggage. Most, if not all of those, were filled with Uraraka's belongings, the boy quickly deduced. And that's when behind them, he saw her. She was still small and now clothed in a manner so cute that it made her seem even younger than she had at the mall hours prior.
You must be the boy Ochako spoke non-stop about since the entrance exam. If I'm not wrong, you're also the winner of the Culture Festival, am I correct? I'm guessing that you want to say your goodbyes. Go ahead, we'll wait downstairs,
the father told Izuku, as he then moved out of the way and began to go down the stairs.
Don't take too long, sweetie. The train will be leaving soon,
the mother then added as she patted her daughter's head.
I won't.
Uraraka let out quietly as her mother soon disappeared from view.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to see you before you left,
Izuku admitted. He didn't want to have the last memory of her being the one where she was crying on the floor, and by now, he had begun to accept that she was leaving no matter what. Uraraka then hugged him tightly. It was true that she was a bit mad at him for coming over at her. It was true that she was a bit mad at him for coming over after her call, but it should have been expected. It was Deku, after all. He felt huge now, and it was kinda hard to replicate the hugs they had many times before as her arms could barely go around. But she still tried hard to do so. She wanted things to return to normal, for all of today to be a nightmare, one that she could wake up from and forget not long after. Regrettably, this was all real, and she was not only stuck this way, but she had to leave in a minute or two.
I'm glad,
She said as she looked up at him.
I wanted to tell you everything face to face before going back home, so please don't try to stop me, okay? I already made my decision with everything accounted for, so you won't be able to change that.
Okay, I'll hear you out. Tell me everything.
Izuku told her as he let her go, and she took a few steps and began to see the distant buildings by the apartment's balcony.
The doctors checked me, and I'm perfectly healthy. Besides the age regression, there's nothing wrong with me. There's also no outside quirk factor on my body, so the effects of the bullet have thankfully disappeared, so I won't get any younger. Unfortunately, it also means that whatever did this to me has also disappeared, and that means that I can't go back to the body I had. Deku, I'm stuck looking like a 12-year-old girl, and I'll just have to grow the normal way again so I'll never look the age I'm supposed to. I'll always be 3 years behind physically, but mentally, I'll remain the correct age. My mind wasn't affected, so I should be grateful. I still have all my memories, feelings, and emotions intact, so I should still be me. I'm sure that I am, as I still have feelings for you. Feelings that have not dwindled even a bit. I slowly began to like you, but all these months of us having so many memories greatly made my feelings clear. I'm not sure if you feel the same way, but I need to let you know now that it is hopeless. I love you, Deku. I truly do.
The young girl said as she turned to see Izuku again, a fake smile adorning her face.
Uraraka, I do so too, but that can wait. I'm more worried if you'll be alright. If there's no going back, then that really means that you can't go back to being the happy you. The one that was so confident in every choice she made. The one with the clear future ahead of her. Forgive me for causing this. If only I had approached the situation differently, then you wouldn't have been left like this.
Izuku felt like crying as he now believed that he had ruined her life by not dealing with the problem himself.
Tummy!
Uraraka then said as she had used her quirk to float up and caress the boy's hair, which was then followed by her putting her forehead against his.
It's not your fault. I'm just glad that you weren't hurt.
Their intimate moment continued for just a bit until she deactivated her quirk and, seconds later, puked off the balcony and into the streets below.
You okay?
Izuku asked. He was concerned for her.
Yeah,
She answered.
it's just another thing to do with my regression. My limits were also affected. Now I'm stuck with the ones I had back when I was younger. Even if I remember all the training I did and the ways I improved my quirk, my body doesn't anymore. I have tried to replicate some of my moves, but I've been unable to handle them. I'm too weak to be a hero now, Deku. I need to grow up again to be able to do the things I could do. They were so easy, but now they are too hard for me to handle. That's a part of why I'm leaving the school. I feel underqualified to be there, but there's also the fear within me. Everyone will be able to see the new me and how much weaker I became. I could be anyone's little sister now. Even Suyu will be way bigger than me. I don't want to be that small compared to everyone. I don't want them to pity me either. My hero suit will be useless too. It would just eat me alive as I wouldn't fit it at all. Another one would have to be made, which would mean that even more people would learn of what happened to me. I need to face reality, Deku. I'm no longer the same person I was. I might as well be Ochaku, the younger sister of Ochako now. That would make more sense than trying to pretend that I'm still Ochaku or Raka.
The girl cried as her own spoken words were hurting her more than she could have imagined. Midoriya clenched his fist as he heard those words. Her feelings were more than justified, and it was tragic. She was never going to recover from this event. Similar to a scar, Uraraka would bear this throughout the rest of her life. The boy who overanalyzed everything now stood still. He couldn't make up a plan and even less a decision on what to do next. He was guilty even if she refused to acknowledge it. But even if that was pushed aside, he still didn't know how to comfort her. So he quickly improvised something.
Then why not a sledgehammer?
A sledgehammer?
Uraraka curiously asked as she was as confused as the boy in front of her.
You know, since you lack the capacity to keep your quirk up for an extended time on many objects, then you could use a sledgehammer. Just make it weightless and swing it around. That could work.
Izuku explained. Uraraka was left speechless. Was he joking? Did he think that she could now be some sort of spinning top? Or perhaps he wanted her to become the Uravity Smasher, Yeah, sledgehammer smashing everything in the way. Little broken chunks everywhere.
Oh? So you want me to pick one up and spin it like a hurricane? Is that it? Spinning a rocket to the rescue? Hero that spins with a sledgehammer like a maniac with any concern. Very funny, Deku. Very funny.
She smiled at him with a smug expression. Perhaps she appreciated the attempt to make her feel better. I wasn't joking. You could be a force of nature if you tried it out. Plus, you also have Gunhead's martial arts to aid you in case of any other type of situation.
Oh, yeah. Because little old me will be able to counter people that are twice my size, if not more. Seriously, Deku, think of what you're saying. I can't do much with those moves anymore. My arms and legs are literally like noodles now. No muscle or definition to speak of.
Uraraka angrily shot out as she was getting a bit mad at being reminded that all she had learned during her internship week had been for nothing. Our summer break will start soon, so we'll have time to train. I'll help you get better, okay? You'll become stronger, Midori exclaimed at the angry little girl in front of him.
No thanks. Young teens and preteens shouldn't over-exercise as it could affect their growth. And I want to grow up to be my old self and not a new one. What if I end up shorter than I was meant to be? What if my proportions change drastically? So I'm grateful for her offer, but I can't accept it.
I understand, but you could end up taller than you were too. Maybe you could end up taller than even Yaoyorozu, Izuku added, now awaiting Uraraka's response.
Ha ha ha.
The girl sarcastically laughed.
Yeah, no. Let's not get too far out there. Either way, I have to get going. My parents will start to shout if I don't go soon.
Can I see you off? Izuku asked as he extended his hand to her.
I don't see why not,
she replied as she ignored his hand and began walking towards the stairs. Both walked slowly to the first floor, but on the way, Uraraka decided to tell him something that he needed to know.
Deku, you should find someone else. Someone closer to your age.
But I want to be alongside you, Uraraka. We both like each other, so why can't we start something? The boy questioned as he somehow had ignored the implications of what his words could entail.
If you haven't noticed, I'm not exactly someone you should be dating. I don't want an FBI open up to happen. Become friends with the other girls in class, and maybe I'll begin to like one of them as well.
Uraraka responded as she gave the tall boy a stern look, hoping he would get the message. So, someone like Yaoyorozu? Uraraka formed the letter X with her arms, and she made a sound similar to getting a wrong answer.
Already taken.
What? How? Izuku asked as he couldn't remember even seeing Yaoyorozu with someone.
She started something with someone during the night she invited some of her classmates to her mansion. That's all I'll say, so pick someone else.
Then how about Asui? Midoriya proposed. At that instant, Uraraka turned around, got on her tiptoes, and grabbed the boy with both hands by the collar.
Don't you dare! She's my friend! If you even try, I'll come over to punch your teeth in!
She aggressively shouted, but in reality, she was being playful, knowing that their conversation was about to end. Got it. I'll just have to find someone else. Or maybe I'll wait for you to become an adult and we can give it a try. How about that? Izuku said as he gave her one last smile. A cute tomato mode activated within the girl as she became pure red once more. These words just spoken had been what broke the fancy glass in which her fruit punch resided.
Whatever! Just do whatever you think is best!
She exclaimed immediately, avoiding eye contact with Deku at all cost. Then I'll wait. As they arrived at their destination, they saw that Uraraka's parents were talking to someone, and as they got closer, they could recognize the voice of their homeroom teacher.
Aizawa-sensei?
The young girl exclaimed with full force.
Hey, kid.
Aizawa waved at her.
Believe it or not, you're not going anywhere. You get to stay under my supervision.
I get to stay?
Uraraka thought as a tear started to flow down her cheeks. The girl cleaned up her tears, and even though they kept coming out, she wasn't going to give up. If what her teacher had said was true, then that would mean that she wouldn't become a burden upon her parents once more. She would be able to let them live in peace without causing their income to decrease drastically. Uraraka was truly happy, so much so that she hadn't even considered that she would continue to be a student at UA High. But just like that, the girl who had lost everything a few hours prior was now given a second chance to recover some of what was forcefully taken away. The following day, Uraraka returned to UA, and everyone in Class 1A was informed of what had transpired the day before. Most were concerned and even went over to check up on her, but others decided to keep their distance. All in all, it went smoother than the girl had initially thought. Bad news did surface right after, though, as the destination for the school trip had to be changed due to the incident involving the students.
The villains clearly had someone giving them information, which meant that the safety of everyone here was at stake. Most of the students whined because of this, but regardless of their feelings, the decision had already been made, and just like that, the actual class started. After the school day concluded, Aizawa took Uraraka to his office, and there, they began to talk about what he had agreed upon last night.
From now on, I'll be keeping an eye on you, kiddo. No matter what happens, I will be near you at all times, and when I'm not, I will be a call away. This is what your parents and I agreed on while you talked to Deku upstairs. I already gave you my number, so it better be saved on that phone of yours. So any questions?
Yeah, I do have a question. What reason did you have for making my parents change their minds? They were set on taking me back with them no matter what I said. And you just came and miraculously changed their minds. I've only been your student for a single term, so why did you feel the need to stand up for me?
Uraraka asked as she unconsciously tried to reach the floor with her feet while sitting on Aizawa's couch.
That's simple. Every single one of you 1A students are my kids. As your homeroom teacher, I assume the responsibility of taking care of all of you, no matter the reason. I have already lost 2 students in my class, and I don't plan on losing anyone else. I apologize for not being there when the villain did this to you. It was an unexpected encounter, and it landed on a free day for you guys, so I didn't bother to keep an eye on the group. From now on, I'll try to do a better job. I don't want any of you to suffer any more than you already have.
Aizawa responded with a straight face that slowly transformed into a warmer one.
Hearing that makes me feel better, Sensei. If anything, it helps me see that you aren't so cold after all. You're like a secret parent to Class 1A. And maybe I should convince the others to start calling you Papa Aizawa. Yeah, Papa Aizawa sounds perfect!
The girl cheered with her fist up high. At that instant, Eraserhead's eyes went red and the scarf around his neck began to float ominously. Indeed, he was now pissed off.
You better keep your mouth shut, or I'll send you straight to your parents. You got that?
Aizawa said in a tone that could have shattered anything in its path.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just joking back there. But I seriously appreciate everything you did to help me continue my dream. Without you, I would now be in my old room crying for it all to go back to what it once was.
Aizawa took the moment to put his palm on top of the girl's head, and then he caressed it, trying to make her feel better.
No need. That's what a hero does. But now that you're in a better mood, would you like me to go get you something to eat?
Aizawa asked as he removed his hand from her and stood up. Her eyes lit up and she jumped off the couch in pure joy.
Yes, please! I'm starving!
She responded without containing herself one bit. That's how the student-mentor relationship between Uraraka and Aizawa began. Eraserhead would look out for her and ensure she was always taken care of and out of danger. He bought her food from time to time. On one occasion, when he came to visit, he became aware that the girl was on a tight budget, so he felt like she could use a little help. In rare instances, he even cooked for her, and she enjoyed it as if a talented chef made it. The poor girl must have known the feeling of never having enough food to satisfy her needs, and even less of a chance of getting tasty alternatives. So this type of situation was one that she would forever cherish. But that wasn't all. Aizawa had begun teaching her the basics of the binding cloth style, in the hopes that this could aid her alongside what she had learned during her stay at Gunhead's agency. With enough time during the summer break, Aizawa began to open up to Uraraka. Eventually, he told her about his young days as a student, and, in turn, he also talked about his friend Shirakumo. The girl never interrupted him when he decided to speak about his past, and he appreciated the gesture. In a way, it was a motion to show respect. All this time with someone looking after her and all the lessons given allowed Uraraka to mature beyond what she originally believed was possible. She had even come to terms with her state, and she accepted that it was best to keep looking forward instead of looking back. But all those events weren't all that occurred throughout the weeks that encompassed the summer break. In fact, it was only a small part of it all. At the start of the summer break, the students from Class 1A took a trip to Eye Island, where they attended the famous Eye Expo. During their stay, Deku and Uraraka met a genius blonde girl that called All Might her uncle. This girl was called Melissa Shield, and even though quirkless, her intellect was second to none. With her trip, Uraraka obtained a programmable matter base that she could shape into whatever she needed, a thing that she immediately took hold of as she made the infamous sledgehammer into reality. As for Deku, being All Might's apprentice meant that sooner or later he would inherit One for All, and according to him, there was a chance for Deku's body to not be able to handle all its power. So by telling this to Melissa, he was then gifted 2 red prototype gauntlets called the Full Gauntlets that could hold out a few 100% One for All smashes. Izuku and Uraraka thanked her for the gifts, and then they went ahead to enjoy the rest of the expo. Meanwhile, as they were having fun, Aizawa and All Might worked together to defeat a villain called Wolfram, who had nefarious plans connected with Melissa's father, David Shield. Shortly after the expo ended, the students left the island and returned to Japan. The night before the school trip, Izuku Midoriya had a dream. In it, he once more found himself in front of the sage of the Six Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki.
It's been a while, Hagoromo. It's about time we talked about the powers you gave me.
Indeed. We must converse about how much untapped potential you are leaving on the side.
Hagoromo responded, simply looking at the boy standing beneath him.
Untapped potential? So there's more that I can do?
Izuku questioned as he sat down.
That is the case. Until now, you've only used your chakra cloak and the truth-seeking orbs. Those aren't the only abilities you possess. You also have the capability to use all 5 basic chakra natures: fire, wind, earth, water, and lightning. That's not all, though, as you have 2 other chakra transformations called Yin Release and Yang Release that are outside the basic 5. And with the combination of these 2, you can also form what I call Yin-Yang Release. Now you must know that you have unconsciously used Yin-Yang Release prior, such as when you healed your mentor All Might with his injury, as well as any other time you use your truth-seeking orbs, as they are made out of that extraordinary element. Now you may ask away anything that comes to mind, young one.
Hagoromo explained, and as he concluded, Izuku was ready to ask away.
Would you teach me how to wield those elements? I'm sure that if I could see them in action, then I could replicate them. They could help me become an even greater hero that can save everyone,
Midoriya exclaimed. He was ready to do whatever it took to improve his power.
You only had to ask, but first, I'll have to explain to you the basics of how all these nature transformations operate. Being someone with no experience wielding chakra, I feel urged to elaborate on the topic.
Please do.
And so the sage of the 6 paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, taught Deku the basics of how to perform jutsus of the 5 basic natures with the help of a screen that displayed many talented ninjas from across the ages. In these, Deku saw legendary shinobi such as the leader of the Uchiha and its haunting ghosts, Madara Uchiha, the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Onoki, the Shadow Hokage, Sasuke Uchiha, and the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. The wide variety of memories shared with the young boy helped him get a grasp on all that he needed to know for now, and then Hagoromo instructed him in both the Yin Release and Yang Release himself. With this, Izuku came to understand that Yin Release used spiritual energy to control imagination, creating form out of nothingness. In contrast, Yang Release used physical energy to control vitality, granting life to forms that had none. With this knowledge now in his mind, he was able to understand that the combination of both of these would grant him the capability to use what Hagoromo Otsutsuki called the creation of all things jutsu, a jutsu that could allow him to turn fantasy into reality. But as he was going to further ask about it, his all-night alarm clock woke him up. A new day was about to begin. At around the same time, very far away from the boy's apartment, All Might had met up with his former sidekick, Sir Night-Eye, at his agency to talk about the future inheritor of One for All, Izuku Midoriya. Even though still a bit hesitant, Night-Eye had accepted All Might's decision, and thanks to this, they were able to have a conversation about it. All Might was aware that since today would be the day that he passed on One for All to his student, his hero days would soon come to an end, and because of this, he asked Sir Night-Eye for a favor.
If the worst comes to be, then please train him, Night-Eye. That's my last request to you. The boy will need someone to guide him, and I trust that you could do so splendidly.
All Might bowed his head as he gave his final request to the person that had once been his sidekick.
I'll honor your request. It's the least that I can do for my friend,
Sir Night-Eye replied with a smile. What All Might had not accounted for was that young Midoriya had left early for the summer lodge alongside his class. It was a disclosed location, not to mention that the bus also disrupted any electrical device within it, so he wouldn't be able to get in contact with the young boy even if he wanted to. He just looked at the sky and began to laugh.
You'll receive it later then, my boy. I hope that you and your friends have a great experience on your trip,
he said with a smile that slowly vanished as he began to go into deep thought.
Nana, for some reason, I feel like we'll be meeting soon, but if I'm honest, I want to stay a bit longer to see him succeed. I wonder if that's too much to ask.
After a long ride on the bus, Class 1A met with the Wild Pussycats, and they were immediately thrown into a challenge. It was proposed that if they managed to get through the forest and get to the lodge in less than 3 hours, then they would be able to eat. Those that didn't meet expectations would starve for the day. The poor students didn't get to answer, though, as they were thrown into the forest by a massive earth wave created by Pixie Bob's quirk called Earth Flow. This quirk allowed her to freely manipulate the earth for various effects such as this one. This was going to be fun, she thought, as she saw them land down in the darkened wilderness. Once the students regained their footing, they came face to face with earth beasts created by her quirk as well. Without hesitation, Deku, Uraraka, Ida, Bakugo, and Todoroki took charge and destroyed the giant ones that blocked their path, allowing their classmates to proceed as well. This would surely take a while, they all knew this, and so the students continued destroying the constantly respawning earth monsters. It was almost evening by the time they finally reached the lodge, and similar to what Aizawa had done prior, the Wild Pussycats had also lied about the penalty, as the point of this exercise was to test how the students would handle this situation. And even though they hadn't met their standards, they had still passed. The ones that took the lead earlier were also praised for it, and Pixie Bob wanted to take dibs on them, but thankfully Aizawa stopped her from going any further. As the conversation continued, a kid made his presence known. He had a big red cap, and his face showed apparent distaste for the wannabe heroes in front of him. Mandalay, leader of the Wild Pussycats, then introduced him as her nephew. His name was Kota. After hearing this, Izuku went to meet him, stretching his hand in a friendly manner toward the child. But Kota couldn't have cared less for this friendly motion as he tried to punch Izuku. But the green-haired boy blocked the strike with his leg. This caused Kota to flinch as the sudden impact had hurt.
Sorry about that, but such a foul move won't work on me,
Deku told him as he lowered his leg. Mandalay took a moment to scold her nephew, and she made him apologize to Midoriya, which he did in a very angered manner. Kota hated this hero wannabe the most out of the entire group. A feast came next as the students filled their stomachs with delicate cuisines, and not long after this, they all went to the hot springs. A vast wooden wall separated the boys and girls. Both groups conversed peacefully as nobody in there was interested in peeking to see the opposite group. If they concentrated hard enough, they would have seen a cursed soul screaming in the background. Later, as the girls got dressed, Uraraka was approached by Aizawa. He wanted to check if she was alright. The other girls went on ahead as Uraraka remained in place to speak with him.
Did you drink your milk yet, kiddo? He asked.
Yep, it was delicious. Did they have one of those expensive breads or something? Because I wouldn't mind more.
She replied, a bit louder than she realized. Aizawa patted her and motioned for her to lower her voice, and she covered her mouth and apologized.
No need to, he commented. So, how was the training exercise?
It was fun. A bit tiresome at some points, but it was a blast.
I see. I'm glad,
he thought to himself.
But you didn't get hurt, right?
Eraserhead then asked, proving that he was now in parent mode once more.
Nope, those earth beasts didn't stand a chance,
she exclaimed, but this was just the beginning.
I crushed them with my sledgehammer. Boom! Pulverized in the dirt. I also rode one of Izuku's orbs in the form of a flying board. It was so cool, and it even helped by moving on its own. I think I reformed my reprogrammable matter a few times too. Was it 2 times? 3? Never mind that. I made gauntlets like Deku's and also spiked encompassing strikes like Kamui Woods. And I can't forget my rocket boots. Melissa taught me how to form those. They're so good at dodge and to dash, but they tend to malfunction sometimes. Stinky technology bugs.
What a day you had, huh? Such enthusiasm out of a few hours of what seemed like playtime to you. At least you're no longer down, and for that, I'm content. But that doesn't take away from what she forgot to mention.
Eraserhead once more kept this to himself. Just a mere thought.
What about your scarf? Did you forget to use it again?
He questioned, waiting for the obvious response.
I forgot that I had it in my backpack.
Uraraka responded, being a bit scared as her sensei's aura began to flare up.
I see. So it seems that you're leaving the binding cloth style behind.
A menacing glare he gave as the girl in front of him trembled.
No, I swear that I'm not. I just forgot. I'm sorry for disappointing you, Sensei.
His ominous stare ceased, and he patted her once more just before one of his awkward grins surfaced once more.
Then you won't mind taking some extra lessons tomorrow alongside your quirk training, right?
Uraraka felt like crying right now. Aizawa's binding cloth training tended to be quite hard. There was going to be some quirk training on top of that. She was going to die for sure.
Okay, I'll be ready,
she said with teary eyes.
Don't stay till late either. I'll be waking the group at 5 a.m. And if you don't get up, I'll be forced to drag you out into the field.
He then added, as if he was trying to pour more lemon juice on this already gaping wound.
Understood.
Uraraka replied in a very defeated tone. This couldn't get worse, she thought.
Hey, no sulking, remember? You've been doing great. So much so that I believe that you're getting bigger already, kid.
Aizawa pointed out in the hopes of upping her spirits once more.
Really? So I'm going through a growth spurt again? Yes! I'll be big again in no time!
She shouted, loud enough for everyone nearby to be startled.
Shh, lower your voice. You're altering the piece.
Sorry.
Seconds later, she hugged Aizawa and told him to sleep well, and he wished her the same. And right after, little Uravity rushed to the girls' dorm to continue talking to her friends. Jiro and Momo were by themselves in a corner as usual. Ever once in a while, a Matryoshka doll came out of her. Perhaps it was soft training, the young girl thought to herself. On the other hand, Ashido was gossiping with the rest of the girls like always. She truly was the spirit of the group. Uraraka smiled and went to meet them. Meanwhile, the boys' dorm, Izuku was still distracted by the message that his mentor had left him. It said that he was sorry for being late and that the procedure they had talked about would have to wait until he came back. He had become a bit nervous earlier in the day, knowing that he would get his mentor's quirk, but as this was left for later, his impatience started to grow. He wanted to get it over already, quite an understandable reaction after having been hyped about it for over a year now. And that wasn't all. The transfer had gotten delayed so many times that at this point, it felt like it wouldn't even happen.
What would having one for all feel like?
The green-haired boy wondered to himself as he stared at his phone screen. Soon the night took hold of him and he fell asleep without an answer to his sought-after questions. The second day at the lodge started strong. By 5:30 a.m., all of Class 1A were already outside and ready to begin their quirk training. Aizawa was happy to see them full of energy, even though a few looked as if they had been hit by a truck. But this didn't stop him from beginning the session. This one would make Class 1B envious for the rest of eternity, and quite sure of this, he was. Mere minutes later, Class 1B stood with their mouths gaping as they saw their rival class working ultra hard on their quirks. A true hellscape, they believed, as they continued staring in total awe. Even their homeroom teacher, Vlad King, was left speechless. Such a strict training regimen was beyond anything that he had put his class through. Later on the day, the training ended, and the students of Class 1A made their own food together. But as they enjoyed their curry, many shadows loomed over the forest of the summer lodge. Soon they would strike this place like a warning flare. By the evening of the third day, once the quirk training had concluded, Aizawa took all 4 remedial students away while the rest of the class stayed put to participate in the test of courage. In it, Class 1B would be taking turns scaring people, as in students from their rival class, while Class 1A would be sending pairs of students their way every 3 minutes. The objective was for the students in Class 1A to get a paper with their name on it located somewhere around the halfway mark on the route back to the starting point to win. The students of Class 1B had to prevent this from happening by scaring them away. Physical contact was prohibited, but anything else was fair game, even quirks. So the students took a chance to draw lots, and the test began. The first 4 pairs had been sent out by the time everything went into flames, both figuratively and very literally.
Now it begins. Fall to the Earth League of Villains. First strike team.
Mere moments later, the villains had already begun their assault. Some had already started combat, while some were ready to pounce on their unsuspecting victims. As the invasion in the flames became well known, Aizawa panicked and began to run towards the forest. But as he exited the place he was in, a man with deep burns all over encompassed him with a blue-flamed attack. As this was happening, Mandalay, knowing about Izuku's particular skill in identifying energies, asked the boy to please find her nephew and keep him safe, to which the boy agreed. Midoriya transformed and flew into the sky and stopped. He closed his eyes and tried to remember how Kota's energy felt, and that's when he realized how bad the current situation really was. So many different energy signatures, and worst of all, they were close to all the students. For an instant, Deku hesitated to act, but he decided to trust his fellow classmates and those of Class 1B to handle themselves for the time being. Right now, Kota was in need of help, and he would rescue him. An unknown energy spike suddenly appeared, and next to it, a small one focused for just a moment, but this moment allowed Deku to realize that the young kid was that energy signature.
I'm coming, Kota! Hold on!
On the other side of the forest, Kendo and Tetsu were helping their classmates get to safety. A weird purple smoke had encompassed the area, so they were all retreating. Those still conscious had gas masks on, thanks to Yayarozu, who had created them the moment she felt the air change.
They would get through this, even if unprepared. They wouldn't end like what had happened to their rival class at the USJ.
So that was all, eh? Just like your pathetic parents, your blood is the same. Quite boring, water boy. But now I'll be taking that cool hat of yours. You won't be needing it anymore.
The tall-hooded man said to the now broken boy beneath him. "Get away from him!" screamed Izuku at the top of his lungs. A mere look at Kota had made him react this way. "Fire style! Contain majestic flame!" Out of Izuku's mouth, a concentrated flame blast shot forth. The tall-hooded man's muscles suddenly bulged at the sight of this attack, and a second later, they exploded into humongous muscle fibers that ripped the hood away. Now the blonde maniac was in full view. The man blocked the fire with ease, but Izuku's rage fueled him further. Midoriya then moved behind the blonde muscular man so quickly that it looked as if he had teleported, and what came next came without an ounce of hesitation. Such a monster shouldn't be allowed to exist on this earth. "Sage a six-path sword! Gale style! Circular fang of light!" Deku shouted as he spits a purple lightning beam in a circular shape toward his foe. The jutsu cut through the villain's muscles and then the limbs beneath them as if they had been made out of butter.
What the hell?
He exclaimed as he began to fall down the opposite way that his limbs were going. And indeed, he had fallen, now a mere torso with no limbs as they rolled away from him and fell down the mountain. The jutsu had cauterized the wounds perfectly, so no blood was coming out of him at the moment. Deku descended to the rocky floor and stared intensely at him. "I know who you are and the atrocities you committed. And that eye you lost was Dakota's parents, wasn't it? I don't think that you even deserve the one you still have left, especially after what you did to him. And that's why... Water style, water bullet!" Izuku shouted as he shot the pressurized water towards the now downed foe. A blood-curdling scream came out of the villain as his world went utterly black. No more light would ever reach him. Izuku, though, ignored his pleas for mercy as he went to try and save the young kid from passing away. The villain had made him into a real mess. All his limbs were broken, a bone protruding out of his leg and all. Blood covered his face as well, some broken teeth adorning the bloodied floor beneath. Izuku concentrated as he began to pour his energy into Kota. "Come on, Izuku Midoriya! You have to save him! He's still a child with a long life ahead of him! And that cannot be snuffed out by such a vile human being! Hagoromo taught you how to do this. You have done this before, remember? You healed All Might back on that day. But this is different. I can't heal this. Yes, you can. Don't give up on another life. Never again. But what if I... No buts. Nobody else will die on your watch." Deku internally fought himself as he began to try healing the kid. It took a considerable amount of energy, but Izuku was able to heal Kota to a more manageable state, one that he would be able to recover completely as if this had never happened. Still, the boy remained unconscious, and Midoriya grabbed him and took him towards Mandalay as he promised earlier, and on the way, he met Eraserhead. Izuku handed over Kota to his teacher, and as the green-haired boy was going to leave, Aizawa told him something.
"Midoriya, I need you to tell her this. Members of Class A and B, I, professional hero Eraserhead, hereby authorize you all for combat."
Deku took these words with him, and less than a minute later, all students were telepathically told this, so they got ready to defend themselves against the villains. Shortly after this happened, Tetsu and Kendo came face to face with the one responsible for the toxic gas flowing around. They began to fight at the eye of the storm as a villain named Mustard began to shoot Tetsu with a revolver consecutively, enough to break the boy's mask and almost kill him. But Kendo stepped in and made Mustard back away for just a bit with her hand expansion. And right after, she began to swat the air away with her expended hands. "The real idiot is you, schoolboy! Holding a pistol like that? You're basically screaming that you have no confidence to fight!" Kendo shouted as her plan was working out. The toxic air had begun to thin away.
"I'll show you who's got no confidence, you loudmouth bitch!"
Mustard cried out as he reloaded his weapon with a singular teal bullet he had been given. Tetsu came from behind and knocked him out, but not before he pulled the trigger, which released a special bullet towards the girl nearby. The needle of set bullet injected itself into Kendo, and instantly she collapsed on the ground, and her large hands returned to normal. "What's happening to..." But she was forced to stop momentarily as she began to contract within herself, similar to what Uraraka had gone through, but many times faster. A few seconds was all it took for her to regress those years, and now she had suffered the same fate Uravity had gone through less than a month prior. Just that she still hadn't realized it. Her mask lost its hold and slipped off her face entirely.
To me.
She concluded silently as she began to notice the changes.
You okay, Kendo? The guy shot your way, and I just wanted to make sure that...
But Tetsu stopped talking as he witnessed his now smaller and younger classmate.
Don't just stand there! We have to get moving! The others need our help!
The little Kendo commanded as she stood up, losing her shorts and underwear in the process, but thankfully her shirt was now long enough to preserve her modesty. She then kicked off her now useless shoes and grabbed the steel boy's hand.
You said it yourself, Tetsu. Let's give it our all. So we will. Whatever this is can wait for all I care. My classmates and friends come first, so let's get going.
Right.
Somewhere else in the forest, Uraraka and Tsuyu had come face to face with the blonde chick with the mask. She was so insane that she even told them her name, which was Toga, as if they were friends. Seeing the apparent insanity brewing here, Tsuyu protected Uraraka and got sliced by Toga's shiny blade. It wasn't just that as Tsuyu kept protecting and keeping Uraraka out of danger, so much so that she kept getting hurt. The blade was now at Froppy's neck, and at this point, Uravity had enough.
Get away from her, you creep!
Uraraka screamed as she swung her now-formed scythe. The blonde dodged it, but Uraraka wasn't done yet.
Sledgehammer!
Their girl commanded, and her weapon obeyed, transforming to a sledgehammer that she then swung backward and hit Toga right at the side.
So adorable! Be my little sister, cutie!
Toga then said as she got up and launched herself against the little one. The knife was ready to slice and dice.
Small gauntlets!
Uraraka's sledgehammer reformed to small gauntlets, and she intercepted the blade and shattered it with a quick grab.
This is it! Just counter her into the floor and we'll capture her! But Gunhead's martial arts is still too much for me, and I'm not good enough with the binding cloth to subdue her. But...
The scarf that covered Uraraka's neck soon flowed as the girl used it against Toga. Both her teachers had taught her how to manage herself with hand-to-hand combat, and even if she wasn't ready to use them at their full capacity, she could still take bits from each to fit her new style.
Erasing God's binding cloth counter!
With a swift motion of the cloth accompanied by Toga's own weight going against it, Uraraka executed her newly created technique. It was a total success as Toga crashed against the ground and became incapacitated momentarily. Uraraka let out as she regained her breath.
That was cute, adored! But you'll need to do more to notch your older sister.
Toga announced before jumping away and towards Tsuyu. Uraraka had quickly tried to grab her, but she became paralyzed as she saw Toga pulling out a familiar gun, if not the same one from that day.
Tsuyu!
The now desperate girl screamed as she launched herself at the blonde maniac. The memories of the traumatic event had awakened something inside of her.
Whoa, what are you?
Toga exclaimed as the two girls collided, and the moment they fell, a shot was heard. The sound of the firearm being fired resounded throughout the forest, and then everything went quiet for an instant.
That hurt!
Toga complained as she now had Uraraka on top of her. Neither had noticed who had been shot yet. Uraraka quickly checked herself over, scared that she had been affected once more. But thankfully, she didn't see the projectile anywhere in her body. A second later, though, she noticed a faint yellow glow emanating from the girl beneath her. And then, upon further inspection, a teal-colored capsule could now be seen sticking out of the village's beige cardigan. But even as this glow vanished, not much happened. It was almost as if she hadn't even been affected.
But how? You got shot!
Uraraka pointed out as she tried to keep Toga in place.
I did? Going back to middle school me? Yay! Back then, my craving used to be suppressed, so I can't wait to suck you dry.
A sharp pain then made itself known as Uraraka's thigh was punctured by a needled gray canister. Toga could only smile, almost erotically, as she began taking the younger girl's blood little by little. Uraraka, though, saw the now discarded gun a few feet away, and with the help of her scarf, she got it into her hand and pointed it at the blonde, who couldn't be bothered to look her in the eye as she was lost in the moment.
I'm sorry, but you gave me no choice!
She shouted within herself as she got the strength to push the trigger. Once more, the weapon was used, the projectile hitting Toga in the back, and unlike before, she surely reacted this time. Without hesitation, she pushed the little Uraraka off her and began to run off into the forest. The light yellow outline was already around her, and the effects had begun to take effect. This time, they were pretty noticeable too.
Ugh, you just had to ruin the fun, right? Little Ochako couldn't just be spectacular. She also had to...
Toga shouted but was forced to stop as she began to contract a second time. Unlike the first time, this one would be impossible to hide. Her cardigan sleeves completely engulfed her hands, and her green utility belt began to slide off, but she caught it just in time. Then her skirt, which just a minute earlier had become slightly loose thanks to the first dose, now quickly became too big, and she was forced to let it fall off as she heard the students nearby. Her night packs were also lost alongside her shoes and her dark knee-high socks as they crumbled away from her as she disappeared from view. As the glow faded, a now 10-year-old Toga hid behind a tree. She only had her oversized cardigan on her and the top of her school uniform beneath it. In her hands, her heavy equipment now rested. Himiko could only stare in anger as she realized that she had given away so much for just half a vial of blood. Not to mention the gun with the mostly filled clip she had accidentally left behind for the heroes to keep.
Curse you, Chaco! You may have reversables, but next time I'll show you who's a real little one. But now, I wonder what your blood tastes like.
Toga said to nobody in particular as she began to drink some of her acquired prize. You two okay? Izuku asked as he reached Uraraka and Tsuyu.
Just a scratch here and there, Ribbit,
Asui answered. Meanwhile, Uraraka stared at the firearm in her hands and tears began to come out.
I think I'm okay.
She lied as she regrouped with the others.
Chaco.
Tsuyu said as she tried to make sure that her friend was okay.
Just a bit of guilt, that's all.
Uraraka replied while wiping her tears away.
I made someone else go through what I went through intentionally. I shot that girl twice.
So that gun has rewinding bullets? Izuku then asked.
I think so, but their color is completely different now.
The trio continued their discussion as they ran to find their classmates. There was no real reason to stay still. Deku tried to lessen Uraraka's guilt by pointing out that she had done so in self-defense, but to her, this didn't matter. So there could have been a better way to deal with this. Soon enough, those lingering thoughts came to a stop as they met up with another group of students. This one consisted of Bakugo, Shoji, Tokoyami, and Todoroki. Now, as a group of 7, they ran ahead in the hopes of helping everyone else. A scorching cadaver was now in front of Dabi. A student had been hiding in plain sight, and once he noticed who this was, he just felt like taking care of it.
One less loose end, he said as he walked away from the flaming body. Perhaps that was a bit too much,
Twice commented as a spectator.
Barbecues sure are fun,
His other half then replied.
Hey!
They heard as some bushes began to move. Whoever had just talked was not someone they recognized.
It's just us, huh?
Himiko then exclaimed as she popped out of the bush for all to see.
That crazy one.
Dabi let out.
And you're a brat now as well. What gives? Yeah, what happened to you? Twice added. What a cutie you became.
His other half then spoke.
My plan backfired, but I got so much blood! Look, it sparkles!
Toga exclaimed while showing off her prized possession.
Just one? I thought you said you would get at least 3.
Nothing I could have done about it. If I stayed any longer, I would have been killed, she explained.
Both of you, shut it!
Dabi shouted as Mr. Compress crashed nearby, and above him an angry Izuku Midoriya could be seen. All the villains then tried to gang on Izuku, but they were all easily repelled away. The only one who hadn't done so was Toga, as she hid from what she thought to be certain death.
That must be the boy Shigaraki talked so much about before going to sleep! He's so cool!
If her thoughts had been any louder, they would have spilled out. But as everything was becoming hopeless for the League of Villains, portals began to open up, and out of one of them, their leader, All For One, appeared. And in a flash, he stole Shoji's quirk, and a second later blew his upper half clean off, killing the boy.
Thanks for the quirk. This one could help Tomura.
He said as he then pounced on Bakugo to grab him.
As for you, rejoice! You're about to get taken away.
Bakugo defended himself with a massive explosion that sent him flying away.
Everyone, get out of here! He's only after me!
Bakugo commanded as he got ready to fight, but what he didn't expect was for All For One to already be behind him.
Bravo, Katsuki Bakugo. You are indeed correct. Now, don't resist.
All For One calmly said.
Go to hell!
Dynamite screamed as he began an onslaught of explosions on the infernal creature next to him. Without much effort, All For One reached through the explosion barrage and grabbed the young hero's arm, twisting it back until a loud crack was heard.
Ah!
I did warn you. Now behave yourself and come along.
All For One stated. He had then knocked out the boy and placed him on his shoulder. Kanchan! Izuku screamed with all his might as he formed his full-powered gauntlet, ready to murder the villain right then and there.
Forgive me, but the multiple delays have made it, so we are out of time. This will have to continue at a further date. Reflect!
An invisible wall stopped Izuku's attack, and right after setting it back at him, the reflect quirk did as its name implied. Deku crashed through the forest at high speed, destroying everything in his path and leaving a straight and barren line in its place. Once he collided with a vast boulder, it was over. He detransformed and collapsed on all fours. He couldn't move and even less stand. It was a miracle that he was still conscious. And just like that, the villains retreated, and the heroes were left in utter defeat once more. Many students had been injured in the conflict, some critically while some just had minor wounds. Only Kendo had been regressed out of all the students in the lodge, yet another permanent loss, but not as permanent as the 2 lives lost that night. The students known as Yuga Aoyama and Meizo Shoji had perished at the hands of the League of Villains. One of the members of the Wild Wild Pussycats had also gone missing, Pixie Bob. In more positive news, 3 villains were apprehended and arrested, later to be executed for their contribution to this and past crimes. Regrettably, all the other villains who left them had vanished without a trace. And so, the forest training camp came to an end with the worst possible outcome imaginable. The following day, UA High got bombarded by everyone due to the events that had transpired. And now more than ever before, they were almost guaranteed to be closed down. But as this was going on, All Might and most of the pro heroes were informed that the League of Villains HQ had been located and that an assault would be conducted shortly. All Might didn't hesitate, and he made it known that he was in for the raid. He would avenge all the people that those vile villains had ever hurt. Even though this should have been confidential, All Might decided to tell his student about it. Deku immediately replied and told his teacher that he would take part in it as well. He knew that he wasn't allowed to engage the villains, but he could help get Kacchan out of there. Izuku didn't care whatever All Might's response was. He just knew that he would go and save his friend no matter what. All Might agreed on these terms and sent the information over for Midoriya to read. If everything worked out, they would be doing this tonight. Once the call concluded, Izuku tried to compose himself. He was already breaking down again. He had broken his promise as 2 of his classmates had died once more, and Bakugo had also been captured. In reality, this day felt like hell to the young boy, but no matter what, he had to make things right. Getting Kacchan back would be only the start. On that very night, the heroes were ready for payback, as they now stood united outside of the very building that housed the group of villains. And with a few knocks, they made themselves known. And with the pizza delivery, they initiated their strike. Smash! All Might shouted as he broke through the wall. The heroes then quickly apprehended all the villains while Deku grabbed Bakugo and flew out of there at super speed. The plan had succeeded, or so they thought. In the blink of an eye, it had all switched around as all the villains disappeared into black goo. Far away, Bakugo also did the same, making Izuku scream in terror. But by the time he got back, most of the pro heroes had been rendered unconscious, and only All Might remained as he fought All for One. Bakugo, being nearby, only made it, so All Might had to hold back. Izuku was about to intervene, but then he saw some of his classmates hiding in the rubble nearby. Ida, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Kirishima were there, unable to move out of fear. Deku approached them and formulated a plan. It was true that they couldn't fight, but all they had to do was get Bakugo out of there and let All Might handle the rest. They all agreed to it and put it into motion. Less than a minute later, Ida launched himself with the help of Todoroki's ice ramp, and with the hanging Kirishima calling out to his friend, it was all but expected to succeed.
Leaving so soon? How about a parting gift?
All for One took out a red bullet out of his pocket and flicked it at high speed towards the blonde boy, hitting him precisely at the moment that he caught the redhead's hand. Many years of training vanished in an instant. The quirk that had granted Katsuki Bako popularity and praise had now disappeared, erased forever. The first ever quirk erasing bullet manufactured had made it a reality, and now the boy had been rendered quirkless just like the boy he had humiliated throughout a good part of his life. The dream of ever becoming the #1 hero became unreachable, and just like that, the hero known as Dynamite received an early retirement. "You bastard!" Deku screamed as he saw what All for One had done. Inside of the boy, a rage awakened. "Young Midoriya, no!" All Might shouted as he tried to stop his student from fighting All for One. Because of this, All Might was forced to get in the way and punch All for One away. This was for him to finish alone. For everyone that had been taken away, for Nana, and most importantly, for the future to be bright again. And in a moment of desperation, he knocked his student out so he could finish this once and for all. "Forgive me, young Midoriya, but I can't allow you to die here. As your master, I will take on the burden just like my master did for me."
A battle of gods then ensued as both symbols clashed without holding anything back. The blows formed shockwaves, and everything around them crumbled away as if a natural disaster was passing through. It didn't last as All Might was mortally wounded. A blast had gone clean through and ripped out a good part of his lower torso, and right after, he had been stabbed in the left shoulder until it shattered. All for One laughed at the sorry state his nemesis ended up in. Now, he was even deflating back into his normal state for the world to see. A ginormous arm then formed from the symbol of fear as he combined many quirks that he had at his disposal, including Shoji's, to add insult to injury. All Might was ready to embrace death, but then he heard a voice from within him.
When you think that you're at your limit, always remember that.
Nana Shimura began to say as a memory resurfaced within the symbol of peace.
Master?
Calling out to your master? You've gone mad in your last moments. No matter, you'll be joining her soon enough.
All for One shouted as he launched his final attack.
I'll beat you, not because I'm a symbol, but because I will do as my master did for me. Until I pass it on to young Midoriya. I refuse to die!
A flame formed from within All Might as his will burned brighter than any star. All Might dodged the strike from All for One, losing his left arm in the process, but this sacrifice allowed him to pour every ounce of strength he ever had onto his right one.
Cheap tricks like that won't work on me. Your weak strikes won't face me.
All for One stated as he readied his other arm to become the same monstrosity as his right.
That's because I didn't put my back into it those times!
This power has been entrusted to the next generation by many people, praying that it would work for the good of all, for all their hopes to become one. It's your turn now. Do your best, Toshinori.
Nana told his student as she handed him the core of One for All. And he grabbed it, making his arm expand to a level beyond that of his buff form. This would be the deciding move.
Farewell, All for One!
A star erupted, and out of its flames, All Might emerged. His fist collided with All for One's face, and a scream soon followed.
United States of Smash!
The attack demolished the symbol of fear so hard that his entire body ceased to be. But in those final moments before fading away, he did have one thought.
I leave the rest to you, Tomura.
As the smoke settled, All Might stood victorious, and he raised his remaining arm to announce his victory. But not soon after, it flowed into the wind similar to ash. Evil Incarnate had been slain, but at a great cost. Minutes later, Izuku regained consciousness in the hands of Gran Torino, who had kept him safe. Deku demanded to see his mentor. With a saddened look, Gran Torino complied. He took the boy into the huge crater, and down at the very bottom, what remained of All Might was clinging to life. All Might! Izuku cried as he transformed and tried to heal his master.
Young Midoriya.
The barely conscious All Might replied as he motioned for his pupil to stop. There was no point in wasting his energy on him. Please don't speak! Help will arrive soon!
It's okay, young Midoriya. I'm at the end of the road, but before I conclude this journey, I might ask you one last thing.
All Might continued. He was becoming quieter every moment that passed. What is it? Izuku asked. The tears were beginning to overflow the boy.
Take one of my hairs and eat it.
Pardon? What?
It might sound weird, but this is how One for All's passed on to the next user. So please take one and eat it. As my successor, you have the right to do so.
All Might clarified. Okay, I'll do it! With tears in his eyes, Izuku exclaimed and plucked a hair right off his master's head. Even though grossed out by the act, Midoriya carried it out and swallowed the hair. He waited and waited, but he felt no different. Had the transfer failed? All Might,
I leave the rest to you.
All Might whispered as his soul left this realm. Indeed, he had passed on. Deku broke right then and there as he cried on top of his master's corpse, and the rest of the world became a blur. The person he admired ever since he could remember, his mentor, and most importantly, a father figure he desperately lacked, had died, and this would forever leave a hole in his heart. All for One had been dealt with, but the world had somehow been plunged into a deeper darkness than ever before. In the sky above, a yellow star faded away.
Your time may have come to an end, but be sure that I'll use your teachings to better the world. Being the next in line to nurture One for All is not just an honor, but a duty I'll carry until the moment I die. Thank you for all the great moments, All Might. I'll treasure them within me for the rest of time in the hopes that they inspire future generations. Perhaps someday, somebody will see me the same way that I saw you on my little PC. But until then, I bid you farewell.
Izuku concluded as he took his hand off his master's coffin. Days had passed, and All Might had been given a proper burial, one that a great majority of Japan was present for. The number one hero had left this world, taking away the pillar of evil with him, leaving only tiny embers that would be snuffed out soon enough. It was sad but not depressing enough, as the heroes couldn't even begin to comprehend that Shigaraki was still out there and closer to hatching. Once this occurred, he would be capable of destroying the society that had wronged him. They did deserve it, after all. The day the villains rose from the ashes was fast approaching. On the other hand, UA High once more avoided closure, even though this time around, Principal Nezu was almost hanged in the process. This led to the school building dorms to house their many students. This way, the kids would be kept safe, they promised. But as this was occurring, Bakugo had come to a decision. It had been a hard one to make. But due to the current circumstances and the considerable guilt he now carried, he was forced to play this card.
I'm leaving UA, Izuku,
the young man told his childhood friend. But Kachan, you—
I'm responsible for All Might's death. If I hadn't been captured, the raid wouldn't have happened. And if it didn't, then All Might wouldn't have perished fighting that monster. It's only fair that I lost my quirk because of it.
That's not true! You should know that better than anyone. All Might made his decision, and here we are! I also feel guilty, you know? I was there. I could have helped him. But he knocked me out to ensure that I wouldn't intervene. I know that if I had been there to help him, then he would still be alive. I am certain of it. But we can't live thinking that way. Neither of us can change the past, but the future is still out there for us to make. Even without a quirk, you can still
be a hero. Please, Izuku. I'm done for. Dynamite is no more. I'm a quirkless nobody that will have to remain on the sidelines. And perhaps that's for the best. If you ever need me, you know where to find me. And I'm also a call away. Even if I'm not a hero, that doesn't mean that I'll hesitate to help a friend. Until then, I'll take my leave.
Bakugo concluded and began to walk off into the setting sun. Midoriya extended his arm, but soon lowered it. He knew that it was meaningless to fight it this time. His friend had made a decision, and here they were once more. His quirk being erased had hit him hard, but the loss of All Might had hit him harder. Of this, Deku could bet on. Meanwhile, Shoto Aizawa was going through a mental crisis. In just a single term, he had lost a quarter of his class, and by this point, it was getting harder to keep himself together. At a time like this, he felt like resigning, but remembering all the ones that were still there, counting on him, made him get back on track. And thanks to this, he was able to go and visit all the homes of the 1A students. He profusely apologized to each and every one of them, as he had failed in his duties until now. But he promised that from now on, he would give his life to keep them safe. He was ready to put his life on the line to make sure his kids would get to see a brighter tomorrow. His genuine words moved some parents while barely convincing others. But it had been enough to gather all of Class 1A back, which meant that he had succeeded. For an instant, he was allowed to feel happiness. But this was only momentarily, as he got ready to continue along with this new path of his. His precious students would soon go get their provisional hero licenses. In this way, they would be ever closer to achieving their dreams. 9 days before the provisional license exams were held, the students began to develop their special moves with the help of the pro hero teachers. For the first time in a while, the students were having a blast, but Deku was still trying to figure out how to use One For All correctly. The last few times he had attempted it, he had gotten hurt, so he tried to limit himself a bit, and this hurt him less, but still hurt him all the same. As the hours passed, he formulated a percentage meter within his mind, and he began to measure his output according to it. After a bit of trial and error, he landed somewhere in the range of 25%. In it, he could use it without having to heal himself afterward. As he concluded with this, he went over to the support course in the hopes of getting some upgrades, and a light surely hit him right on. A girl had almost collided with him after an explosion, but he caught her before this could happen. The girl in question was the great Mei Hatsume. With her excellent mind, Deku knew that perhaps his plan wasn't so out there anymore. The girl clung to him as he explained his situation. She was so close that if Uraraka were here, she would have strangled the girl. But fortunately, she had been taken away by Aizawa an hour prior. Izuku explained that he wanted some upgrades to his suit, for some parts of it to be replaced with a material similar to the gauntlets gifted by Melissa at the beginning of the summer break. Mei Hatsume excitedly agreed to it, but she made it clear that she would need the gauntlets for a few days to figure them out completely. Midoriya agrees to this and brought them over. As long as he could have them before the provisional license exams, then all would be golden. On that very night, a quite peculiar event occurred. Class 1B visited 1A's dorm. They first compared rooms, and then they played multiple games together, the most exhilarating one being Pirate Panic, as the groups battled to reign victorious. Regrettably, they all were left disappointed by its end, and Class 1B left shortly after. As the days passed, the students visited the support department more and more as they made upgrades to their hero suits. They were getting ready for what future events may hold. On Sunday, though, they all relaxed in a small group formed to exchange scary stories within the dorm. They had taken Tokiyami's room for the atmosphere. 100 tales were told that day, and the students present were left scared out of their minds. This would surely last a few days. On that very day, Momo, Uraraka, Toru, and Jiro were hanging out in the latter's room. The girls had asked Jiro for a musical demonstration, to which she initially pushed away, but with Momo's encouragement, she ended up playing it grandiosely. By its end, the girls were excited. The performance had been outstanding, but two of them were surely embarrassed.
See? That wasn't so bad, now was it? It would be best if you did it more often.
Momo told the now red Jiro, the girl being so embarrassed that she was pushing both of her plugs together.
Shut up.
The musical prodigy stuttered, trying to get her emotions in check.
Oh, come on, don't be like that. You were born to show your musical art to the world. Of this, I'm certain. Especially after what you showed me last night.
Not in front of the others, Yamomo, Jiro exclaimed as she turned even redder.
Should we go? I think you two need the room.
Uraraka asked as she knew where this was going.
You shall not!
Yaoyorozu loudly exclaimed, which made the others flinch.
I'm not done yet telling how my Jiro played the flute last night. She was so lively, and her pitch was impeccable. A true showing of utter dominance from her, and I certainly loved it.
Momo's eyes had turned star-shaped as she concluded, informing the others of this event.
Stop!
Jiro cried out. By now, her embarrassment was so apparent that the girl could blow up at any second.
Love you,
Momo said as she gave the girl a kiss on the cheek, making the others in the room flustered as well. What happened after left the girls there astonished, as Jiro took charge and made it known that if she wanted to, she could also be the dominant one in this relationship. The girls wouldn't forget this lesson. It was now ingrained into their brains without any hope of wiping it out. Today's victor? Jiro's encore. More days transpired and the provisional license exams were held. Class 1A gave it their all, and most of them passed, the only exception being Todoroki. Because of his non-cooperation and recklessness during the villain attack, he had failed alongside a student of another school called Inasa. This didn't bother the half-and-half boy. He was confident that he would catch up soon. Meanwhile, Deku could only stare at the license in his hands. He was now closer to becoming a hero. He wondered if All Might would be proud of him, but then the boy smiled. Inside, he knew that he was proud of him.
You're crying, eh? Cheer up!
Uraraka said as she approached him.
Keep it up and I'll be forced to give you head pats.
The boy cleared his eyes and moved his gaze to meet hers. She took this opportunity to use her quirk and began to pat him.
Pat, 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 pat.
She eternally exclaimed every time she delivered one to his head.
It's all right. It's just that I've been helped by so many people along the way, causing a bit of trouble to some. So that's why. How should I put this? This hero license is proof that I'm growing and improving. You know? And thinking about it and that All Might would be proud of me made me so happy.
It's not just him, you know. I'm also proud of you. Both of us are. Don't forget that.
Uraraka told him as the pat ceased, and she gave him a big hug. She wasn't lying after all.
Thanks, Uraraka. I appreciate it,
he replied as he hugged her back.
I can't wait to show it to you, Mom. After all, I did become one.
The green-haired boy thought to himself.
Excuse me for interrupting, but you're Izuku Midoriya, correct?
The couple heard from behind them, and they were forced to turn around. There a tall man stood. He wore a gray business suit, and his hairstyle was quite stylized. Indeed, the pro-hero known as Sir Night-Eye had come to fulfill the promise he had made to his late friend. "Wait, you're..." Deku exclaimed as he recognized the man immediately.
Forgive my intrusive actions, but now that you've acquired your license, we must get going. There's no time to waste. I must train you to master One for All.
The new master and student duo just stared at each other in silence. The beginning of a new chapter in Izuku Midoriya's life was about to commence. In a nearby city, a typical day was transpiring. The blue skies were never ending, and the temperature was just good enough not to be suffocating. In a way, it looked like a perfect day until multiple gunshots were heard, and the heroes rushed to the scene to save those involved.
"6 paths encompassing flame!"
Izuku stated as a flame protected the civilians behind him.
"Go, Lemillion!"
He then shouted, signaling his partner.
"Got it! Phantom Menace!"
Mirio had just used a special move to take out the 3 armed villains in front of him. It had been around a week since Deku had started to train under Sir Night-Eye, joining his hero agency in the form of an internship. There he met up with Mirio Togata once more. It surely had been quite a long time since they last met. Both young men were then made partners in the name of the law, patrolling the city to keep it safe from any villainy. Sir Night-Eye kept an eye on young Midoriya at all times, even when he wasn't there. He was usually at the intercom giving orders and checking on both of them. Little by little, he would mold Izuku Midoriya into the perfect user of One for All. It was the least he could do for All Might. Both boys were praised for their quick work, and without a moment to spare, they went off to continue their patrol.
Someone! Anyone! Please!
A girl in an alleyway cried out internally as she tried to run away from her captor. But as she ran out of the alleyways, she collided with the boy encompassed with a green aura, falling down to the floor right after.
"Are you hurt? I'm sorry about that,"
the boy said as he reached out to help her get up. In shock, the girl couldn't respond. The presence behind her made her terrified beyond belief.
Now, we don't want to cause problems for the heroes now, do we? Let's go back, Eri.
A man with a stylized mask entered the frame and commanded the girl to do as he pleased.
"That's the leader of the Shiei Hasaikai, the one that goes by the name Chisaki!"
Sir Night-Eye had informed them of this individual and the things he had done, which at this moment made Deku remain still awaiting what Mirio would do.
My apologies on behalf of my daughter, Hero. She gets carried away with her games sometimes and hurts herself. Such a troublemaker this one truly is.
Chisaki explained in a blatant lie, a fake smile he had made behind the mask.
We should be the ones apologizing. That mask of yours is the one that the Shiei Hasaikai members use, right? You're super famous around these parts,
Lemillion said, making up the conversation so Deku could recompose himself.
That's right, but don't pay much attention to the mask. I'm just sensitive to the dirt in the air.
He then added, not to arouse much attention.
Now that I think about it, this is the first time I see you two. Are you rookies? You're rather young to be full-fledged heroes.
You got that right. Just a couple of rookies doing their best. Fellow partner, get up! We must be prepared to face what the uncertain future brings.
Mirio shouted as he grabbed Izuku by the arm to pull him up.
"Get it together, Mirio! Your acting is getting worse by the second!"
young Midoriya internally exclaimed.
Which agency are you affiliated with, if I may ask?
Chisaki further questioned.
None at the moment. We're just students participating in field training. Now then, we must get going. We only got till noon to finish circling this block.
Okay, Izuku quickly responded as he got ready to leave.
Please, don't go.
Visible tears now came out of the girl's eyes as she clung to Izuku's cloak. In that instant, Deku began to feel anger seeping through him as he held her tightly against him.
Your daughter is clearly frightened,
he pointed out as he looked at the man dead in the eyes.
That's because I just scolded her,
Chisato pointed out as distaste began to adorn his face.
Deku, come on! We can't go around suspecting people needlessly. Let's get going!
Mirio desperately pushed forward as he noticed that if a fight began, then everything Sir had worked for would go to waste. But Deku didn't budge. The girl he was holding had many bandages on her limbs, and no sort of playing could explain those. And most concerning of all was how hard the girl was clutching at him, not wanting to let go.
Those bandages she has don't look like the ones you get from playing.
She tends to fall a lot,
Chisaki said,
starting to get tired of this kid's bullshit. "She's shaking without saying a word, and that's not normal to me," Deku stated, getting a tighter grip on her.
Please don't impose your idea of normal on others' families.
"Cut it out! Your prying is clearly annoying him. If he's on high alert, then it will be even harder to get things out of him. Just look the other way." "What is it that you're doing with this girl?" Midoriya further questioned with a serious glare which annoyed Chisaki beyond what he was ready to deal with. Overhaul then told them that the reason was quite personal and that if they wanted to hear it, then they could follow him deeper into the alley. The two boys followed, and the villain slowly began to take off his glove, a detail that little Eri took notice of immediately. He was going to kill them. Without a moment to think it through, the horned girl jumped off from Deku's grasp and went with Chisaki, grabbing his hand as if none of the prior things had happened. Deku couldn't believe this, and so he sparked up, ready to go after them. But Mirio stopped him. "Don't chase them. If you didn't notice, he showed his killing intent. That's how we got her to follow along. If we chase too far, he'll become even harder to catch. So let's respect Sir's orders and go back," Mirio proposed, hoping that this would stop his partner from proceeding. A drop of regret befell the boy as he saw the girl disappear into the darkness. Perhaps he should have ignored Mirio and taken out Chisaki here and now if it meant saving that presumably abused girl. A few minutes later, they reported the situation to Sir Night-Eye, and they were told to stand down and return to the office. And so that day concluded with an unpleasant taste in their mouths. The next day, Izuku visited his master's grave, and he sat in front of it. "I think I made a terrible mistake, All Might. I didn't save a girl in need of help from a Yakuza boss. I know that I should have, but Sir Night-Eye had prohibited me from doing something so reckless. Would it have been right for me to initiate a fight if it meant saving her? I feel like I failed as a hero. I wonder what you would have done. I miss you every day that passes," the boy cried as it began to rain around him. On that very night, it was shown that the state of affairs was gradually developing. A dispute between villain groups had broken out, and two villains with gigantification quirks were now ravaging through the city. One of the big three saw this, and she knew that this had to cease this very instant.
We can't have that now, can we? Full charge! Output 30! Ring wave!
She then shouted as her special wave move hit both villains head-on, knocking them out.
Hey! Why are you even fighting? Is it because your quirks are the same? Bunch of weirdos!
Nejire Hado of the Big Three exclaimed as she looked down at her adversaries.
Now it's time, you two!
She said with a smile as a combination attack was then executed by both Uraraka and Tsuyu. It had been named Meteor Fafrot Skies. A minute later, the three celebrated their win. It had been the first time since the internship started that they had the chance to try out a combination move.
See, you did it! Were you nervous?
The twirly-haired girl asked, her tone resembling a grade schooler more than a senior.
It was a bit hard for me, but we were able to do it just like you told us to.
Uraraka responded. She was so excited to be out on the field helping others while being with friends.
Ribbit, it went smooth enough to be considered surprisingly calm.
Froppy then added.
Yes, that's the spirit! Come over here for a Nejire hug!
The older girl announced just before she got a hold of them with a big Nejire hug, one of her rare moves. Uraraka and Tsuyu had taken their internship with the number 9 hero, also known as the dragon hero, Ryukyu. Nejire had gotten a feeling for those two, so she brought them to her, and now here we were. Ryukyu was so impressed with their showing that she mentioned that they could maybe become a part of a particular case, which left the two first-year girls intrigued to no end. Meanwhile, on the same night, Kirishima began his internship with Fat Gum, and he also had Tamaki of the Big Three, also known as Sun Eater, there as well. They were having a fun time until a fight started because of some villains, and they went over to deal with it. The apprehension was being successful until one of the goons pulled out a gun and shot Tamaki with it, regressing the senior with a teal-colored bullet. This enraged Kirishima, and he fought the guy who by then had used a drug to increase his quirk's output exponentially. The many blades that tried to pierce the redhead boy made him remember one of the last things that Bakugo told him before leaving. On the day of the attack on Kamino, when All Might fought All for One, the hero piece didn't break until the very end. And just like him, Kirishima, as the hero Red Riot needed to become the very shield that could never be pierced, unbreakable. The boy then overwhelmed the villain and stopped him with the help of Fat Gum. Later, he got to see the effects that the bullet had on Sun Eater.
By the time several days had passed, Red Riot, Uravity, and Froppy had become a trend online. They were super famous on the web now. But that wasn't all, as all of them plus Deku had been summoned to a hero meeting. On their way in, they saw the big three. Mirio and Nejire smiled, while Tamaki remained in the background looking at the wall. His regression had made him end up slightly shorter than Nejire. So ever since she became aware of it, she began to treat him like a little brother, which fueled a different part of his social anxiety even further. As they got in, they saw many pro heroes present, such as Rocklock, Fat Gum, Gran Torino, Ryukyu, and even Aizawa. Uraraka immediately, upon seeing him, went after her teacher, and he gave her a welcoming pat. Nejire had done something similar as she had gone to hug Ryukyu. A minute or so later, everyone was informed of what this meeting was about. With all the gathered intel supplied, the investigation had progressed considerably. The bullets that had been manufactured ever since or even prior to Uraraka's incident had all been analyzed, and inside of them, human blood cells had been found. The realization quickly hit both Izuku and Mirio as they realized that there was a possibility that Eri could have been the one cut open to make those bullets. This was further confirmed as Sir Night-Eye elaborated on the info gathered, stating that Chisaki was using his daughter's body to manufacture those bullets. The frustration between the two boys reached a breaking point, and they were unable to contain it. In a flash, both of them stood up, their chairs clashing against the floor as they stood tall.
This time around, we'll definitely rescue her!
Both boys stated the objective of the operation had been set in stone.
It felt different. Totally different. Up until now, nobody has helped me like him. His hand was so gentle.
The young horned girl cried as she covered both sides of her head with her pillow. The girl that had been sliced open thousands of times hadn't felt a hint of love ever since her father had disappeared, thanks to her quirk. All she had been for over a year now was a lab rat to rip apart over and over to manufacture many rewind bullet variants. Eri was stuck in a true hellhole, one that she felt like she would never escape from. Only that green energy boy had made her feel hope, even if it had been momentarily. The same would happen tomorrow, and the days after. It was inevitable after all. And as every other night, she cried herself to sleep, hoping that she would just disappear already. It took quite some time, but the heroes concluded their preparations, and by the end of September, the operation to infiltrate the hideout of the Shei Hasaikai was greenlit. The police force and the pro heroes had joined up, so it became a joint operation. By 8:30 a.m., they were all ready to knock at the door of the Yakuza base, or in this case, ring the bell. But at that instant, a giant villain broke through the entrance and the dragon hero Ryukyu was forced to stop his rampage, transforming to the mythical creature that she named herself after. The primary team then went right in while the Ryukyu team remained outside. Once in the building, Sir Night-Eye used the memories from a thug to open up a secret door. They were a step closer to saving the girl, but soon enough, everything began to fall apart as the walls started to move, and the group was separated. Knowing that the priority above all was to save Eri, and to feel less guilty, Mirio used his permeation to go ahead on his own. And minutes later, he caught up and came face to face with Chisaki. A goon next to him was carrying the girl that he needed to save. This time, he would do things right.
You shouldn't have been able to traverse the path leading here so quickly,
Overhaul began to say, knowing that this boy being here made zero sense.
I took a shortcut,
Mirio explained, interrupting the Yakuza leader.
And I'm here to take that child into custody. Talking so high and mighty like a real hero, when you were the one who turned a blind eye that time. This child does not wish to be taken into your custody. As far as this girl is concerned, you're no hero,
Chisaki stated, knowing that this would break the blonde hero. Hearing this made Mirio begin his onslaught, but his balance failed him, and he collided against the wall next to him. Deidoro Sakaki, one of the 8 expendables, had activated his quirk, dead drunk on him as he drank out of a big sake bottle. With it, he robbed a sense of equilibrium of others around him. But even then, Mirio wouldn't be stopped by this. He jumped away as another man with a black mask shot at him with a regular firearm. Another of the 8 expendables, Shin Nemoto, had unleashed his quirk, which made Mirio answer whatever he was asked, question after question. The Yakuza manipulated the boy into admitting that he had abandoned Eri on purpose, drawing out the weakness of his victim, some that they weren't even aware of. Both the Yakuza thought that the boy was done for, so the boss went on ahead without them.
going away with the lackey who had the girl, and this made Mirio's rage awaken. Killing move! The Phantom Menace! With his special attack, he had taken out both Yakuza, propelling himself towards Chisaki. He would never waver again. Chisaki! He then screamed, swiping his left fist against the boss's face, which was dodged. But he had also kicked the lackey in a white coat away, grabbing Eri the instant the Yakuza thug was knocked out.
Why?
The tears flooded her eyes. She couldn't understand why he would do this.
Run away! Or he'll kill you!
Eri cried out loudly. She didn't want him to perish because of her. I'll never let you feel sad again. I swear! Lemillion told her, holding the horned girl with a warm embrace. Everything's okay now. I'll be your hero, he reassured her. He wouldn't allow Chisaki ever to touch her again. Filthy! Overhaul screeched. How could such vermin make contact with him? Get back here, Eri! Or do you want him to be killed? How many times do I have to say it for you to understand it? Chisaki's voice resounded across the entire area, making the girl cry out in fear. You were born to destroy people! The traumatized child attempted to run back to the man in front of her. Maybe this way, nobody else would have to die. But Mirio didn't allow her. He just told her to ignore whatever that man had to say. Each and every one of your actions kill people. Your very existence is a curse. Hearing this, Eri sank into a despair. She had always hated her quirk, but hearing it like this made her realize that she herself was the problem. Her very existence was a mistake. As the combat between Lemillion and Overhaul began, the girl remained in thought, just seeing how Mirio kept her safe no matter what. Hesitation was not present for Overhaul, as he knew that any damage made to her would be fixed with his own quirk. He was going all out. The emotions within Mirio bubbled up as he now realized the monster that he was facing. One that would never change or be redeemable, and this pushed him beyond everything that came before. He would take Chisaki down so Eri could be freed. Ripping off his cape to protect her, leaving her tangled up in red cloth, Mirio punched Overhaul with a heavy hook, knocking him down momentarily, and then kicking the lackey away who was trying to reach for a gun. The darkness within the girl vanished as the hero Lemillion became something akin to a son. For the first time in her life, she felt that she wasn't a stain on reality. If someone was trying to rescue her, then that meant that she was worth saving. But in a desperate move knowing that he would lose, Chisaki tossed his lackey, his personal case of quirk erasing bullets, and commanded him to fire at the girl. The girl, seeing the gun pointing at her, cowered in fear. Without a second thought, Mirio jumped in front of her. He couldn't watch her getting hurt anymore. He wanted to see a future day where she could smile, no more sadness overtaking her. And if this meant a chance at that, then he would gamble his entire future away. I won't let you get hurt anymore, he thought as a big warm smile formed on his face for her to see. Everything would be all right. The bullet hit its target, and a pulse of energy flowed through Mirio. His quirk had been erased forever. Confirming this to be the case, Chisaki began to make fun of the boy, telling him that everything that he had worked towards was now gone, reduced to naught. He now lacked the power to save her, so he should just die already. But his words were silenced as Lemillion threw the white-coated lackey at him, and in that moment of distraction, the hero punched Overhaul in his forearm at full strength, breaking it. Chisaki flinched for just an instant and began to extend his other hand towards the foolish boy. One touch, and he would be reduced to a bloody mess. Nothing I've done will ever be useless. I'll always be Lemillion! The boy screamed until his final breath. He would fight. 15 minutes had passed since Mirio caught up to them. 5 minutes had passed since he was shot with a quirk-erasing bullet. In the overwhelmingly disadvantageous situation in which he was outnumbered 2-1, he fought approximately a third of it quirkless. No, not fought, but protected her to the very end. But even then, that wasn't enough. A spike had gone through him, killing him on the spot, but had also mortally wounded Eri in the process. Lemillion's body collapsed to the floor, and Eri fell out of his grasp. The blood quickly came out of her as she closed her eyes, awaiting sweet death. This was for the best, she thought. If only she hadn't run away that day, then nobody would have died. The cold temperature began to creep towards her as Overhaul started to walk over to her. He had all intentions of restoring her back to normal. Just as I told you, but you didn't listen. Hopefully this teaches you never to do this again, he said to her as he reached out with his right hand. Eri! Was heard from behind him, and a green flash kicked him so hard that he was sent flying to the wall dozens of meters away.
Another brat?
Izuku was now pounding on him non-stop with his gauntlets, caving the villains inward relentlessly. All Deku could see was red.
Fire style? Dragon Flame Bomb!
Shouted the boy as he unleashed a concentrated fire jutsu at Overhaul. He had jumped back as the man stood up, his skin peeling right off as the flames started eating him whole. Suddenly, they were put out, and a wave of spikes made its way towards Midoriya.
Water cycle? Circling Psych Ball!
A huge water wall emerged, surrounding Izuku, and then he added his truth-seeking orbs in the form of sights to it. They circled around at high speeds, cutting all the spiky rocks coming his way. It only lasted for about 10 seconds, though, as he stopped its flow once the assault ceased. As he stared down at the now fully restored Yakuza boss, he knew what needed to be done. This was just the beginning. Deku would rip the sorry excuse of a man limb from limb. Unfortunately, young Izuku Midoriya lost all reason afterward as he began his one-sided onslaught against the man called Chisaki. As explosions and tremors shook the background, someone approached the almost dead girl. The man who had disappeared after the mall incident, the one who had now inherited All for One and regained his memories, Tomura Shigaraki, had returned. He was well dressed in a black semi-formal attire, but with a black hoodie above that. His hair had turned fully white after his past came back to him, and with it, his quirk awakened. But that was just one out of the hundreds of quirks he now possessed, thanks to All for One's vast collection that he had been gathered over the years. No more hands adored him. He was way past that phase of his life, and now he was free.
You're not looking so good there, Bullet. Stop. Your condition screams out bankruptcy, you know. How will the League of Villains ever recover for not being able to trade in their used bullets, huh? Just kidding. You've done enough for us, so I'll count that as 100 coins. Here, have a one-up.
Shigaraki joked as he pulled out a gold-plated skull pistol and shot the girl twice with it. The two teal-colored capsules hit the girl, and unlike all those that came before her, she screamed. The pain she felt was unbearable. For the first time in her life, her own quirk was being used against her. The first thing to change was her wound. It closed and sealed itself until it looked like nothing ever happened. An excellent beginning of a downturn transformation. Slowly, she began to contract, and the bandages around her arms and legs began to loosen and sag.
You're 6, right? Well, more like 5 now, but hopefully, you take advantage of getting isekai'd. Oh, look, you're around 4 now. Stand up and try to walk while you still can. Soon you'll be stuck as a crawler. But look at the bright side. By the time you grow up, we villains will rule over the world, and you'll be able to play all you want. Doesn't that sound fun, 3-year-old?
The pain had finally subsided, but it didn't matter anymore. As the girl stood or tried to, she tripped as her shirt now bunched up on the floor. She could only begin to cry, not knowing why, as her memories began to feel fuzzy. If anything, she felt like sleeping. Yeah, sleeping would be nice.
Aw, she fell asleep. Sweet dreams, little one. No isekai truck will be hitting you tonight.
Shigaraki comically joked as he put the gun back in his pocket and then turned around to see the light show.
So you indeed are here, Izu Shark Replayeria. The quirk from that cat lady wasn't just a bluff. You seem to be having your fun out there, but how about I join in, huh? My new mod menu is itching to be used.
Now that he had stretched from side to side, Shigaraki teleported in front of the two fighters and pushed them back with a gravity push. The symbol of fear then went to visit the stunned Chisaki, who was now barely getting back up.
You've gotten out of line, Overhaul. All this and you still lack the PAL points to deal with children. What a shame. At one point, I thought that we would be playing 2-player co-op on a split screen. But now that I see the game box, I see that it is a 1-player only game. But before your game over, I'll collect my skill tree upgrade from you.
Shigaraki exclaimed, grabbing Chisaki by the head and stealing his quirk instantly. The quirk Overhaul was now possessed by Shigaraki, and as so, his already overpowered state became even more so. The now quirkless body of Chisaki was left to fall to the ground, and a moment later, he was compressed so hard that meat chunks rained everywhere nearby. What a neat quirk's supreme telekinesis was.
Done with the old boss and now to face off against player 1.
Shigaraki stated as he took a stance and teleported in front of Izuku Midoriya.
Hello there,
he announced as he took Deku by surprise. You! Izuku screamed as he gathered all his orbs and formed his ultimate move, ready to wipe the guy off the face of the earth. But as Izuku poured all his energy into it, Shigaraki simply yawned and stopped the attack with a single finger.
Man, if that's all you got, then you better get grinding because you're just a noob compared to me now.
Shigaraki commented in a playful tone. He wasn't taking this seriously. What the? But I gave it my all! How could you just stop it? Izuku questioned. He hadn't yet realized that he was but a mere toy to the villain lord.
You mean like this?
Answered Shigaraki as he flicked the gauntlet, shattering it into a million pieces. What the fuck? Deku screamed in pure terror, swearing as if he was Bakugo.
Bad Izu Shark! Swearing is not allowed on this server!
Shigaraki then slammed the boy's head into the ground, similar to what Izuku had done at the USJ facility. Just that now the hit was so strong that the ground shattered and everything around it collapsed. Izuku got up and immediately spat out an alarming amount of blood and quite a few teeth. At the moment, he was disoriented, but every one of his senses told him to grab Eri and run.
Ouch! You got the bleeding status effect. You should take care of that before you die from its damage.
Shut up! Deku shouted. I'm sick and tired of your shitty gaming references! This isn't a game! A smug expression soon emerged from Shigaraki. He was about to become the biggest troll.
You mad, bro? It's just a simple game of heroes versus villains like the one you did back at school. Fun for the entire class.
Shigaraki began walking around, inspecting Izuku all over as if he was interested. But in reality, he was just trying to annoy him even further. That's it! Killing you now! The boy shouted. His patience had reached its peak.
Will you now? I'm a level 100 while you're a 5 at best. I suggest you either grind or use those cheats of yours to get a feast of rare candies.
Shigaraki warned him, knowing that the green-haired boy stood no chance against him. Izuku ignored him and shot out a fireball which Shigaraki sneezed away. He then created an earth wall that Shigaraki walked through. He then tried with an air bullet, but Shigaraki clapped at it, and it was sent flying towards Izuku, which he was able to dodge, but just barely. Almost running out of options and energy, Midoriya used a water dragon, but it evaporated mere centimeters before hitting Shigaraki. I can't believe that I'm saying this, but I'm straight up fucked! Nothing faces him. Shigaraki's an unlikable monster. Lightning style? Lightning Helm Jutsu! The boy had shouted as the last of his energy was spent, his cloak disappearing when the attack was launched.
Doggo! Did you know that I had one when I was a kid?
Shigaraki let out before activating a hardening quirk that completely neutralized the jutsu's effectiveness. Izuku stared in shock as he now saw Shigaraki, the Lord of Evil, using a quirk he had seen many times before, one that a friend of his used all the time.
It can't be. So you noticed. Great job. Before getting here, I stumbled upon quite a few people. A boy with tentacles and crystals sprouting out of him, a businessman with glasses, a guy with a ripped yellow suit, and most importantly, an unconscious red-headed kid that made the news a while back. Do you like it? I call this unbreakable Shigaraki.
Shigaraki showed off. He liked this weird transformation he had acquired. He wouldn't stand for this. Izuku Midoriya wouldn't stand for this. He clenched his fist and activated the inherited quirk. One for all, 100%! Detroit Smash! He shouted with all his might as he punched Shigaraki in the face, a move that he then regretted as he screamed in pain even louder. Gah! The entirety of the bones in his right arm had shattered so violently that some of them had even shot outside the skin. Izuku held his messed up arm with the other as tears escaped his eyes. The pain was unbearable.
You seriously need to learn how to punch, dude. If you want, I can give you my copy of Punch It All Out so you can practice.
Shigaraki snickered. This whole thing was hilarious. But as Deku just shriveled in pain, Shigaraki got bored, so he decided to leave.
Well, you being AFK bored me. But before I press circle, let me give you a piece of advice.
Shigaraki said with a serious tone before he kneed Deku in the torso, breaking his spine to such an extreme level that the broken end was now sticking out of his back.
Stop doing Naruto, or you'll get a cease and desist letter on your door. Plagiarizing is no game, Izu Shark Replaria.
Shigaraki stated before grabbing the boy and throwing him next to the now less than a year old Eri. Izuku crawled towards the baby Eri and held her as he began to cry for reals. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, he repeated over and over as he awaited his death.
Well, time to take out the mod menu and press Control Alt Delete.
Shigaraki began to laugh as he now unleashed his decay wave across the entirety of the city. As it quickly spread, Izuku continued to apologize to Eri as he closed his eyes. What he didn't know was that the critical situation had activated Nana Shimura's float quirk from within the One For All core. He quickly floated upwards and out of the wave's reach, saving both himself and the now infant Eri. Sadly, mostly everyone else couldn't say the same thing as they got consumed by Shigaraki's decay wave. The entire city had been engulfed, and by the end of it, there were barely any survivors.
No, it can't be!
In the air, Uraraka witnessed as everything below her turned gray and withered away. Seconds prior, she, alongside Nejire, Tsuyu, and Ryukyu, had managed to secure the giant villain by making it crash against the chasm. Still, now only Nejire remained by her side as Tsuyu and Ryukyu had faded away. Uraraka didn't know how to react as she came to realize that everyone that had been down there was gone.
Tsuyu, Kirishima, Deku, Aizo-sensei!
Her eyes began to water up as reality finally hit her.
No, what just happened? Togata, Hamachiki!
Nejire's thoughts swirled as she tried to understand what had occurred below her. Everything as the eye could see was now just dusted stone. It began to settle down on her head as she saw Uraraka crying softly next to her. It couldn't be, right?
That can't be right! No! We're the big three! We don't lose! Right, Togata? Hamachiki? You could have just did...
But she stopped her thoughts by placing her hands over her mouth. A single tear escaped her eye. If this assumption were to be accurate, then that meant that all the people in the city had been wiped out. The police force, the pro heroes, her mentor Ryukyu as well, her friends, and even one of her precious kohai. It was known that Nejire always kept a level head, making others laugh and naturally appearing childish. But now she couldn't keep that up. Knowing that someone had committed this just under her feet made her feel responsible. Even more so when she realized that her mentor had perished because she had helped by sending her waves to knock down the villain alongside her master to the now gone floor. Frustration crept up within her. An incompetent fool was all she felt like now. But as she tried to reason with herself, she spotted someone emerging from the crater. The man wore all black, and his white hair flowed with the wind. Putting it together, she understood that this guy must have been the one responsible for the genocide, so she knew what she needed to do. Uraraka, get out of here and go as far as you can! I'll handle that monster myself! Nejire shouted as she focused her energy for an attack. This made Uraraka snap out of her crying state as she now looked down at the man that her senpai had just mentioned.
Shigaraki?
The young girl's blood froze as she quickly identified the villain that was now staring up at them, a smile barely able to be seen from up here.
Tomura Shigaraki from the first year incidents. So everyone is indeed gone. Forgive me for not being enough, but right now, I can still save my remaining kohai. Overloaded full charge, 1,000! Plus Ultra Nejire Wave! Fight!
She screamed and shot a concentrated piercing wave towards the Lord of Evil below.
Ooh, a wave show.
Shigaraki commented upon seeing it, using one of his quirks to absorb it.
Neat quirk. I want it.
He then shouted as he teleported himself in front of her. The girl had been unable to register the sudden movement in time, so she wasn't capable of dodging Shigaraki's grasp. He grabbed her by the face and zoomed into the crater below, crashing her face against the hard stone. A quick chuckle then escaped him as he stole her quirk.
Thanks for the donation. I appreciate it,
he said as he formed a small yellow wave from his finger, mocking her. The girl burst into tears. It had been all meaningless. Everything up until now, all her training, title, friendships, and quirk, had been taken away. It was a true nightmare given form.
You were Nejire-chan, right? One of the big three? Well, more like the big none now. But let's refocus.
I have known about you for a while, and every time I saw stuff about you, all I could think was that you're a literal child in a woman's body. Just look at your hero name. No matter though, I have the perfect remedy for your childish status ailment,
Shigaraki said, and then pulled out his stylized gun once more to shoot it at her, first beginning with just a single shot. An attempt to evade it was made, but it resulted in failure as it hit her right in the chest, its effects beginning to show right after.
You see? Now it's slightly more justifiable to act the way you do. You know, it's a bit personal to me. That girl up there who's approaching us shot one of my colleagues twice with the same type of bullet I just shot you with. Her name is Toga, and the girl was left as a 10-year-old only because a hero considered her a threat. She has recovered, yes, but it's become hard for her to continue doing the things she used to do. and I believe that should be charged for. So I'll give you an offer, little Nejire-chan. I have one bullet left to make things right for my friend. So I'll give you a choice. Either let me shoot you again, or I'll use it on the gravity brat.
Nejire, now done with her effects, was able to stand up, and she stood face to face with a symbol of fear.
And how can I trust you after all you've done? The crimes you committed? You cannot be forgiven and even less trusted. You wiped away everyone here without batting an eye, and now you're expecting to make a deal?
Nejire exclaimed.
Most. I wiped out most. But some do remain. The badass Aizawa, the now retired Eri, and the cheater Izuku Midoriya all lived. I can choose who and who doesn't get decayed by my quirk. A little upgrade I acquired while getting my system update installed. So I guarantee you that they lived, so no need to go around spreading lies. As for trusting me, it's up to you. I could game over any one of you with my admin privileges if I so desired, but I don't see the reason to. But your choice time is starting to run out. If the girl gets here before you decide, then I'll unload my entire clip on both of you, and neither will live to tell the tale. So I recommend deciding already. Just look at it like this. Either quirkless little you becomes a bit younger than you already got a minute ago, or allow me to open up the girl's trauma right up as she becomes incapable of being a hero. The choice is yours.
Shigaraki proposed, patiently awaiting a response as the timer grew closer to reaching 0.
Shoot me then. I won't let you harm her again.
Nejire immediately responded, accepting her fate. A few years would be nothing compared to failing one of her kohai again.
Nice choice,
he said as he pulled the trigger. Once more, a teal-colored bullet hit Nejire, and the affix began their encore performance. What once was her royal blue skin-tight bodysuit now loosened at a tremendous speed. Her descent was quite noticeable. Her features softened, and her face became even rounder as she reached the age of 11. A true preteen in every sense of the world. Both her wrist guards and her yellow gauntlets fell off as the transformation concluded. She was now a simple kid wearing a very loose and now draping bodysuit. The girl could only stare up at the towering demon in front of her. He was smiling creepily as he placed the weapon back in his pocket.
A deal's a deal, Nejire-chan. Before I leave, though, I'll give you some energy. You must be exhausted after that big attack of yours, which was then followed by 2 back-to-back rewinds. So here you go,
he said while flicking a small yellow orb towards the girl. A surge of energy befell Nejire as the orb made contact with her. It left her feeling better than ever before. But this made her angrier.
Don't think that I'll thank you for that!
She shouted, giving Shigaraki a piece of her mind.
No need. Well, see you later,
he stated as he waved her goodbye, but he then dodged the strike of a scythe coming his way. Gravity had arrived.
How dare you do that to my senpai!
Uraraka screamed as she kept swinging. The more she swung, the stronger they got.
I thought that you enjoyed a little game of role reversal, he snickered. Now somebody can look up to you and call you senpai.
Shut your mouth!
Uraraka then screamed as her frustration grew bigger. Everything that had transpired, and even worse, she couldn't land a single hit on him.
That's enough, little tsundere.
The scythe has been caught by Shigaraki, making Uraraka let go and jump back. He threw it to the side right after.
Your boyfriend is still kicking, and so is a pro hero that's always looking out for you. No need to be so angry, you know?
You're still alive!
Uraraka thought as tears almost came back out, but she held them back.
And you expect to thank you for that? Fuck you, Shigaraki!
Uraraka shot back, swearing coming from her seemed wrong.
Whoa, a kid swearing! Someone call the police! Oh wait, they're all dusted. Just roll with it, brat. I'm done with my loose ends now, so soon I'll retire from villainy,
Shigaraki said. He had genuinely meant it.
What do you mean by quit? You can't just quit! After all you've done, you deserve to have justice strangle you for all eternity!
Very funny. I'm not joking, though. After today, I realize that it bores me. I'm so powerful that nobody can stand in my way anymore. So being a villain seems kinda empty, to be honest. So I think that I'll just do things that I enjoy, like playing video games and hanging out with friends. Wait, no. That's it! I can open up a game studio and become a video game developer. I can see it now. Villainy Reforged presents Reborn to Decay for the TS5. That would be so awesome!
Shigaraki squealed. His eyes were shining like flaming disco balls.
What? No, that's ridiculous! You can't just go on with your life without paying for the consequences of your actions! I won't let you!
Uraraka shouted as she picked her scythe back from the floor and swung it at him.
I already have.
Shigaraki snickered and teleported away, completely ignoring the girl's threat.
Damn it!
She screamed in frustration, planting her weapon on the floor.
Uraraka, we have to find the others.
Nejire said right behind her. She'd picked up her previously discarded hero suit parts.
I know.
Izuku woke up a week later in a hospital bed. He tried to get up, but he couldn't move his legs or even feel the lower side of his body. His right arm was in a huge white cast. It only took him a minute to remember what had happened to leave him in this state. And after it, he scanned his own body. A severed spine, all ribs broken, 7 missing teeth, and many more minor injuries were now accumulated upon his body.
6 paths, creation of all things,
he said, it being barely audible. With this jutsu, Izuku Midoriya could create anything with his chakra. The yin-yang nature that Hagoromo had taught him had no limits as long as you could imagine it, and also had the chakra to force it into reality. In the past, the Sage of the 6 Paths had used the same jutsu to create Nine-Tailed Beast, which meant that he could create life with it. But the jutsu could actually create anything without exceptions. So with this in mind, he recreated his spine, missing teeth, ribcage, and the entirety of his right arm from scratch. It had taken him a load of chakra to make it happen, but now he was back to normal. With a swift movement, he left the bed and broke the cast, setting his sight on the room's window. It was very late at night, so he quietly proceeded to open the window, transform, and fly out of the hospital, still in his hospital gown. A few moments later, he had made it home, and he used the spare key hidden inside a secret compartment. He opened the door, and his mother had fallen asleep on the couch. Dry tears could be seen on her face, and next to her, an album of Izuku photos could be spotted.
I'm sorry for worrying you, Mom. I didn't mean to ever make you feel this way,
Izuku sincerely said in his mind, wanting to tell her this, but at the same time, it was for the best if he didn't wake her up. So instead, he carefully sat next to her, falling asleep rather quickly. The next day was just bombshell after bombshell for the young boy. Everything that had transpired since he fell into a short coma had left him speechless. It first started with him being told about the deletion of an entire city off the very face of the planet, the one where he had been fighting at. He cursed even more afterward when he found out that it had been Shigaraki's doing once more. Well, not just this one, but also the one that housed the Meta Liberation Army, Deku City, 2 days after the previous one, and as a final love letter to Villainy, he also took down the main HQ of the video game company known as Bethesda Softworks Studios, a well-known game company that usually put out extremely broken games on release, but slowly fixed them to some extent with post-release patches. It was true that their methods had sometimes bordered on the line of evildoing, but this didn't mean that they had to be decayed into non-existence. The funny thing, or rather terrifying thing, was that hours after doing so, Shigaraki, alongside the League members, took over a news channel to announce their retirement as villains. And not just that, but that there would be an even bigger announcement coming up soon, so everyone needed to tune in to see it.
What kind of bizarre world did I wake up in? This can't be real! He can't keep getting away with it!
The news had clearly altered Deku, but this was just the start. He for sure wasn't ready for the next one as he collapsed to the floor on all fours upon hearing it. The once prestigious school that he had dreamed of graduating in had closed its doors after what was now named the First Disintegration Genocide, shortly after Director Nezu had been assassinated by a parent of one of the many students that had perished from Class 1A, his brains being blown right off his rodent head as he was attending a public apology.
What am I supposed to do now? Is becoming a hero even viable when someone like Shigaraki exists out there?
The boy wondered. Reality had been twisted into a ridiculous mess. Inko then apologized for having to give him the bad news. But this wasn't everything, of course, just the bits that she knew. She then recommended her son to go see Uraraka to check if she knew anything else, and also to tell her that he was okay now. Izuku thanked her and went up to Uraraka's apartment. On the fly there, he noticed that things seemed relatively normal in the city as if nothing had happened. Perhaps society had somehow accepted Shigaraki's blatant lie of a statement as a fact. He could only let out a long sigh after thinking this. It was just too outlandish to believe. But he didn't have to bother with that, though, for long as he reached his destination and rang the doorbell. The door opened just seconds after, and he felt as if he was hugged tightly.
You should have called me, you dummy!
She cried out, digging herself deeper into his embrace.
I was so worried that you would never wake up! So it's very rude to disappear like this, you know?
Sorry about that.
The boy apologized and then continued. But my phone was destroyed at the Shie Hasaikai compound. The girl, upon hearing this, shoved him back and crossed her arms over her chest.
Cheap excuse Yes, Deku! You know my number by now!
The girl was now full on pouting. His response had annoyed her quite a bit. I know. I just wanted to see you, that's all. I woke up yesterday very late at night and flew home right after. I came as soon as possible, but even then, I'm sorry for making you worry so much. Uraraka turned to face him again, and she realized that he was being truthful. She just couldn't stay mad at him. Even less after all that had occurred that day.
Are you up to date with everything?
She asked, worried that she would have to break it all up for him. My mom told me some stuff, but I'm sure that she doesn't know the full story, so I was hoping that you could fill in whatever I'm missing, he explained.
I see. Well, let's go inside then. I'll serve you something to drink, okay?
She proposed in a way, as she grabbed his hand and began pulling him inside without him answering. Sure, that would be great! And so, they went inside and got ready for the briefing. Now, with their drinks in hand, they could begin. First, Uraraka asked him about what he knew, and he explained everything that he had heard. With everything accounted for, Uraraka went on to tell him what he was missing.
Look, this might be hard to hear, but nearly 50,000 people died when Shigaraki unleashed his decay while we were on the raid.
50,000?!
Yeah, so many innocent people were snapped away, and we were part of the few lucky ones that survived. I guess that your mother didn't know, but well, you ate close because even more students from her class passed away. Deku, with pure shame and Tsu, you are gone.
Tears began to form as a wound had opened inside her once more.
No! Stop! You can't be serious! They can't be gone!
The boy shouted, raising his voice quite a bit but then lowering it upon noticing it.
That's the truth, Deku! They all disappeared along the city!
Uraraka momentarily stopped to recompose herself and then continued.
But 5 people miraculously made it out! As you can already tell, there's you and me as 2 out of those 5. Then there's Aizawa-sensei. He was found unconscious, half buried in the vast amounts of dust. But thankfully, he wasn't harmed in any substantial way. Oh, and Nejire-senpai also made it out as she was airborne with me when it happened. And the final one is Eri.
Is she alright?
Deku immediately asked, pushing the table down with both of his hands.
Yeah, she's doing fine. Aizawa-sensei got her full custody shortly after she woke up.
She answered, hoping that this would prevent Deku from breaking her table.
That's a relief,
he then said, and took his hands off the table, which made the girl sign relief.
But Deku, did everyone say that she was a little girl in the meeting? Like a kid? Because when I found you two, she didn't even look a year old.
Oh, that. I'm guessing that Shigaraki shot her after he found her. She was mortally wounded when I arrived, and my fight with Chisaki didn't let me get back to her.
Midori answered. It was just an assumption as he couldn't fully confirm it.
That twisted mother...
She exclaimed, but stopped herself before she could finish, leaving Izuku perplexed.
Sorry about that. Recently, I've been getting triggered every time that I remember or imagine him doing what he did to me to somebody else. It's just an immediate reaction that I can barely control. Maybe it's because I feel responsible, as I was unable to prevent Nejire-senpai from getting shot.
So she also got shot then?
Yeah, 2 times.
She answered, hating having to admit it.
I can't believe that it wasn't enough with just you or Eri. He also had to get her as well.
The boy said in an angry tone, feeling even more incompetent as he could have prevented each and every one of those from happening.
I also don't understand why, but we can't change the past, so we should stop dwelling on it. We have the future to look out for.
The girl cheerfully stated, trying to hide her true feelings.
I suppose,
Midoriya commented. He was feeling more down than he felt earlier.
Cheer up! Hey! I got something to show you! Look!
Uraraka exclaimed as she went over and pulled something out of her closet.
Ta-da!
She said, presenting the black and red sailor uniform she now had in hand.
I got accepted to Kurosukan Academy! I'll be starting next week.
But how? That's the most prestigious non-hero school in all of Japan. Even rich families would struggle to pay up the tuition,
Midoriya loudly pointed out, trying to piece together how someone like her could pay up for such a privilege.
Aizawa-sensei got me a scholarship. He told me to make the best out of this opportunity to build a better future for myself. So I accepted it. I'll do my best to keep moving forward for all those that can. So I will never give up.
It had been a bit embarrassing to admit it, but she had said it loud and clear. Izuku got up and went over to her, placing his hand on top of her hair and caressing it. He then followed it with a hug similar to the one she had given him upon his arrival.
Congrats! I'll be rooting for you all the way,
he told her, knowing that she would conquer this trial.
She jumped out of the hug and pointed her finger at him.
You better know it!
She exclaimed, trying to sound like her older self.
But I'll still go to you if I ever need help with any class, if that's okay with you.
She then added, turning a bit red in the process.
I'll be happy to help you at any time, Uraraka.
He smiled at her and signaled a high five, which she responded to with her very own.
Okay then, that's enough friendly chatter. Time to go back to what we were doing.
Uraraka grabbed his hand again, and they returned to the table. There was still quite a bit to tell him, she thought, and when she did, the boy didn't react well at all.
Seriously, everyone is accepting this blatant trickery? After everything he's done, after all those he killed, and he gets to be a game dev? What a sick joke! No! He orchestrated every aspect of it! He'll never change. Ever since the first time we encountered each other, he has always been a glorified sociopath. He couldn't keep his hands out of committing atrocities with his ragtag group of misfits! And he gets to be pardoned by society? What a sick fucking joke! I should have stopped him when I had the chance. At the mall before he shot you. Before he erased our classmates. Before he decayed over 150,000 innocent people. Before he ruined everything.
Deku ran it, and then fell headfirst to the table, defeated. It was all his fault, after all. His inaction had allowed Shigaraki to get this far. Uraraka approached and embraced him gently, later on caressing his hair as well. He had started to cry by then.
Shh, shh. It's okay. It's okay. Someday, we'll make things right. I promise.
Once the heartfelt visit concluded, Izuku went over to visit Aizawa-sensei. Uraraka had given him the address so he would let him know that he had fully recovered. It didn't take much for the boy to find the place, and after knocking at the door that lacked a doorbell, he awaited its opening.
Midoriya?
Eraserhead had opened the door and reacted in shock. He had thought that his student would never get off that hospital bed he last saw him in. Ever since the incident, Aizawa had broken up inside. Losing even more students had shattered his resolve beyond repair. All those parents who trusted him with their kids had been left with only ashes and a soon-to-be-built memorial. If UA hadn't closed down, he would have resigned. He could only consider himself unfit for such a role moving forward. But he did have a few last rays of hope in his life that still allowed him to escape the darkness. First, there were the students of 1A that were still out there. Those that didn't resent him even after everything that had happened. Then there was also Uraraka, who had allowed him to open up like he hadn't in many years. He was very grateful to her for continually banishing his depressive thoughts away, and for also keeping him company at times when he wasn't feeling the best with himself. Aizawa was very proud of her, and he knew that girl would someday be someone that could help others in need, a true hero. So no matter what, he would look out for her until she no longer needed it. It was the least he could do to repay her, but there was still one more ray of hope that had recently broken through the void, one that had made him reconsider how to live from now on. It was Eri, his now adoptive daughter. The little one had been rescued from the Shihiseikai raid, and even though regressed, she still seemed healthy to the doctors. That was until a fever appeared, and a nurse began to take care of her, treating her while carrying her. If only they had noticed a slightly enlarged glowing horn. If only they would have prevented another life from being lost. Within seconds, the nurse ceased to be, and only her clothing remained. Similar to what had occurred years prior, this nurse, just like Eri's father, had been rewinded out of existence. The hospital soon broke into panic as whoever made contact with the infant found themselves quickly rewinded to a younger state. Her loud crying only alerted more people, which made them check her. The chaos continued until Aizawa arrived and gave her a quick erasing glance. The crisis had been averted for now. Many tests were then performed on the rewinding infant, and it was discovered that she accumulated energy within her horn, and once it was full, she would release it indiscriminately. Only once the energy reserve was used up would she stop, a truly dangerous quirk for a baby to have running amok. So 2 days later, it was decided that the hero known as Eraserhead would take custody of the child and raise her to be able to control her extremely dangerous quirk. Knowing that only he could keep her in check, Aizawa agreed to do so. In a way, he felt that maybe this could help him atone for some of his past failures, which included not being able to save her on time. At first, it was hard to take care of little Eri. She was rather loud, and she never allowed him to rest, but by now, he had started to become accustomed to it. He never planned to have kids of his own. It was something that he never felt okay with. But now with Eri, he began to think otherwise. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to open up to others and start up a relationship in a few years. Still, his primary mission was now to take care of the little one so everything else could take a seat for later. In a way, it saddened him. The more he was reminded of what the doctors had told him, the more he blamed himself.
As of now, the current Eri didn't show any hint of possessing the memories or skills from her past self. Those memory shards of hers had either been locked away or outright destroyed. All her trauma had vanished, but with it, the true Eri had also disappeared, leaving him with an entirely different and new person to care for. One that was never sliced apart to create ammunition, one that didn't live in fear, one that didn't lack love. Aizawa would give her every single thing that her life had been lacking before. He would give her a life worth living for. Even though he was carrying Eri, he grabbed his student and hugged him. Aizawa couldn't be more glad to see him again. He then allowed him to enter his home, and they began to talk about it all. No details would be skinned over. It took a while, but Aizawa informed him about everything related to Eri. The girl had fallen asleep quite a few minutes prior.
So that's the reason why she's under my care now. And that's even more of a reason for me never to allow her to harm anyone else with her quirk. Otherwise, I would fail as a father.
I'm certain that you'll do well raising her. I trust you, Sensei.
Izuku reassured him while looking at Eri. She seemed at peace while being asleep in his teacher's arms.
Let's both hope that your trust isn't misplaced. My track record isn't exactly the best when it comes to taking care of children,
Aizawa commented right after. He looked a bit more down now than a second prior.
It wasn't your fault, Aizawa-sensei. None of their deaths are on you,
Izuku quietly exclaimed, trying not to wake up the sleeping Eri, but at the same time getting his point across.
I'm grateful for your words, Midoriya. Trying to take away all the blame swallowing me whole is quite heroic, but I'll have to decline it. It's up to me to decide if I'm to blame or not. So let's change the subject.
Aizawa quickly switched from being down to the serious mode he was known for.
So regarding your future now that UA shut down, and knowing your relationship with Uraraka, I can extend my help to grant you a scholarship to study alongside her. I know that it would make both of you happy, so I can make it happen if you deem it necessary.
Izuku thought about it for a moment. It was true that he would soon need to deal with applying to a new school to finish his high school education. UA being out of the picture didn't mean that he would become a dropout. Studying alongside Uraraka would also be a blast. He was more than certain that it would allow him to grow even closer. But this wasn't the way to take it. Midoriya knew that Uraraka had wanted to go on her own path ever since she regressed. It was only logical to do so after your entire life turned upside down. But even if it hurt him, Deku needed to let her go.
No thanks,
Izuku then said, shocking Aizawa with his response.
I believe that it would be for the best if I let her concentrate on her own path rather than forcing myself into it. When she showed me her uniform, her face told me everything. She was super excited to begin a new chapter of her life, to get to know new people, and most importantly of all, to excel at her new school. If I were to go there with her, I would just distract her. Remind her of everything that happened and all that came before. I appreciate that opportunity, don't get me wrong, I really do. But I think it's best if I let her go on with her new life. It's only fair to do so.
I see. I'll respect your choice, but if at any point you change your mind, don't hesitate to let me know. I'll assist you in whatever you need,
Aizawa told him with a smile.
I do have one thing I need, though. Is there any chance that you can get me Nejire Hado's residence? I would like to have a chat with her if possible,
the young boy stated, waiting to see if his teacher could help him out with this.
Let's get in contact with someone first. Could you take care of Eri while I go make the call?
Aizawa asked.
Of course!
Izuku didn't hesitate even for an instant to answer. Aizawa handed little Eri to Midoriya and went to another room to make the call. Deku just remained in place as he held Eri once more. The last time he had done so, he had thought that both would die. So now it felt relaxing knowing that she wasn't in any danger. A tear escaped his eye then and there, quickly cleaning it away.
You know, Eri, I kept remembering that day when you held me tightly after escaping Chisaki. You were so scared, and I left you behind. I still regret that. Even if I was just following orders, I felt wrong. I wasn't a hero. Leaving anybody who needs help to rot or, even worse, to allow their abuser to trap them once more is something that a villain would do. At every turn, I have failed you, Eri. First in the alley and then at the compound. I should have grabbed you back then and gotten you to safety. You were injured, and all I did was throw a fit. Ripping Chisaki apart was all that coursed through my mind, and I left you to die while I fought him. It may sound morbid, but if it weren't for Shigaraki, you wouldn't be here anymore, and I don't know how to feel about that. After all that he has done to people I care about, and even to those not involved, I can't bring myself to forgive him as society has. My rage only grows the more I hear from him, and how he keeps getting away with everything without a care in the world. But I have to be fair. You are alive thanks to him, and even if he left you in this state, that's better than dying. The doctors might have said that you're practically a new person, but I refuse to believe that. I know that you are still in there, Eri. Your life, your experiences, your soul.
None of those will ever be erased. So once more, I will apologize for failing you. I promise that someday I'll be a hero like Mirio was to you,"
Izuku quietly concluded. Not long after, Aizawa came back and handed Deku a note with the info he had requested a few minutes ago. The boy thanked him and handed Eri back to his sensei. The conversation continued for a bit until Aizawa took Eri to her room and placed her in her crib. In it, a part of the red cape that once belonged to Lemillion rested. It had become her blanket. Izuku hadn't noticed back then, but Eri, even as a baby, had held onto the cape with her little hands before the green-haired boy had grabbed her. And as the little sleeping one was now covered by it, she held it tightly and smiled.
"Can you see this, Mirio? She's smiling. In the end, you were able to save Eri,"
Izuku thought as his eyes watered up. His senpai had not died for nothing. A few days passed, and Midori could finally visit Nejire Hado. It had been a bit complicated after getting over to her since she had moved back with her mother over the Akita prefecture, which was basically located half a Japan away from Deku's hometown. But he eventually found the time to do so, and he made it over and saw her small house. Once at the door, he made his presence known, and soon after, who we presume to be Mrs. Hado opened the door and allowed him to enter. She served him some tea and questioned him about his reason for visiting. And Izuku told her that he was one of her daughter's kohai and he wanted a chance to speak with her. Mrs. Hado trusted him. He seemed like a good kid after all, so she allowed him to go to her daughter's room. Izuku took a deep breath and gave a few knocks on the door in front of him.
Pass,
the girl inside said. So Izuku entered the room.
It's you, the floaty boy who Araka likes.
Nejire then added as she got a good look at the boy. Her usual cheerfulness was nowhere to be found at the moment.
"Floaty?"
Midori asked, confused about what she meant by that.
Yes, floaty. When we found you, you were floating while holding the girl. Both of you were unconscious, but you kept floating for a bit until you suddenly dropped, and Uraraka caught both the baby and you.
Nejire explained quickly, her tone sounding a bit monotone and entirely out of place coming out of her.
"Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks, Nejire-senpai."
Drop the senpai. I'm nobody's senpai anymore,
she said in a defeated tone before letting herself drop onto the bed behind her. Deku was confused about why the most cheerful and curious person that he had ever met was now reduced to a mere shattered shadow of a person, one that went against everything that she previously was.
"So, how are you holding up?"
the boy then asked, trying to break the awkward silence. The girl didn't even turn his way to look at him, but she still did answer.
Could be worse, I guess.
After hearing this, Izuku decided to sit down on the bed, and this definitely got Nejire's attention. She disliked what he had just done.
I would appreciate if you got off my bed, so get out of it!
Nejire exclaimed. She was rather annoyed now.
"Sorry,"
Izuku said as he stood up once more. Nejire jumped off the bed and stood face to chest with the boy. She was forced to look up at him, but she surely did as she began her assault.
Look, Deku, I'm not exactly in the mood to do this right now, okay? If you haven't noticed, my life fell apart. I just want to try to erase it all. I'm aware that the trip here might have been long, but please go back to where you came from. Go back to your home, or to Uraraka.
Nejire stopped as the boy suddenly hugged her. He held her tightly to let her know that it was okay to let it all out. He wouldn't judge her for it. We all need to do so every once in a while. Otherwise, we would explode. Nejire wanted to push him away, but at the same time, she felt like crying. It had been hard for her to accept everything, and now it all slowly kept crashing on top of her day after day. Just how long would she be forced to remember her past, her failures, her now shattered existence? Tears did come out slowly and eventually were noticed by the boy.
"It's okay. Just let it all out,"
he whispered to her, as she then began crying harder. A few moments of silence elapsed as Nejire slowly regained herself, and then she slipped out of the boy's grasp.
Thanks. I think I needed that,
she told him as she looked up at him.
"I know. You feeling better now?"
A little,
she admitted with a tiny smile. Both then sat on the bed, and after a few seconds, the girl broke the silence.
I know that you're here to check on me, and I appreciate it. But even then, I feel like you shouldn't have come all the way here just for a quirkless nobody like the new me.
"You know, I was also a quirkless nobody for quite a while, and I know how it feels. I don't see you as less or inferior to anybody with a quirk. Nejire, you're still important to others. Uraraka cares, and in a way, she blames herself for what happened to you,"
the boy explained.
Wait, slow down for a bit,
she exclaimed. It had been way too much to take in such a short time span.
So you were quirkless?
"Yep, for over 14 years,
he answered.
Then how did you...
Otherworldly Sage gave me powers after I recklessly tried to save a childhood friend. You know, quite the peculiar random occurrence. Deku told her. It had indeed been a weird way of obtaining his so-called quirk.
No way! So you're like an anime pro tag! That's so cool, you know?
The girl's eyes lit up for the first time since he arrived. I guess, he let out a bit embarrassed.
But that coolness can wait for later. You told me that Uraraka blames herself for what happened to me, correct?
She questioned Deku. In less than a second, she had gone from cheerfully playful to straight up serious. Yeah, I think that she believes that if she had done things differently, then you wouldn't have ended this way. In a way, I can understand her greatly. I felt the same way when it happened to her.
That silly girl.
Nejire smiled as she then added,
It wasn't her fault. All the decisions were mine. From getting my quirk taken away to ending up a little girl, they were all a result of my actions.
Could you elaborate, please? I would like to know what you meant by that, the boy said, requesting for more info to be given.
It was my reckless outburst that got Shigaraki's attention, and this made him interested in my quirk, which he then stole. That was my fault 100%. After that, he shot me once, which I wasn't exactly expecting or felt like I deserved. But he had held a grudge against both my way of expressing myself, as well as something that had happened to a friend of his. Apparently, his friend had been shot by Uraraka twice, leaving her too little to enjoy her villain acts, so Shigaraki felt like an equivalent exchange to be carried out. In the end, I'm glad they gave me a choice and didn't just take revenge on Uraraka again. It would have destroyed me to see her suffer more than she already has. So I chose the final bullet to be used on me. And there I was left at as 11-year-old. Just a few days ago, I turned 12 again. But I just wanted to let you know the correct info. So yeah, I chose this outcome for myself, in a way, so I should be okay with it. But I'm not.
The girl cried out. She had been holding something in, and now it had finally shown itself to the world.
I wanted to continue being a hero. I wanted to fulfill my promise. Now I can't do that because I acted like an idiot, which led to everything crumbling away. I can't stop blaming myself for being so stupid. I didn't think of what I was doing or what I had to carry out, so I fumbled and lost it all. The only correct thing I was able to accomplish was keeping one of my kohai out of harm's way.
What promise? Izuku then pointed out. It had been a small detail that he hadn't let pass. The girl then went over to a drawer and pulled out a very precious photo to her, and just after, she handed it to the green-haired boy.
That's my father. He passed away when I was almost 6. I barely have memories of our time together, but I still have one that I remember to this day. Days before he was taken, on his hospital bed, he told me that perhaps I could be a hero someday. One that could cheer the whole world round. Me, not knowing what he truly meant, then promised to be a hero that could make everyone cheer up. One that could make everyone smile. One that could even make him smile once more like he hadn't been able to in a while. At that moment, he gave me the biggest smile he could muster and told me that if that made me happy, and I should strive to do so. To this day, I still remember that. And now
After saying this, Nejire just collapsed to the floor, and she began to cry. Izuku embraced her once more and reassured her that it would be okay, that her father would be proud of everything that she had accomplished and everything that she would achieve in the future. It took a bit of time for her to recover from that, but once she did, Midoriya handed the photo back to her, placing it back to where it once was. So, why do you have your hero suit on display? The boy then asked, curious as to why the suit was now in one of the corners of her room.
I thought that it would help me get through what I'm feeling. I wanted to move forward and be able to look back at it, to then tell that I didn't need it anymore.
Nejire answered as she placed her hand on the suit that now towered over her. Hopefully, you get to that point.
Yeah, hopefully someday.
Nejire then told Izuku that she was now coursing through the 6th grade at Dagobah Academia, a school encompassing all grades from K to 12. Unlike Uraraka, Nejire had decided to go back to a school year fit to her new age. Midoriya didn't understand why she would do this when she was about to graduate from high school, but perhaps this was a better option for her after what had happened. Minutes later, as Deku was leaving, Nejire decided to speak up one last time.
Please don't tell her about what I said. I don't want her to know that I took those bullets for her.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
She gave him a quick smile just after, and he left the room. Once she heard that he was gone, Nejire went over to her hero suit and tried putting it on again. The tears escaped her as she saw herself in the mirror sporting her hero suit that now fit like a tent. Right after, she tried striking her usual Nejire-chan pose, but she was unable to keep it up for long due to the now very present heaviness of her accessories. As a last-ditch effort, she tried to use her waves with her gauntlets, but nothing came out as expected.
They both fell to the floor with a loud clunk, and the girl only stared at her own little hands that would be lost in her suit if she were to lower them. A quirk that was stolen could never be recovered unless it was given back, and this fact was very well known to the girl. She just didn't want to accept it. She could only hold herself as she collapsed on her knees and began sobbing.
Dad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The girl kept repeating to herself as she had once again broken inside. A long time after, towards the end of November at Central Fukuoka, Dalby had gotten through most of his plan, but the final dance was still to come in a few short minutes. The big reveal would soon be public. The high-end Nomu. Hood had just been taken out by Endeavor with the assistance of Hawks. But as both heroes stood there battered and heavily injured, Dalby made his entrance alongside 6 other high-end Nomus.
It's nice to meet you, Endeavor.
As the broadcast began, the high-ends ripped the featherless Hawks apart. Across Japan, many Stain followers celebrated the death of their idol's killer. It had been a juicy and excruciating way to go, which filled them with joy. Meanwhile, on other screens, people could see as Dalby kicked Endeavor to the ground and began scorching him from the legs up, the number 1 hero begging for it to stop. And at that moment, Dalby's great dance began. First, his hair was returned to its original white, and just after, his real name was spoken out for all across the nation to hear, Toya Todoroki. Far away in the Todoroki household, the siblings could only stare at the TV in complete despair. Their brother, presumed dead long ago, had survived and become a murdering villain. But it was even worse for someone in a hospital, the mother of the Todorokis, Rei. She was able to see a different broadcast, one that seemed to be made just for her. One that had her eldest son claiming to be guilty of many cases of homicide. But in reality, this was the second broadcast being shown simultaneously in parallel to the one that was live. In it, Toya denounced his entire family history and how he had been deemed a failure. But even then, his flames were still Endeavor's. The past never forgets as you reap what you sow. Soon, hell enveloped Endeavor and swallowed him whole, the blue flames slowly dissipating right after nothing was left for them to burn. Minutes later, as he arrived back at Villainy Reforged HQ, the game company that the League had recently started, he was quickly intercepted by a very pissed-off Shigaraki.
What the hell, dude? I know that you had daddy issues as well, but I didn't think that you would just perform your whole act live. Do you know how bad this whole situation is going to be now? A PR disaster, that's what. Villainy Reforged cannot condone your actions, and as so, you are hereby fired. Your interests are clearly not in line with the company, so I have to state all that now in a public apology. You seriously have no idea how bad this is. We were about to announce our acquisition of Outer Sloth Studios on our next Gentle video, and you blew it all away for that shitty cringe dance of yours. Just get out. Fine by me.
Dalby responded. He couldn't care less about being a part of Shigaraki's game plan anymore.
But before my unemployment check reaches me, I might as well get rid of my accomplice. You're what now?
Shigaraki asked in pure confusion. Lucky for the eldest Todoroki, the lizard man that had helped him get everything up and ready to go had come out of the building alongside some of the other League members. It would be as easy as counting from 1 to 3. In an instant, he threw himself against Spinner and kicked him into the air. Dalby's flames were more than ready to make some finger-licking fried lizard tonight. He might have overdone it though, as he accidentally, or most likely on purpose, put the intensity of the flames at max capacity, which disintegrated poor Spinner to the bone and soon after to atoms. Not even Shigaraki would be able to bring him back now. The entirety of the League cried out for Spinner as Shigaraki pummeled the living shit out of the now proclaimed Toya Todoroki. It didn't take much to defeat the charred man in submission, and right after doing so, Shigaraki flicked a quirk-erasing bullet at him for good riddance. There wouldn't be any more dancing on this floor. The next day, Shigaraki gave out a public apology and handed the now quirkless Dalby to the authorities. It was a sign of good faith from him and, in a way, also one of revenge for his lost friend. Dalby was then taken to Tartarus prison, and about a week later, he was executed by his own mother, piercing his skull with an ice spike. She then took her own life afterward. Weeks passed, and as things calmed down, Villainy Reforged felt that it was time to release their next video, and so they did. And in the premiere style, it was shown to the masses.
Gentle video.
The screens all over the web heard as the broadcast began.
Good day to all, and welcome to the 4th installment of the Gentle Video series, where we announce the latest news concerning the Villainy Reforged company. As you may all know, I'm Gentle Criminal, your community manager in these trying times. Now get your teacups ready because today you are in for a treat. Let's begin.
The screen turned black right after, and all the viewers awaited the first announcement. Many concept arts were then shown. It was very similar to a game that a lot of people already loved, one called Among Me. And just at that instant, we were able to see Gentle Criminal once more, now drinking his black tea before continuing with the announcement.
We at Villainy Reforged are proud to reveal that we have acquired Elder Sloth Studios, and as so, we have begun development for the hit game sequel for Among Me. Not much can be said at the moment, but we do have a title ready, Among You. This beautiful venting game will be reaching your phone sometime next year, so be sure to tell your friends and look out for anyone acting sus. Otherwise, you might end up minced into a pie.
The screen once more went black, but now in the middle we could see a little toga rolling to collect blood droplets, similar to a loading screen. But soon, this ended as she put them all into a cup and slurped it all down in one go. The screen then changed to show Shigaraki.
Good day, everyone. It's Shigaraki here once more to give you an update on our main title, Reborn to Decay. Due to unforeseen circumstances in development, we will have to confirm that an indefinite delay is now upon us. But don't feel bad. It's better to release a polished game over one riddled with bugs. Here at Villainy Reforged, we believe that a game should be a complete experience out of the package. And so we will not be releasing our games until they are well baked and ready to be enjoyed. I would also like to confirm that all major DLCs released will be free of charge. Everyone will be able to experience everything together, so look up to it in the future. And with that, I'll take my leave until the decay eats us whole.
And as he finished, the video screen showed a decay effect to signify that this section was over. Soon, a section with Twice was shown in which he, alongside Little Toga, showed off the company's merch while also not forgetting to tell them to donate blood to the Crimson Cross Association. Villainy Reforged had made a deal with them not long ago, promising them free advertisement in exchange for a new donation option to donate an extra small canister filled with blood for Toga. This way, the little vampire would never be thirsty again. Obviously, all the canisters that could arrive would be checked by Dr. Shigaraki first, and once confirmed as safe, then the little one would be able to drink them later as she pleased. Then came a section with Magni responding to the community's most asked questions. The Reforged Q&A. Only the top 20 would be answered due to time constraints. Still, the rest were actually responded to on social media posts so everyone could enjoy getting their questions answered. And so, as that ended, we came back once more to the majestic tea-loving god known as Gentle Criminal. By now, he had finished his tea and was ready to conclude the video.
Did you all have fun? Was it a great thrill? I'm sure it was, but don't hesitate to tell us yourselves. Be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe to stay up to date with all news Villainy Reforged related. And with that all...
But suddenly, the screen dramatically changed to Gentle Criminal's teacup shattering into the floor.
What's this? A new announcement approaches,
he exclaimed. His acting had been on point. Then a trailer showed a game never before seen. In it, a person would kill hordes of enemies and gather quirks and upgrades as they leveled up. It soon became quite hectic, and the survivor was killed off. The fast-paced arcade survival game that had been shown attracted the viewer's attention instantly.
Indeed! Our secret project is finally revealed. Quirk Survival will be released on December 28th for all compatible smartphones, so be sure to check it out. And with that, this video is over. Take care, and until next time, remain elegant. Gentle conclusion.
Many gamers across Japan cheered after the announcement, and soon after, it was trending everywhere. Just like the times prior, Villainy Reforged broke the internet once more. Sadly, this didn't last long, as midway through the party at the company HQ, Dr. Shigaraki informed Shigaraki that the United States had sent their top 3 heroes overseas to deal with Shigaraki, and they were well on their way. At best, only 2 hours remained until their arrival, and hearing this, the former symbol of fear decided to take matters into his own hands quickly so he could resume the party with his friends. And just like that, he located Stars and Stripes, teleported behind her, and before she could react, he stole a new order.
Neat. Now I possess the quirk with the most potential. Now, what should I order first?
Shigaraki thought to himself. The other 2 heroes that were alongside Stars and Stripes tried to attack right after, but Shigaraki easily evaded them and took their quirks as well. One of them had a storm quirk, while the other one had something way more interesting.
A nanotechnology quirk. America, you've truly outdone yourself,
Shigaraki exclaimed as the nanobots began to flow over his hoodie. He could create anything he could imagine with them now. He then jumped off the aircraft and decided to use New Order to deal with them. He first shouted the names of all the people in front of him, and then he gave out a command.
The 6 people I just named in front of me will be sent back home immediately,
he ordered, and they instantly teleported back to the American continent. The 3 aircraft, though, remained in place and then began to fall down to the ocean below. Shigaraki destroyed them a second or so later to not risk it.
Whoa,
This quirk is sick. Well, better get back before the others start to worry. And most important of all, I still need to settle the score with Twice for outing me as an imposter last time.
He said to himself, and then teleported back to the league after party. Another day had begun, and the chestnut-colored hair girl that we all know so well was getting ready for yet another day at Corsican Academy. She had been going early every day to be as responsible as possible. She made her own breakfast with the extra groceries that Aizawa-sensei had brought her the other day, allowing her to enjoy some chocolate lover's pancakes. She also made herself a bento for later in the day since the scholarship did not cover the cafeteria. But even then, she wasn't sad because of it. Quite the contrary, in fact. This allowed her to cook more, which in turn made her experience more combinations, and this was exciting to her. Once everything was accounted for, she picked up her book bag, one she had bought by herself at the mall, and she exited the apartment. As she walked, the froggy pin she had on her book bag swayed back and forth. It was a minor detail she had gotten a few weeks back, and she would never forget what it meant.
Hey, kiddo.
Aizawa waved at her as they both intercepted each other.
Aizawa-sensei!
Uraraka said as she hugged her former teacher tightly.
And Eri too! Good morning!
She added while giving her hand to the little one, who then grabbed it.
You seem quite lively today. Any reason for it?
Aizawa then asked.
Of course I am! I aced my quantum physics test! While I ate breakfast, the results were posted on Corsican.web, and I was among the top students in my class! I got a 95!
Uraraka's eyes shined as her current confidence was through the roof.
Congrats. Keep it up, and you'll be invited to join the Senate students in no time.
He added while patting her for a job well done.
Deku helped me though, so he deserves some credit.
She then stated it wasn't just her hard work that had gotten her this far.
Without his help, I would have never understood any of the principles. And that's without counting that he helped me to catch up on the entire term studies that I missed. He's even stayed over some nights to help me understand them. So that's why he passed all of them with flying colors. Maybe he should try to be a teacher.
The girl then began to ponder what a Deku-sensei would even look like. So she remained in thought momentarily.
That Midoriya, he never changes.
Yeah, ever.
She said, and then she was reminded of something.
Also, what the hell, Aizawa-sensei? What I was being given at UA wasn't up to par with the Corsican Academy standard. For being the #1 school, you guys sure lacked a lot.
She exclaimed to her former teacher with a pouty face. It had been quite embarrassing to arrive at a new school just to see that everything you were learning in the previous one was behind by many grades.
The #1 hero school,
he corrected.
UA was never going to win in all matters outside of hero training. And even then, it wouldn't have been my or any of the other teachers' fault. Blame the lackluster curriculum. That's what was holding us back.
Aizawa explained to his pouting student, and right after, he gave her a light chop to the top of her head, which made her flinch. But right after, Eri replicated it, and Aizawa began to laugh. The conversation between them continued for a while until Uraraka reached the Corsican Academy gate, and at that point, she waved at him and went on till they entered the school. Aizawa could only look at her as she slowly disappeared from view upon entering a crowd of students. He didn't worry though. He was certain that the girl would be fine once more, just like all the days before. Hours later, the news had spread across the entire world. The United States of America had lost its top 3 heroes to the worldwide threat known as Tomura Shigaraki. Their quirks had been stolen, which scared the world over. Knowing that the symbol of fear had been almost unstoppable prior to yesterday had been terrifying enough. But now he also had New Order on his arsenal. It only got worse as it all officially came out to the public, and many nations decided to break off their connections to Japan. In contrast, others tried to appeal to Shigaraki by offering him the chance to sell his games to the outside world. This led to the creation of branch studios working for Villainy Reforged. These new ones would be in charge of the localization in their respective countries. Some people protested against the absurd decisions that were being made, but most remained quiet. If this was what it took to keep their everyday lives, then it was the best path to take. On that very night, Izuku Midoriya once more found himself inside the white void alongside Hagoromo. But not like before, there were 8 other people alongside him. It was unknown to him due to All Might never going too deep into it, but these were the vestiges of One For All. After all this time, they were finally ready to reveal themselves to the boy.
It seems that you brought some friends this time around,
Hagoromo said while looking over all the peculiar individuals. Friends? I don't even know who they are! I thought you brought them yourself! The boy exclaimed while looking at the weird bunch.
Forgive our intrusion, but we can no longer bear just to spectate.
A man with white hair told Izuku. This was the first user of One For All, Yoichi Shigaraki. We can no longer watch, so that's why we're here, Izuku Midoriya. We vestiges of One For All have chosen you to be worthy enough to use our power. A tall, beautiful lady with black hair then added. Deku could only stare in awe at not only what she just said, but also the apparent similarity this woman possessed with his mother from years ago before she gained weight. The rest of the users presented themselves to Deku, excluding the Golden Aura one, and with time it was made clear, Izuku Midoriya was chosen to bear the full power of One for All, to be able to use all the stored up quirks within it like no other user ever did. Without knowing it, he had already accessed Float to save himself an Eri, the quirk belonging to the 7th user of One for All, Nana Shimura. Next, he would need to unlock the rest of the stored up quirks in the hopes of beating Shigaraki. The first user didn't have much to give as he was mostly the storage plus amplifier. The second user refused to reveal his as he preferred for his overwhelming quirk to be learned last. The third user would teach him how to wield his quirk known as Fa-Jin, which would allow him to build up and store kinetic energy as he moved. This energy could then be released at an explosive burst of speed and power. The fourth user, who presented himself as Hikage Shinamori, would teach him how to use the quirk known as Danger Sense, which would allow Izuku to detect nearby threats. The fifth user name-dropped himself as Daigoro Banjo, and from him, Deku would learn to harness the quirk Black Whip. This quirk would allow him to produce tendrils of dark energy that could be used for long-range grappling and increased mobility. N, the sixth user, was next, and from him, Midoriya would learn the quirk's Smokescreen. The quirk would allow him to generate thick clouds of smoke from his body to obscure the opponent's vision. Nana Shimura then walked over to Izuku Midoriya and promised him that together they would master Float to the point of someday feeling as natural as walking. She had been Toshinori's master, so in a way, Deku was now her grand student. All the users that could speak had spoken, and only the Golden Aura one remained. Izuku was then told that this was All Might's vestige, but due to him lacking a quirk, this was all that remained after his death. He would always lack a solid form, and he wouldn't be able to communicate, which saddened Deku immensely. He held it in, but he truly wanted to have had the chance to meet his teacher once more. But this was never meant to be. He took his time to compose himself, and once he was ready, he turned towards the others and accepted their deal. He would master One for All and take care of Shigaraki once and for all.
You would still lack some technique to go alongside those, young one,
Hagoromo commented, which made Izuku look over to him instead.
After your previous encounter with the current holder of All for One, it was clear that you were nowhere near his level. I believe that if you were to combine your teaching with the vestiges alongside those that I can bring, you could very well complete your final task.
The Sage of the Six Paths had stretched his hand towards the boy beneath. Deku smiled and stretched out his hand to meet it, and they shook them in agreement.
I would be honored to gain more knowledge from you and your world, Hagoromo Otsutsuki.
And so, the long training journey for Izuku Midoriya commenced. From now until a very distant future, he'd be training alongside them in his dreams to perfect those abilities that were granted to him. It would be a great sacrifice, but he would do his best to wipe Shigaraki's tyranny from this world. Far away at Dr. Garaki's lab, Shigaraki was testing the limits of New Order. He now stood inside a glass cage so the doctor could analyze his capabilities.
I, Tomer Shigaraki, am no longer tied to this realm. I, Tomer Shigaraki, can access the realm between realities.
As those two orders were given, the glass wall in front of him shattered into many invisible shards to the rest of the world. But not to Shigaraki. He could see the doorway waiting to be crossed, so he took the chance to begin walking to it.
Time to see what those other worlds have to show me.
This was the last thought that crossed his mind before he disappeared from reality. Indeed, Shigaraki had now gained the ability to visit a realm that housed an infinite amount of alternate universes.
Gentle video.
The screens across the Japan web lit up for yet another video premiere from Villainy Reforged.
Splendid day to all, and welcome to the 100th installment of the Gentle Video series. The series where we announce the latest news concerning Villainy Reforged. As you all know, I'm Gentle Criminal, your community manager in these bright, shining times. But before we get into it today, we at Villainy Reforged express our immense gratitude towards you, the fans, for not only keeping up with us, but also for helping us reach the incredible milestone of 50 million subscribers on our main channel. As so, we will be holding a special event at our merch store to commemorate the grand occasion. With the code VForge50, you will all be able to save 50% on anything you order until the end of March. So don't waste the opportunity to obtain exclusive merchandise. Now that we have gone through that, we can sit down and relax. Get your fancy teacups ready because today, you are in for quite a special treat. Let's begin.
The screen turned black right after, and a second later, a commemorative art was shown to the viewers to start the 50 million subs x 100 Gentle Video celebration. In it, all the members of Villainy Reforged were shown in dramatic poses that fit their individual personalities. Nobody was left out or forgotten. As in-studio picture slideshow then began playing for all to experience, memories from the League of Villains at Reforged Villainy Studios were shared with the world for the first time. It included a multitude of pics of them all together, as well as many individual ones that were taken at funny moments. In reality, this was a tearjerker for the members of the team. They had done so much since they had begun this new path in life, and now they were ready to share it with all those that supported them. Before, they had been outcasts of society, but now they were beloved by many, not just in Japan, but also in the rest of the globe. No heroes ever came to save them, so in a way, they saved themselves. The slideshow soon concluded with all the pictures shown throughout, reforming into a giant collage. After it, we could see the screen returning to a teary-eyed gentle criminal.
Quite the spectacle to behold. Those memories between us will last forever. And now you guys are also part of it.
Gentle Criminal said as he wiped his eyes clean and looked directly at the camera once more.
Regardless of this nostalgia trip, we must proceed with the announcements. Last week we released the final expansion for Among You, which added over 20 roles that the whole community voted for, as well as many new costumes to give the game a true send-off. And how was the response from you guys? Extremely positive. You guys loved it to no end and showed it off by making the game trend for over 3 days straight, as well as making it the #1 game streamed on Twitching throughout the week. That's not all. You guys loved it so dearly that over 1 million videos of the final update were uploaded last time we checked, and it's still going higher. Once more, Villainy Reforged would like to extend its gratitude to you guys for supporting this game throughout the entirety of its life cycle. Because of it, we can now confirm to you all that we have begun production of a 3rd game in the Among series. The next and final installment will be called Among Them, and it is expected to release early next year. More news of the game will be revealed in future gentle videos, so be sure to tune in. Indeed, the sus will consume us all.
A quite elaborate video edit then showed itself as our fancy host vented into the unknown, the screen transforming into a bottomless void that led to a game trailer. In it, many new DLC characters for the hit game Villain Fighters. A new batch of 6 characters was confirmed for the next month, as they were all shown one after another. First, they started by revealing Sad Man's Parade twice, which made all his fans scream in excitement, as the strongest version of their main would finally make it into the game. Then came Big Sis Mag, Overloaded Magnetism, a character that everyone had been waiting for ever since her base variant was nerfed beyond belief due to being too overpowered. This magnet would please all those that cried after their main had been rendered as non-viable in competitive tournaments. The third character was Kurogiri, Black Abyss, a teleporting character that could also send you away if he so pleased. His particular playstyle would intrigue some while annoying others. There was a reason why he hadn't been added prior. The fourth character was the one that made the chat explode as Himiko Toga, schoolgirl version, was swiftly shown off. This version of the character would be way different when compared to the original Himiko Toga, Gamer Emoto variant, as this one wouldn't be a funny gag character, but instead, this new Toga would go wild with her knives and enter yandere mode if she ever went to low health. Her model would be quite a bit bigger and older looking, as it would reflect Toga's growth since the original version's release. Once more, Toga had caused all social media to break. She had conquered them again without even trying. The fifth character came as a surprise as Mr. Compress, Marble Sail, made its way into the video, showing off that this version was exclusively a zoner. His compressed storage was full, so he flung marbles at the opponent, and then whenever it was inside them would hit the enemy real hard. Depending on the inputs, he would throw specific objects out. The zoning section of the community became skeptical about it, but they would give the character a chance whenever he was released. And the final character shown was Shigaraki, Fancy Suit, a character that would, in their own words, change the game forever. The release date was then set to April 15th. Everyone cheered as just over a month was all that awaited them to be able to play these new characters. But as the trailer ended, the screen was slashed in two and out of it appeared...
You responded to my feelings. You locked together with me. My gentle, I love you!
was heard, and a surge of pink energy engulfed the screen.
Solving problems with brute force is not something I enjoy, but I will not let your love go to waste, La Brava,
exclaimed Gentle Criminal while making a menacing walk toward the camera. He made his game debut known. He was the secret 7th character of this DLC. A seemingly unending wave of comments devastated the chat beyond repair, way beyond anything that Toga ever managed to do, as everyone made their hype known. The fact that their community manager had finally become a character made it a genuine reason to celebrate.
Gentle Criminal Love Mode made the entire platform and website collapse shortly after. People noticed that he would also receive a limited edition figurine, so they tried to buy it before it sold out with unexpected disastrous results. The verse trailer finally came to a close. More trailers were then shown for other games such as Quirk Survival 3, The Rise of the Land-Kicking Crabs, Lover's Dose, Deadly Assault, Quirk Panic, Galactic Wars, Ketamine Unleashed, and most importantly, the final trailer for Reborn to Decay, with it finally receiving a release date. April 8th would be the day it finally came out. Shortly after, the screen went to black, and then the Buy Now standard sections were played. And at the end of the video, we had a final message from the man himself, Tomura Shigaraki.
Thank you all for joining us today on this very special occasion. Today we hit a milestone that not many have ever achieved, and for that, I'm grateful. 2+ years ago, when we inaugurated Villainy Reforged Studios, I thought that it would just be a small thing to enjoy with my friends, but it became something even greater thanks to each and every one of you. From the bottom of my quirk-filled heart, thank you for everything. But this is not the end. We at Villainy Reforged will not stop anytime soon, so be sure to tune in next time. We'll be happy to receive you all. And so, I can officially state that our 50 million subs x 100 Gentle video celebration commences. Oh, and as a parting gift, I have one last thing to announce. A year ago, Toga's 4-koma manga titled Bloody Knife Drops concluded its run, and ever since then, you guys have wondered something. Yes, it is happening! Bloody Knife Drops will receive an anime adaptation made by Studio Meat. It will adapt the entire manga, so no need to worry about that either. There will also be extra surprises within it created by the original mangaka herself, Himiko Toga, so be sure to analyze every second of it. The anime will air sometime in the winter season, so be sure to get ready for it. Those drops may be yours if you don't.
Everyone went wild once more. It was just too much to handle. This Gentle video was way too much for the community to take on such short notice. Too many exciting things were upon them in the near future. Shortly after, Gentle Criminal closed off the video, and the rest was history. Meanwhile, as social media burned, Toga was getting ready to head out. She wanted to go eat some ramen tonight.
Hey, where are you going, Togs?
Shigaraki asked the young girl as she walked off past his office room.
To eat some toshikatsu ramen!
The little vampire responded with a quick smile. She was even pointing towards it with both index fingers.
Wanna come with me, Shigs?
She then asked.
Sorry, but I can't. I'm watching the timeline where the land-kicking crabs destroy the world. It's quite an interesting one.
The symbol of fear and games replied, showing off a gateway of the realm between realities to the girl.
Bah, no fair. You spend too much time on that realm of yours instead of with us.
Toga complained with a clear pouty face. She really wanted him to come with her.
Calm down for a bit. I promise that I'll go with you next time, and we'll even get the others to join in. What do you say?
You better, because if you don't, I'll eat the remaining chocos while you're not looking.
Himiko then playfully used this as a threat.
Fine. Promise?
Promise!
She exclaimed while doing a pinky swear with her friend.
Also, don't forget to get back before 8. We don't want to have to go look for you again.
Shigaraki reminded her, much to her dismay.
I'm 13 already. Those restrictions shouldn't be a thing for me anymore.
The famous mangaka shouted, annoying that she was being treated like a little kid.
No complaining from you, Vampire Queen. Once you're older, you'll understand why we do this to you.
Shigi said as he patted her head, an action that made the girl feel even younger than she was.
Ugh, fine.
Toga whined as she accepted his terms once more. Soon after, she was outside the HQ, and she was still a bit mad even as she made her way to the small restaurant.
Stupid Shigaraki. It was only one time. One time when he thinks that I'm just a small brat that needs to be looked out for like a baby. Stupid huge mall with maze-like corridors.
The vampire queen screamed within herself as she kicked a pebble in the street. It just wasn't fair. Street robbers were surely less common after 2 years since villainy ceased to be profitable, right? No. Somehow, there were still many cases of this happening every day across the island of Japan, just like the one that Uraraka and a friend had just stopped. Both girls had recently gotten out of their after-school clubs and were heading back home when they came across a kiosk being robbed. Uraraka subdued 2 of them with the use of her erasing gun style, while the redhead used her quirk, Soul Symphony, to eliminate their ill intentions. Soon after, the police restrained the criminals, praising both Coruscant Academy students for a job well done. That was surely something, huh? Seiren let out as she drank a bit of water to make her throat feel better. Just a side effect of using her quirk.
Oh, Tell me about it.
Uravity responded, and then she looked at the time, jumping upon seeing it.
But never mind then. Let's get going. The crepe stand will close in less than 5 minutes.
Ochaka then exclaimed, grabbing her friend's hand. Both seniors ran as quickly as they could, and they were able to make it just in time. But as they were ready to order, something that left the rich girl annoyed happened. A limousine had just parked behind them, and out of it an old fellow came out. He even had a monocle. His posture was impeccable, and his aura outright screamed out elegance. Every step he took made his grandiose mustache flow.
Quite predictable, Lady in Montco,
the elegant man stated, staring down at his master.
But nevertheless, I am here to bring you home.
Could you wait just a tad longer? If you haven't noticed, I'm doing something with a friend, Seirin pointed out as Ochako waved back.
Oh yes. How could I miss such a clear scene transpiring before my very eyes?
With sarcasm he spoke, getting ready to escort the girl into the vehicle.
Take it to go. Your parents are awaiting your return,
the mustache man then ordered, his expression telling the young master that there would be no negotiations. Seirin accepted that she wouldn't be able to get away with it this time, so she gave Uravity a hug. Sorry about this. You'll have to give me a rain check on this, the redhead said, holding her friend tightly. Ochako hugged her back. The situation had already happened many times before, so she understood what she felt.
Don't sweat it. We'll get them next time,
Uraraka exclaimed with all her might, trying to cheer Seirin from her down mood. Can't wait. See you tomorrow.
See ya!
Our real protagonist then saw as her fellow Senate chair entered the fancy vehicle and went off until it disappeared from view.
Even with her upbringing, she's such a nice person,
Uraraka thought as she felt the wind pick up around her. She sighed and then apologized to the crepe stand owner for making him wait so much, even more so as she no longer felt like ordering one. The loudest of noises was then heard as the girl's stomach growled like never before. It demanded something tasty. A tomato once more resurfaced, and she got even more embarrassed as the crepe guy offered her one for free after what had been heard. Uraraka respectfully declined the free snack and ran off in the opposite direction.
I guess it wouldn't hurt me to go eat something right now,
she told herself as the many possibilities flooded her head. It would be so hard to choose. Corsican Academy, the most prestigious school in Japan, was a school that Uraraka had gone to for well over 2 years now. Her journey had been rough, but by the time her second year had commenced, she had become a part of the Senate Chairs, a highly prestigious group of students held with the highest regard within the organization. Only 7 chairs were ever open for the students to take. This was, in all intentions, a ranking system among the elite, the 7th chair being the lowest rated, while the 1st chair was the best student in the entire academy. Little Uraraka, with her hard work and effort, made it into the group and assumed the position of 7th Senate Chair within the first term of her second year, becoming the 4th person to ever do so in such a quick manner. This didn't make her complacent, though, as she continued to strive for more, and by the beginning of her final year, she had risen to become the 5th Senate Chair. Somewhere in the middle of all that, she got acquainted with Seirin and Mako, the 3rd Senate Chair of Coruscant Academy. Within their first proper interaction, they became friends. They were that compatible. The girl wasn't a snot-nosed brat like most of the others on the campus, and this made Ochako happy to talk to her. But in the back of her mind, she also considered her a rival. She wanted to reach her chair level to show that she too could be one of the very best. But this didn't last long. The more she got to hear about the future inheritor of the Enmako Empire, the less she felt like taking away her spot. The redhead had even become an officially licensed hero called Harmony in secret from her parents, which Uraraka admired. At one point, even participating alongside her to stop many minor street-level crimes. The chestnut-colored-haired girl couldn't have been more grateful to meet her, as that girl truly made her experience at the academy a joy to go through. But soon enough, this would also come to an end. Only 2 more weeks remained, and then the graduation ceremony would be held, meaning the conclusion of her journey was ever closer. It only bothered her a bit, but even then, she would miss all of it. This gift has been one of the best things to ever happen to her. She became an improved version of her past self in every way. Nobody could stop her now. If Uravity arrived, she was going to succeed. Quite some time had transpired as she walked. Night had taken over the Japanese skies. Uraraka had finally settled on a place. She would eat at the famous restaurant called Toshikatsu Ramen. She had heard very good things about the place, and the funds given to Senate chairs would be more than able to cover a bowl or two. Going in the immediate change of atmosphere made her lightheaded, but also opened up the doors to her ever-roaring stomach. After taking a seat, she was soon able to order,
and from a distance she could see a samurai preparing the ramen, being so over the top about it that he seemed more like an anime character than a real person. What a spectacle this place was, the girl thought. The smell alone had been otherworldly, but the in-store entertainment was a level above that. The red and golden bowl found its target as it slid across the table, the gravity-defying girl grabbing it without a hint of hesitation and beginning her feast. Just like its predecessor, the next one did the same across the flat surface, making its way to the not-yet-satisfied hungry beast, grabbed within a moment and finished as if it were a shot. Sizzling, steamy oil gave birth to the girl's final dish. The fried tempura shrimp would soon accomplish their primary goal, to quench a student's indomitable craving frenzy.
That was so good!
The prestigious girl exclaimed for all to hear. She definitely had to come back to try the rest. The payment was made right after, and a nice tip was also included. Soon, Aravity would come back to ravage the place in the name of satisfaction. With a wave to the workers, she made her way outside, and there she came face to face with someone who had been secluded in a forgotten section of her mind.
Ochaku Uraraka!
The bloodthirsty girl shouted upon seeing the girl she had resented for so long.
It's Ochaku Uraraka! Ochaku Urakura!
Both teens pulled out their weapons to intimidate each other. A fight was surely about to ensue. Uraraka transformed her base into her ever-trusty sight, now looking quite hefty after the core upgrade. Melissa had been sending upgrades throughout the years, and by now this weapon was one to not mess with unless you were in the search for a death wish. As for Toga, her weapons upgrades had been relatively minimal, and even more so since she only had a single blade in hand. This one in particular could extend or contract by linked commands, storing blood within it. Her quirk, though, had evolved to another realm beyond its previous limits. The consumption of so many blood samples, thousands upon thousands, had led her to be able to store the quirks of those she ingested the blood out of. The more blood acquired, the more time she would be able to use the quirk. Upon depleting its reserve, the quirk would go away forever unless she were to ingest a person's blood again. Quite a quirky arsenal she now had. The stare down only lasted for a bit, until Toga retracted her knife, confusing Ochako quite a bit.
Look, my feelings towards you have watered down since we last met. I don't feel like fighting you anymore,
Himiko said, leaving all her pent-up emotions behind.
You sure? No tricks? You're not playing with me now, right? No, it's true that I did hate you for making me small for quite a bit. But by now, I think I'm over it. There's no point looking back at those days when my life now is all I ever dreamed of having. I no longer have to hide my true self. No more mask for me to make. I can have all the blood I want without anyone looking down on me for it. I have fans, so many of them, and now also a family. They are a bunch of weirdos, but so am I, so I fit right in. Isn't that enough to be grateful for, Ochako?
Toga asked after quite the soul-revealing info.
I guess,
Uraraka responded, deactivating the core and placing the base back into her book bag.
So, are we good? No hard feelings?
She then questioned.
None,
The Vampire Queen replied, embracing the now towering girl she once wanted to make her little sister. Uraraka didn't know if it was okay to return the gesture. How was it that this girl could forgive her when she couldn't forgive herself for leaving the blonde one in such a state? She had done so twice. She had given someone else double the close of something that had destroyed her world momentarily. And the best justification she could give was that it was all in self-defense. The shorter one noticed the distressed senior and decided to make her feel better.
Hey, want a drink?
Soon enough, both of them found themselves leaning against a wall, drinking out of some cans they had just gotten out of a vending machine nearby. Silence encompassed the dark place until the knife-loving maniac noticed a froggy pin on Uraraka's book bag, which reminded her of something.
So, how's Susu? She doing all right? No, she was one of Shigaraki's victims,
Aravity coldly stated before taking a sip of her drink.
Her name is in the memorial if you don't believe me.
Something inside Himiko Toga shattered upon hearing that, but before she could let some of that out, Gigantomachia appeared to take her home.
Toga, return home. Master wants it,
The hulking brute said while reaching to grab his target. A blade then pierced the Goliath's arm. Toga was quite livid at the moment. The now enraged beast attacked them, destroying the wall, but the 5th Senate chair had gotten both of them to safety thanks to her gravity quirk. The monster turned around to begin his rampage, and seeing this, the older girl reached into her book bag to pull out her base, but a mysterious green flash appeared above the quirk abomination, stunning all of them. A man coated in black then formed 2 green spiraling energy spears on his palms and crashed them against Machia from above, knocking him out, on the floor with that single technique. The hooded man then took off his hood, revealing messy green hair beneath, and then without turning, he asked, "You okay, Uraraka?" The beast known as Gigantomachia had been defeated by a Sage Mode-infused Rasengan barrage. Consciousness shattered upon impact. As the monster collapsed, the man who had defeated him placed a flying Rajin mark for future use, just in case he caused another rampage. After this, he spoke and then turned around to see if his girlfriend was all right.
Yeah, but you just stole my win, Deku.
Uraraka responded jokingly as once more she placed her equipment back onto the book bag.
"Sorry about that. Just wanted to ensure that you didn't get hurt,"
he said, turning to face Himiko Toga, giving her a merciless stare with his six-path Sage Mode eyes.
"As for you, I will allow you to walk away this time, but if I see you alongside Uraraka again, I will not hesitate to knock you out."
This threat made the blonde one flinch. Not only had he taken out Machia with a single move, but he wasn't even transformed like last time. The boy she had considered the coolest that night at the burning forest camp was now a man who terrified her. Toga couldn't bring herself to answer or even speak. She was frozen in place. Perhaps she should retreat. Or maybe some of her quirks could allow for a great sneak attack. No, those wouldn't work either. Gigantomachia had been upgraded constantly by the doctor, and Toga, alongside some of the other Villainy Reforged members, weren't able to subdue him even in friendly combat after all this time. So what would she by herself be able to do against someone who took that very monster down with a kick-ass manga move? Her currently roaring stomach also didn't help in the slightest.
Leave her alone! She doesn't deserve that kind of attitude directed towards her without reason!
Ochaka yelled, protecting the shorter girl behind her.
"She's one of Shigaraki's friends, so I couldn't care less about the way I treat her. She's one of them, and you know that very well,"
he replied in quite a cold tone. At this point, the Six Paths Master wasn't going to forgive any of their actions. Aravdi was about to shout something, but Toga stopped her and walked over to the dark-clothed individual. She would make him hear a part of her mind.
Tilmer's actions are his and nobody else's. Whatever he did or will do will never be on me or on anyone back home. You can criticize me all you want, but never ever link them with someone else's ever again. You got that, easy shark Replaria?
The vampire queen threatened him in quite a loud outburst of emotion. She was still trying to process some things.
"Izuku, Midoriya,"
All Might's successor corrected.
"The name that your boss keeps calling me by is quite demeaning, but knowing him, he might consider it quite comedic. I'll forgive you for not knowing it just this once. It's understandable for you not to have known it. But know this, Himiko Toga, that man is responsible for many atrocities. Atrocities that were pardoned not just by the government, but also by the society I once sought to protect. So many people had their futures taken away in the blink of an eye because of his actions. What he calls a little game is what others call genocide. Those memorials built upon the landmarks of decay show a clear picture of who Shigaraki is. So many heroes also lost their quirks when they went after him independently. But unlike the rest, they tried until the very end to extinguish such an evil soul. My classmates were also casualties in all of this. All those lives can never be brought back, and I will never forgive him for that. Even if the entire world can lie to itself about it, I will not be one of them. He can hide his true face behind that game studio all he wants, but I can still see the hidden one beneath. He might not consider me a threat, but it's my mission to take him out even if it kills me. For this world to be free once more, I'll do what's necessary."
Toga cared little for what the guy in front of her said, and even less so when he seemed like a heartless asshole. But to some extent, his speech had affected her. It had given her little drops of knowledge to feed to the previous fact that had bothered her greatly. A clearer picture was now forming in her head.
Whatever. I'll just go eat some ramen then.
The blood lover let him know as she walked away, flipping him off. Himiko waved her new friend goodbye and then disappeared into the darkness behind them. She would be coming back for Gigantomachia later once she had her feast.
You went too far again, Izuku,
the now remaining girl said as she approached him.
"And you want me to apologize?"
We're talking about Toga!
She loudly interrupted as she was now ready to begin her onslaught.
So leave all your Shigaraki pent-up bullshit somewhere else. She has done nothing to either of us. If anything, she should be the one pissed off at me for getting her reminded. So either keep it to yourself or go shout it at him directly. The girl doesn't have to hear it and even less pay for it. Is it that you don't see that you're going too far? I understand your hate as I feel the same, but it's just towards him, no one else. Those that work and share their lives with him are also people, and you should know that better than anyone.
Even then, I can't forgive any of them.
Midoriya let out before teleporting away, leaving Uraraka by herself in the now half-destroyed street. The gravity-defying girl just stood there for a while and thought, were those sharp words of hers justified toward him? She decided just to let it be and walked off to her apartment. Maybe a nice hot bath would help clear her mind. Meanwhile, as this occurred, the famous little mangaka feasted, and once done, she returned to Makia and captured him in a marble from Mr. Compress's replicated quirk. With the little science spear in her hand, she now knew what she needed to do. She wasn't going to stay quiet about it. A good chunk of time passed until she arrived back at HQ, and right up front, the big man himself was awaiting her.
What took you so long? You're almost 2 hours whole past your curfew.
He pointed out while looking over her to see if he could spot the colossal anywhere, but the monster was nowhere to be seen. Himiko tossed the marble to the side and released Gigantomakia. He was still knocked out.
There's your pet,
She announced, giving him an ominous gaze.
and now I want you to tell me the truth about something. No excuses, cover-ups, or half-answers. Just a concrete answer is all I want, Tomura, so you better give it.
Toga then stated, extending the blade to the malicious god in front of her.
I should be the one asking what happened to Makia, but go ahead, I'll answer.
Were you responsible for Susu's death?
The little vampire shouted, demanding an immediate answer as she pointed her blade ever closer to his neck.
Okay. First, who the fuck is Susu? Am I supposed to know who that is? Second, I haven't taken a life for quite some time, so if it was recently, then I can guarantee you that it wasn't my doing.
Tomura answered while moving the tip of the girl's blade away. The tremendous disregard towards the late froggy girl made Himiko clench her fist. Susu had faced her way back on that night to protect Uraraka, getting beaten in the process, and with each wound that was inflicted on her, the more she was liked by her little bloodsucker. To Toga, people that are beaten up or struggling were the hottest. Having both at once in a single cutie had been heaven on earth, but now there was no hope of ever meeting her again, to lick the blood from her wounds once more. Not even the slightest chance of ever matching her by becoming a frog girl either.
She was the most adorable girl I ever got to meet!
The young one yelled, stomping her foot in rage.
A frog girl that could do whatever a frog could! Beautiful, long, dark green hair, cute as hell extending tongue, an internet celebrity, even remember? She was with the Hey Hey heroine in Ochako!
Shigaraki thought about it for a bit, knowing that what she said was familiar, but nothing was coming to mind. Every second that passed only made the curfew breaker even more pissed as she awaited an answer from her towering friend.
Oh, I think I remember. It was those students became viral for stopping some villains.
Tomura exclaimed as he petted the girl to reassure her that the answer should be near. With a quick jump, Toga got out of the petting hand and slapped it away. Her unyielding rage was beginning to seep through.
So, were you responsible for her death?
The atmosphere changed entirely as the laughter from All for One's successor became louder for all to hear. This very act made the poor little vampire bite her lip in frustration. She knew the answer now.
Sorry about that. Just found it funny that I'm most likely responsible for the crimes you suspected. If she was at the Shiei Hisaikai base, like the redhead one, then for sure she's a goner, decayed away like the rest.
He answered, making it known to the now-eyed watered Himiko. The blade that was once in her hand found itself launched at the leader of Villainy Reforged without a second thought, being stopped with ease between his fingers.
Don't talk to me! You're the worst!
Enraged, she cried out and ran off into the studio.
Seems like I'll have to make it up to her,
he told himself while beginning to make his way back into the building. Now in her room, Toga began to stab her pillow to let all her emotions escape. Otherwise, she would need to kill someone to calm herself down. To her, Tomura appeared like a weird big brother that always looked out for her, but all the recent neglect combined with the news that he had indeed murdered a cutie she once liked made all those feelings muddled. Who else had he decayed on his rampage? Had her repressing parents been victims? Probably not, but this mere thought made her go on a rampage. She herself was the only one that deserved to end their lives after everything they had done. Them being extinguished by the very daughter they had deemed a demon child was irrefutable fate, even more now that she was at the top of the world. After wrecking most of the room, she collapsed and decided to go drink some blood from the storage. Perhaps this would allow her to drown her feelings away for the night. At around the same time, Uraraka had concluded her bath, and now she was drying her hair. The feelings from before still poked out in her mind. Unable to concentrate, she reached for her phone and called someone that would surely make her feel better.
What's wrong, kiddo?
Aizawa asked as he picked up the unusual late-night call.
Deku and I had a discussion.
His student responded.
That's a normal part of a relationship. It might be weird coming from him, but don't worry yourself much over it.
I'll try.
The girl let out. An awkward silence soon followed.
So, what was it about?
Eraserhead then asked, resuming the call.
Today, I accidentally met up with a member from Villainy Reforged, and he saw me with them. Upon seeing this, he lost his cool and began threatening them. I got in the way to defend the person, but this made him mad, and now I think that he might not want to talk to me anymore.
Uraraka explained, retelling the events from earlier.
I see,
He told her while looking over the sleeping Eri.
Give it time. Midoriya will get over it and apologize for his attitude. I know that he will once his head is clear.
Papa Aizawa then added while covering his daughter with her red blanket.
I hope so.
The downed girl said shortly after. Once more, she wasn't speaking, which greatly concerned her sensei.
Something else happened, right?
He questioned.
Yeah.
Uraraka replied.
If you feel the need to let it out, just let me know. I'll always be available to hear you out.
Shota reminded her like many times before.
I met Himiko Toga.
The student suddenly cried out.
The one you...
Yeah, the very same.
She confirmed as she made it to her bed.
Are you alright? Did she hurt you?
The now concerned father figure asked quite loudly, almost waking the sleeping child next to him.
No, I'm fine.
Ochaka reassured. A sigh of relief escaped the mostly retired hero.
Then what transpired?
The sleepless man then asked.
She forgave me and then gave me a hug.
In pure embarrassment, she admitted.
That's rather strange.
I just stood there not knowing what to do, and she invited me for a drink. She treated me like a friend even though I destroyed her life, and I even defended her. Something has to be wrong with me.
There's nothing wrong with you.
Aizawa quickly stated, letting her know that she was overthinking it.
You did the right thing, and for that, I'm proud of you, kiddo. Never forget that.
Upon hearing this, a tear escaped Iravity's eye. At the moment, she was a total emotional wreck, but in a way, hearing those words made her feel better about the decision she took. The conversation concluded soon after, and with a smile, she fell asleep shortly thereafter. The next day, she got ready like always, but upon exiting her apartment, she saw Deku standing right in front of her. Good morning, Uraraka. Midoriya greeted her with a cheery tone.
Hi,
she responded. The boy took a deep breath and decided that he needed to do this now if he wanted things to go back to normal. I apologize for last night. I was way out of line, and I regret the way I treated both you and Toga. Into a Dagaza form, he kneeled to ask for forgiveness.
I'll accept your apology with one condition.
Ochaka coldly answered, a complete fake front she had made not to burst out laughing at the absurdity her boyfriend had just committed. What will it be? You want a ride to school? A volcano cake, perhaps? Movie night? Fancy date? Oh, I know, stargazing! First with a bombardment of questions, and now with straight-up formulated plans, all these rained down upon the unprepared girl as the 6 paths chosen one unloaded his entire list onto her.
No, none of those!
She loudly denied, trying to hide that she wanted those things too.
You'll gain my forgiveness if you allow me to handle the Shigaraki situation. No legal assault or non-warranted break-ins to arrest him!
With a severe dead stare, the gravity cheater stated. But, Izuku tried to say, but was immediately shut down by her.
No buts! We can't have you going all unga-bunga smash like a wild animal! We'll settle our differences with him in a more civilized manner. So leave it to me, okay?
All right. With a smile, he agreed and hugged her. I'll leave it to you. All 10 fingers touched the green-haired man, making him float, and our girl spun around with him until they descended. With a quick release, it was all done. A peck on his cheek followed right after, and a big smile adorned both of their blushing faces.
Love you.
Ochaka whispered for only him to hear. Love you too, he replied right after.
Now that we have that settled, would you walk me to school today?
The crimson-faced teen then asked, offering her hand. Of course, if that's what you wish, then so it shall be. Deku responded and grabbed her hand. The couple took their time as they made their way to Corsican Academy. They were getting closer and closer every couple of steps. Almost too close towards the end, but they were swiftly interrupted as a third Senate chair took her away at the school gate. Izuku smiled as he waved his girlfriend goodbye and teleported to his school on the other side of the city. Multiple days later, the reunion for the former Class 1A took place. They would all be graduating from the respective schools in a few short weeks, which only meant that it was now or never. Their paths would diverge. So this would be most likely their last time sharing some excellent times together. Not all students were able to attend, though, such as Bakugo, who had recently joined Japan's self-defense forces, or like Ida, who had gone to study abroad. Even with the missing members, those there began the chill meeting.
The initial moments were spent in silence, mourning those of the class that had passed on before their time. Once that was behind them, the students began to tell how their lives had changed ever since their school had shut down. The now visible Hagakure took the chance to be the first one to tell her story to the very intrigued colleagues that surrounded her. It had been around a year or so prior to this meeting when Toru Hagakure had visited an event held by Villainy Reforged where they would take away unwanted quirks. The still invisible girl had gone there hoping to be allowed a normal life. Without her quirk, she would be able to show off like never before. This wasn't a choice she had taken overnight either. It had been one she had thought out for a few months. Now that she wasn't going to be a hero, her invisibility quirk was rather useless and annoying. Walking over to the line of people, she began to reconsider it, but her choice never changed even when Tomura told her that it was her turn. With a smile, she grabbed his arm and assisted him in placing it over her head for the quirk to be taken away. The white-haired guy asked her if she was sure about this, and excitedly she responded that she indeed was, and a second later, the invisibility she had been known by had left her completely. Those around her gasped upon seeing her. She was a true beauty to behold. Her short, light yellow, wavy-colored hair could be seen flowing with the wind for the first time ever. It even had pink and turquoise specks distributed throughout. Bushy, light yellow eyelashes momentarily hid her gorgeous big round eyes. But once they became visible, they shook the minds of those watching. Her pupils were quite the spectacle to behold. Their unusual nature attracted everyone's attention. They were violet on top, teal on the bottom, and yellow on the inside. Not even the blonde-fanged girl behind Shigaraki could stare away as she too joined those that couldn't look away, even flustering a little halfway through. Tears streamed down Hagakure's face. Seeing how everyone around her had accepted her looks made her quite emotional about it. Thanking the studio lead, she left the place and went to see her parents. Now they would be able to see their daughter for the first time, all grown up too. After that life-changing moment, Toru became a record-breaking model across Japan, becoming ever more popular with every photo they took of her. By now, she was set up for life, and the world was well aware that she was here to be seen. The evident happiness and confidence displayed by the girl made everyone happy for her. But Izuku couldn't shake off that this felt wrong to some extent. Regardless, he hid this with a smile and felt better for her. Momo Yayarozu was next, and since the last time we met her, she had decided to open up many new libraries across Japan to help those in need of knowledge. They were all free of charge, so anyone could access their vast collections to expand their horizons. That wasn't all, though. Momo had become a tutor to young kids who needed help. In the future, she would aim to become a teacher. Sitting next to her was Jiro, who had continued her musical career, and by now she was holding concerts quite frequently, so much so that tonight there would be one as well, extending an invitation to all her former classmates in case they wanted to attend. A good chunk of the class also told their stories, including Midoriya and Uraraka. However, one person still remained that had been rather silent throughout the meeting, the ice-hot man known as Shota Todoroki. Unlike everyone else, the years had definitely changed him. His expression was quite rough and serious, battle-hardened even. The half-white, half-red hair had also been allowed to grow long. He apologized for keeping it all to himself and began retelling the past. At one point, Shoto had thought that this life of his was messy, but nothing could compare to the day when his father was killed on live TV by a balloon-flame villain who was revealed to be his presumed dead brother, Toya. Ever since that broadcast, life had been a broken glass road to walk through. Not long after, his mother took her own life after killing Toya, leaving the Todorokis as orphans. Being the oldest, Fuyumi took care of her siblings. It had been hard, but she did her best while holding up all those feelings deep within. It was thanks to her that the family was still together under one household. Todoroki couldn't be more grateful to her. The sole daughter of the Todorokis had sacrificed so much, and one day he would make it up to her, he promised. Upon hearing this, the class embraced him and let him know that it would be all right and that they could also help if he wanted them to. Shosho thanked him but refused. This path was for him to take alongside his remaining family. They all feasted to their heart's content, enjoying those last moments together while they lasted. Everything eventually comes to an end. Nothing lasts forever in our lives. Those voices grew quieter until the very light of the rented cafe went off. On their merry ways, they all went. The main couple was still together, walking through the darkened streets, holding hands while it lasted. But eventually, this too would cease to be soon enough. At a certain point, they waved at the other and walked off in opposite directions. What the unsuspecting boyfriend wasn't aware of was that his girlfriend had other plans for tonight, plans that she had kept hidden from him.
Oh, Chaco!
With a big hug, the little vampire welcomed her friend into the Villainy Reforged building. This time, Uraraka gave one back, and as she looked forward, she got a good look at the person that made so many regular nights into terrifying nightmares.
Yo, what's up, rewinded brat?
In a welcoming stance, he teased his first rewinded victim.
It's about time we have a nice chat, Tomura Shigaraki. So let's get to it.
Now standing in front of him, she said, ready to make a deal with the devil himself.
So that's all you want us to do?
Game dev Shiggy asked while twirling some merchandise in his hand. His office was filled to the brim with these.
Yes, that should be all. So, do you agree with these terms?
Ochako asked. Tomura wanted to answer, but he was stopped by what was happening outside his office. He could see Toga watching them from the barely open door. She wasn't discreet about it either.
If I were to deny them now, I would never hear the end of it from Toga. She'll be like those old anime memes where the girl stares at you until you do what they want. Or worse, she'll get in here and scream at me to agree, threatening me with something trivial, thinking that it would affect me. I wouldn't mind a drink just about now.
Even thinking of agreeing to such a stupid plan made him want to drink all of Kurogiri's stock.
You know what?
Sure, I'll agree to it with one condition, he then answered.
And that is?
Keep Toga company every once in a while. She seems to like you a whole lot, and having a friend closer to her age would be nice.
That's it? Psst, I was already doing that. You got a deal, Tomura Shigaraki.
The pink-cheeked girl shook his hand then and there. The deal with the devil had been made. At that instant, Toga burst through the door. She was unable to hold herself any longer. She jumped on top of her friend and hugged her tightly. Uraraka smiled, not because of the hug, but because now she was ever closer to helping Izuku. If everything went according to plan, everything would return to normal for him, which is what she wanted the most. She stayed over an hour or so after that to iron out the plan alongside the Reforged family. Once concluded, she went home, hoping for the best results. The next day, Uravity told Deku about going to Villainy Reforged on Saturday at 9 a.m. to have a formal meeting with all of them, including Shigaraki. Midoriya didn't take this well at all.
You're joking, right? A meeting with him? There's no way that I'll go there willingly. He'll be ready to steal one for all. Come on, Uraraka. You know that I can't do something this reckless.
Oh, you will! I've already made an appointment with them.
The girl exclaimed. If necessary, she would take him by force.
What? When?
Izuku yelled.
Last night,
She responded immediately.
so we are going. I'm not missing that personalized tour. And there will also be a special banquet, so even less of a chance for us to miss it.
The six-pass inheritor could not believe what he was hearing. How could his own girlfriend do this to him? To go to them in secret, to get an appointment, and even worse, to be given a tour of that cursed building. It had to be that Toga chick from last night. She had turned Uraraka against him. This was the only logical conclusion the boy could come up with. He was losing his marbles with each passing day.
I'm not going,
Izuku loudly stated.
Look, Adorbs. I'm sorry for doing this behind your back, but you know that we need to get this over with already. It's eating you whole. I hate the guy quite a lot, but you despise him to your very core. It's affecting you, and it's only getting worse. So that's why we should go there, to try to talk things out. And if that doesn't work, we'll take them out together, okay? I got your back no matter what happens, and you know that.
Ochako had gotten closer to him, and they embraced.
I know.
He let out under his breath.
But still, why would you trust them? Who says that this isn't a trap?
For the most part, they are normal people. That's all there's to it. All did except Shigaraki seemed nice to me on my visit, so I trust them. So let's give them a chance, okay?
With a smile, Uravity said.
Okay,
Deku answered in a slightly down tone. If anything, he was still not convinced.
Still, was there any need to use that nickname again?
The slightly embarrassed boy then asked.
Of course there was. If you're adorbs, then you're adorbs.
Uraraka answered with a hint of superiority. She was now on top.
Yeah, but it's super embarrassing, you know.
And just you wait. If I end up taller than you, then you won't hear the end of it. You'll be my little cutie until the end of time.
Uravity added right after. There was no way for her to waste this chance. He was only 5 centimeters taller than her now, so if she got another growth spurt, she could surpass him for sure.
No!
Izuku cried out. More teasing like this would probably kill him. His girlfriend only chuckled as she proceeded to use her quirk on herself to float just enough to appear taller than him.
See? Wouldn't this be the best?
She asked seductively.
I think I should be the one looking up at me for a change. In all the time we have been together, I've never gotten the chance to be the bigger one. So wouldn't it just be fair for me to end up taller than you?
The never-ending teasing continued as she raised herself a tiny bit more to emphasize her previous point just a bit more.
Look, I think that's enough for now.
Later on that night, he called, and so the visit to Villainy Reforged Studios was confirmed. Throughout the next few days, Deku prepared himself as best he could to face off against Shigaraki. He was sure that a fight between them would ensue, so there was no need to lie to himself. He needed to be ready to wipe him out. He visited the two memorials and promised all those that had decayed years back that he would avenge them. Shigaraki would pay for all these lives he took, even if it was the last thing he did. Izuku then visited his master's grave. It had been quite a while since the last visit, so he cleaned it until it shined again. As he finished, he placed a sake bottle alongside some flowers on it. It's been about a year since we last spoke, but know that I haven't forgotten, All Might. My training with the vestiges and the sage has been completed. Soon, I'll accomplish the goal our predecessors laid out. I will take care of Shigaraki, and with that, All for One will cease to be. Everything that you and the others fought for will not be in vain. This world will see a bright future without his influence, and I'll be there to ensure it happens. Sometimes I still doubt that I can beat him, but if I keep thinking that way, I'll surely lose. It's been the hardest, swallowing up all my emotions for these 2 long years, but it will be worth it in the end. And once I accomplish our mission, I'll come to visit to give you the great news. It was my dream to become the #1 hero one day, but that dream isn't necessary anymore. I don't need recognition for any of it. You're not here to see it happen, so it's even less important. But regardless of all, this is a promise. I'll kill Shigaraki and rid this world of the disease known as All for One. Nobody else will have to live in fear or die because of him, I swear. But until that time comes, I'll have to bid you farewell once more. With a bow of respect, he left the site. Saturday finally arrived and the preparations had been made. First off, Midoriya had marked many more places with the flying red gene marks to teleport to in the case of a needed retreat. He had also left 5 shadow clones to gather nature energy in his room. This way, he would be able to maintain his sage mode for close to a day if necessary. His stash of truth-seeking kunais and shurikens was also at full capacity, all marked as well. His chakra levels were at maximum capacity as well. He had gone without using any of it for over a day to increase his odds of success. He either won today or died trying. Just before leaving, he told his mother that he would be out for the whole day to be with Uraraka. He said even though that wasn't the entire truth. Inko believed her son and told him to be careful out there and to bring her over sometime. The girl hadn't visited their home ever since that failed study session, and for some unknown reason, Inko played it off as if she didn't know why. Deku by now understood why, so he simply lied once more and then left the apartment, teleporting over to Uraraka's the instant the door closed. You ready? He asked once Uraraka opened her door.
As ready as I'll ever be,
She responded, holding his hand and closing the door with the other. Even when she knew that this was all staged, Uravity had still prepared herself to look the part. She was bringing her upgraded programmable matter base to the party as well as some of her most recent accessories. With a quick teleport, they were now in front of the gates. Villainy Reforged studio was just a minute away.
Just on time,
Gentle Criminal announced beside them. He was standing on top of the sliding gate. The older gentleman escorted them inside, but upon entering, Izuku could barely contain his rage. Tomura Shigaraki was in front of him now, all smug, wearing a dark hoodie and some slightly darker jeans. Was this really the same person who had ripped him apart at the compound years ago?
Welcome to Villainy Reforged Studios,
The symbol of fear suddenly announced, breaking Midoriya's concentration.
It's my pleasure to receive both of you here, 5th Senate Chair of Corsican Academy, Ochako Uraraka, as well as you, Knight Holder of One for All, Izuku Midoriya.
But then, just as planned, Himika Togo appeared and threw a knife toward Uravity, one that the gravity-defying girl easily dodged.
Ochako Uraraka!
The bloodthirsty demon screamed. It was evident that she was acting right now. Uraraka took the signal to heart and she took out her base, transforming it into the buffed-up sight that she loved to swing around, ending the display by crashing its blade part against the floor.
Bring it, Himiko Toga!
The pink-cheeked girl responded, trying not to break into laughter as this was ridiculous. Deku took this as them initiating combat, so he transformed to his 6-path mode, with an added 6-path sage mode on top of it. With a concentrated magma-style smash, he punched Shigaraki, which the overpowered god countered by grabbing his fist. The force of the impact sent them back, and with a simple order from Shigaraki, they broke through the glass wall that separates this plane of existence from the realm between realities. Many glass shards were shattered away as Deku and Shigaraki crashed into the realm between realities. So many voices could be heard, too many to understand at once, but some were clearer than others.
I warned you all, a new era was coming, and just as I said...
Izuku paused before everyone in the league, including All for One, loudly stated,
We will prevail.
Did you forget? You can't hurt me. My quirk makes me immune, remember?
So where's Dad anyway? Wouldn't he want to train me to be an apprentice or whatever? Like that Dark Bane guy said in my holocron I managed to open.
So now that we've pulled the Mr. Beast on the stage, what should we do next?
Well, it's simple. It's society. It's corrupt, it's broken, and it cannot be fixed. It can only be replaced by burning it down and building a new one in its place.
You bastard! Damn you, you bastard!
Now dazed, Izuku began to get up. Around him were many gateways that led to the unknown, all glowing different colors. The path ahead was of an ethereal origin, something that the boy had never witnessed prior. But in front of him stood Shigaraki Tomura, stretching as if the warm-up had just concluded.
Oh, you're awake. Welcome to the realm between realities, Easy Shark Replayeria. The place where every single concept is a reality, where no idea is too out there.
Devil Lord Shigaraki announced. He had been here so many times that he knew all there was to know about it. Ignoring him, Midoriya pulled out 8th Mark kunai and threw them at full speed.
Lord Fourth, I'll be borrowing your move!
He teleported to one of them and kicked Tomura away, creating a shadow clone that would slice the symbol of fear while he himself charged his Sage of the Sixth Path's Truth-Seeking Rasengan. The clone then teleported Shigaraki back, and he was hit with a spiraling jutsu, sending him flying away, an explosion being created just a second after. His chakra-covered cloak flew with the wind from the explosion. The boy knew that it wasn't over and was immediately forced to dodge a strike from his foe, who had somehow managed to appear behind him.
Flashy move,
Tomura commented as he grabbed the Sixth Path's brat and slammed him into one of the gateways. He was also unable to pass through, which intrigued the evil god.
So you're also unable to pass on to the other universes, eh?
About 50 shadow clones suddenly appeared behind Shigi. They were ready to pound him to free the original, but with a simple glare, they all puffed out of existence.
What the hell?
Hagoromo's pupil exclaimed before getting his head slammed into the gateway once more.
Settle down. You have to see this. It's a universe where you are a Saiyan,
shouted the white-haired man, pointing at what could be seen through the portal. Izuku's pupils disappeared. Only white voids remained as the rage took hold of him. His hair flickered between green and yellow violently, and with a sudden primal roar, he screamed, "Hurrah!" A flash of energy blinded the world, and once he had turned around, his transformation could be seen. Those once emerald-colored eyes of his had now become royal blue, shining brightly through the darkness. His messy hair had spiked up and turned golden blonde, a violent, similarly colored aura surrounding him. The once dark void was now alive as the sky shone brightly from his energy alone.
See? A classic Super Saiyan Deku. Maybe we the Celestials should remaster it again.
A wide grin appeared on the villain's face, waiting to see what his rival would say. Izuku teleported away at that moment to take a breather. He had no clue what was going on. That and he needed to make time for his clone to gather more energy. The one from earlier had gone away after the attack to get more nature energy. All connections to the real world had been severed after he crashed through this place. He had felt it. Those 5 shadow clones he had left at home had dissipated the instant he disappeared from reality.
Shigaraki!
Midoriya then shouted.
Stop all this rambling and face me! Ridding my world from you is my goal, and for that I will not hold back!
Those empty words made the decay maniac yawn. This glowing light show of a guy was seriously no fun. Not even these fantastic opportunities in front of him would distract him from the toxic obsession. The worst part was that the deal made it so he couldn't hurt him. Otherwise, he'd have the entire league complaining later once they came back. So for now, he would just have to continue humoring the Sixth Path's enhanced Izu Shark Replayeria, playing with him until he tired out so he could throw him back into his girlfriend's hands.
Well, you already succeeded, so bravo.
He began clapping, pointing out that, in technical terms, the greenette had successfully taken him out of the world.
But that would also mean that you're stuck here with me for the rest of eternity without a chance of going back.
With a cackle, he then added,
"Then so be it!"
Deku responded, getting ready to attack once more.
"If that's what it takes, I'll remain here fighting you until my life ends!"
Once more, the boy teleported in front of him, this time using a combination of steam release and the 6 user's smokescreen to make his attacks invisible. An array of jutsus then followed, ranging from all the 5 natures combined with the quirks of the previous one for all users. Perfected Sage Mode being stacked on top of all of them to make them even more devastating. But still, All For One successor was unfazed. Tomura Shigaraki got tired of his slicing and dicing jutsu spam, so he grabbed the boy and slammed him against the floor. pinning him down with a good portion of his power.
Such a display, yet no effectiveness against me. Just like your girlfriend, I'm the one on top. You're powerless in most timelines, and you're no exception.
With a laugh, he exclaimed, giggling while seeing the boy beneath him struggling to get free.
I can't let it end like this!
Midoriya shouted within, trying to hype himself up.
Izuku Midoriya will look towards his left to see the gateway of a very cursed timeline.
An order was given by the game dev. New order was activated for the first time in this fight. The green-haired boy was unable to control himself as his head moved on its own to follow the instructions given. Whatever quirk Shigaraki had used terrified Deku to no end.
Enjoy the show.
Why do you keep bothering me, Kachan? Don't you see that I'm dealing with something at the moment?
Izuki said as she opened the door to leave.
Wait!
Bakugo then shouted, stopping her right before she took another step.
Give me a good reason to do so then.
Deku then shouted back.
Look, I'm sorry about earlier, but don't think that it meant that I like you or anything. It was just a slip-up.
The boy had begun getting red since he started, but by now he was similar to a chili pepper.
Oh, is that so?
The girl in front of him said in quite a seductive tone.
Then show me, Kachan.
She then added as she pinned the explosive boy to the wall. Bakugo could not do much as neither his mouth nor his mind moved forward. This made Deku chuckle, and then she flicked Bakugo's forehead.
I see. Not yet ready to admit it, eh? Then I'll take my leave now. Good night, Kachan.
The explosive boy couldn't just let her go, so in a last-ditch effort, he grabbed her hand.
I'll buy you some Katsudon if that makes you forgive me,
Bakugo loudly stated. The girl then let out as she placed her hand on her chin.
Deal. But you're getting one for yourself, too.
What?
Bakugo exclaimed, but couldn't finish as Deku had now begun pulling him with 20% of One For All.
Time for a dinner date!
Izuki Midoriya then said while laughing. This was going to be a fun night.
See? Cursed timeline. Not only are you in total control, but in the end, it's all bait. It ends up being Yuri in the end.
Shigaraki told Izuku, who he still had pinned down to the ethereal floor. Midoriya had enough, so he freed himself with a combination of his Black Whip Seeker and Steam Release.
This is all nonsense! This entire realm and all the so-called parallel realities! They don't matter! All that matters is the here and now, so let's settle this already, Shigaraki!
Fine. I'll humor you for a bit longer then. Try not to disappoint.
Shigaraki said and launched himself at Deku. It seemed that just like his favorite release, he also was high on steam. And with a swift kick, he sent the Six Paths and One For All inheritor crashing into another gateway, losing his transformation from the sheer impact alone.
You can't stop playing hero, you know?
While approaching, Tomura told him,
There's no point to being one when things have become so peaceful. And it's not like you heroes pushed out for universal free healthcare and even less for universal basic income. But you know who did? Villainy Reforged. We have improved the livelihood of so many people by actually trying. Not just that, but we are transparent with them and, best of all, reliable. Better than what you heroes were. Always arriving late to everything, making everyone complacent. Just give up already and let's get back. Your girlfriend is probably worried about you by now.
Shigaraki told him, extending his hand to help him up. Deku swatted his hand away and tried to fight back using Frog Kumai, but Shigi simply ordered for him to run out of energy, and just like that, his Sage Mode disappeared and he collapsed on his knees, panting for air.
I can't let you get away with everything you did! I promised All Might that I would stop you! That I would be a hero as great as he was!
Izuku punched the floor in frustration. It couldn't end this way.
You mean the same All Might you let die?
Rage sparked within Midoriya, but it soon subsided as he began coughing up blood.
Don't feel so bad. Other versions of you outright murdered him,
he stated, hiding his evil smile.
What? That's impossible! I would never do something so vile! He was my master! My mentor! He entrusted the future to me!
With a shout, Deku made it known. It had to be impossible.
If you're so sure, then just look at the universe behind you.
Wanting to prove him wrong, he turned his gaze toward the gateway, and there he saw a destroyed city.
Besides, who would you be without me, Deku?
Asked Bakugo in quite a cocky tone. The now one-armed Deku just looked at him with a livid face before responding.
Time to find out,
he stated, and his metal hero mask covered his lower face. Izuku rushed to Bakugo with his energy axe in hand, and he dismantled his former friend with multiple swings until he struck the final one on his skull, which he subsequently pulled, ripping it off the body with the spine still attached. With that done, he slammed the axe to door with Bakugo's head on the concrete beside him. All Might, who had been beaten to submission just a minute before by Bakugo, was now beginning to crawl away, trying to escape the inevitable fate that awaited him.
Deku, all I ever wanted was the survival of our race,
he pleaded after, hearing his former student behind him. Deku couldn't care less about what his former master was saying as, without hesitation, he picked up Bakugo's shotgun from the floor and began to approach the older man.
You must see why I had to betray you,
All Might then added, trying to justify his actions.
You didn't betray me, All Might.
Deku responded with a serious tone and cocked the shotgun in his grasp.
You betrayed yourself.
Deku then pointed the weapon toward him and got ready to fire.
No, young Midoriya!
All Might had screamed louder than ever before, but it didn't last long as the first shot was delivered right into his chest, silencing him. But Deku wouldn't give him even the slightest chance of survival, so he then shot him point blank to the face, concluding this chapter of his life. Dropping the weapon to the floor, Deku now assumed a victorious hero pose. He had saved the city. In defeat, Izuku Midoriya looked at the floor. Looking at Shigaraki's eyes would only show that the villain was right.
See? Brutal. But don't feel bad. There was a timeline where you and I killed him, and soon after, we became brothers.
The white-haired monster added to the flame. He was on a roll.
That's preposterous,
Midoriya let out in a defeated tone.
We might also be related by blood. In some timelines, your mother, Inko, tends to be the daughter at least related to Nana Shimura, who was my grandmother. So if that's the case here, then we could also be family.
The enthusiasm of the villain made Izuku shudder. That had to be impossible. So to confirm it, he summoned the vestige of Nana Shimura.
So that's a vestige of One for All. Grandma Shimura, eh?
Tomura smiled as he was able to see his grandmother in person for the first time in so many years.
Please tell me that he's joking! We are related, right?
In desperation, the boy cried for an answer. Nana Shimura didn't answer. She avoided eye contact. The woman seemed desperate as comical sweat began to appear on her face.
Answer me!
But right after, she disappeared from view, avoiding answering at all cost. Indeed, Izuku Midoriya had been defeated on this front as well.
That basically confirms it! Congrats! It seems like we're cousins.
Shigaraki cheered.
I refuse,
the boy said quietly.
What? Couldn't hear you there.
I said that I refuse to acknowledge you as part of my family!
In a primal rage, he had screamed. He was done playing games, and even more done with Shigaraki's bullshit.
I don't mind, really. But I recommend that you stop trying to be so hero-like. You and I are not so different, Izu Shark. You must realize by now that you have also committed atrocities such as the ones I went through.
Shigaraki pointed out while literally pointing toward another realm portal. Izuku sat down on a throne, All Might's corpse next to it with a cracked neck. The armored dictator looked up at the intruder with cold eyes before speaking.
You must know that nothing is beyond the knowledge and understanding that I possessed. Interesting, isn't it? I spent all this time studying and learning everything I needed to become a hero, only to have all of society sneer at me. Now, I rely on myself, trust only myself. I am the only one I can believe in, for I am Dr. Doom.
Stop being so stubborn and give it up. You can't win against me. No matter what you try, you will not succeed. So let's get out of here already. There's a feast waiting for us back home.
Once more, the villain pushed forward, trying to convince the green-haired boy to give it up already. Otherwise, this grudge would get nowhere. For a short moment, Deku thought of giving up, but that faded as soon as it appeared. There had to be a way. There just had to be. If Shigaraki could show so many universes where he was a bad guy, then it could only mean that there had to be many others to oppose them. Hope had to always prevail, just like the heroes who created it. And from a faint glow from the corner of his eye, his attention was grabbed as a portal began to emanate energy.
Uraraka?
He asked as he looked deeper into the painting-like gateway. Dabi's fire blade was ever closer to shattering Uraraka's weapon. The girl wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. All hope seemed lost until she felt a warm push on her back.
It's okay,
the apparition of Yuki then said, which made Uraraka react in disbelief. The girl then hugged her friend from behind, both hands on top of Uravity's heart.
I'm with you, always.
She then reminded her friend in a calming tone, before vanishing, transforming into pure energy that encompassed Ochako completely. At that instant, 2 wings sprouted out of Uraraka's back. The angel mode within her had awoken. The mere opening of these wings sent a shockwave across the place, which even extinguished the flames of Dabi's sword. The villain's reaction said it all as he began to feel fear coursing through his body. Uraraka was easily blocking his strike now. Many friends from Class 1A then shouted words of encouragement for her to get up and win this. This made her tighten the grip on her blade.
I won't be defeated,
she told herself, and in a way to her adversary as well. And then she looked the villain directly in the eyes, and she continued,
by someone like you who only knows how to hate, so that's why I'll never lose!
She screamed with all her heart as she deflected his blade away, making him lose his footing. Pink energy began to surge out of Uraraka as she took her stance. She would be unleashing the technique she had inherited long ago from her late friend. Once more, Yuki appeared right next to Gravity and placed her hand on top of hers, signaling that the attack was ready to be unleashed. Both girls looked at each other with a smile, then their attention shifted towards Dabi. With an unimaginable speed, Uraraka had launched herself and instilled the first hit onto her opponent, sending him flying back and grunting out in pain. 3 more strikes were then delivered, and he was sent flying in the opposite direction like a rag doll. 5 more soon followed, which sent him into the air, and another one soon followed, sending him crashing to the floor. No time to breathe was given to the scorched man as Uraraka instantly appeared in front of him, ready to deliver the final strike from Yuki's mother's Rosaria.
Yeah!
Her scream resounded across the entire landscape as the sword was launched straight into Dabi's chest. The energy of the attack had been so great that Dabi was sent flying across the battlefield until he collided against a structure that then collapsed on top of him. With a rough landing, Uraraka made it to the floor. Her shortness of breath also made itself known as she held onto her sword, not to collapse. The wings she had acquired soon burst into a beautiful rain of feathers, leaving a trail in the sky above. In the middle of all of them, Yuki made her final appearance, and shortly after, she disappeared alongside those beautiful feathers.
Thank you, Yuki.
That's right. I can't lose to someone like him.
Deku slowly began to get up, and right beside him, a familiar voice was heard coming through a nearby portal.
You think you can equal up to experience and power he had? Sure, you may be a badass, but I don't think you're on All Might's level. All Might would have already wiped the floor with these guys back in his prime. You're not in your prime yet, nerd. It would be a shame to watch you die here before you get to do any actual saving. So stand up, nerd. I'm sick of looking at you from your shadow as you walk farther away from your goals. If you won't start acting like a hero, start acting like a teammate. And most importantly, start acting like a friend. Then you're the one who's going to have to get sick of watching from my shadow because I'll be doing all that for you. If I see you try taking on all your burdens again, then I'll have to beat some sense into you, damn nerd. Stand up and be a hero already.
You're right, Kachan. I can't just lie around when so countless people have entrusted their wills onto me,
he added, standing up as tall as he could and activating his sage mode once more. Nearby on another portal, a familiar Deku from before was also in the middle of a fight. Deku swiftly dodges and elbows Muscular's hand, punching him in the gut right after. The Goliath blonde coughed up an alarming amount of blood while clutching his stomach. Backing away in fear, he asked,
"Just what are you?"
Izuku smirked upon hearing this, and then he answered,
"You haven't figured it out yet, huh? I am the hope of the people. I am the answer to all living things that cry out for peace. I am the protector of the innocent, the light in the darkness. I am truth, a warrior only heard of in legends. That's who I am, a Super Saiyan awakened by fury. I am the future #1 hero, Deku!"
Clutching his fist, Izuku Midoriya transformed, covering his black coat with the iconic green chakra cloak he had been known for. From far away, the shadow clone dissipated, and all the nature energy obtained flew right into the original, giving him a power boost beyond what was expected.
So it seems that once more you've chosen to fight. Commendable to some extent, but it's meaningless in the end. No matter what you do, the result won't change. Even as a hero, you must realize that.
Shigaraki stated as the six-path cloaked man approached him with a menacing aura.
"Enough. No more words are needed,"
the boy said as he continued walking towards his goal. Another portal shined from the right, and from it, a Deku with a peculiar shield stood alongside his trusty companion. Shield Izuku holds up his scarred hand before saying,
"Remember, standing up and bearing the pain is what a hero does. No matter how many scars you get, either on the body or the heart, they are worth it as long as you're truly able to save someone."
He then looks over to Ralph Talia before adding,
"Always worth it."
Tomura Shigaraki prepared himself for another bout, but suddenly one of the portals beside him began to crack as raw blue, and purple electricity began to leak through. One of the bolts then hit Shigaraki and sent him flying away. For the first time in so long, he had been hurt. Many more portals began to glow right after, the energy emanating from them and now flowing to the hero known as Six Paths Deku. Without reaction or command, many shadow clones appeared above Izuku, and they all activated the second user's gear shift quirk, ready to pound the living hell out of the devil with white hair. Without hesitation, the original, alongside the clones, unleashed their ultimate move, Sage Art 5M Transmission Truth-Seeking Gauntlet Barrage. All of them starting with low gear, then passing to second gear, then third gear, then top gear, and finally their ultimate state, Gear Shift Overdrive. For the next 5 minutes, Tomura Shigaraki was pounded into submission by all of them, a non-stop rain of smashes. A bloody mess was all that was left after the 5 consecutive minutes of smashes concluded. All the clones puffed out of existence, and Izuku was left there gasping for air. The deed had been done. The evil lord had been extinguished, and he would be able to rest.
Yo, are you done destroying your hands yet?
Izuku froze as he heard this from behind him. It just couldn't be. Turning his head, he once more saw Shigaraki, unscathed, standing behind him. He then looked down and saw that all the blood wasn't from the villain, but from his own destroyed hands. Part of them were missing, and the bones could be seen. Screens filled the place as a green net let everything out. Despair had consumed him whole.
Better fix those for you. We don't want you ending up a crippled mess now, do we?
Shigaraki told him right before using his overhaul quirk to fix those up. They were good as new a second after. The boy then grabbed the white-haired man's hand and enclosed them both within a giant truth-seeking spear. But Tomura efficiently used his other hand to flick it to pieces, leaving the Six Paths master distraught.
Look, you can stop. There's no need to bother yourself with this. It's as simple as that.
Once more, the evil lord tried to make Izuku understand reality. Never! You give up when trying to make me give up! The boy screamed as he formed a Rasengan and tried to hit his foe with it at full power.
Izuku Midoriya has run out of chakra, and his stamina has been depleted to almost zero.
Shigaraki commanded, using new order, making the boy fall as he now lacked the energy to stand up. Pathetically, Midoriya began to cry on the floor as he punched it multiple times. His frustration knew no bounds.
After all that training, all that time, it was all a waste! Why did I even bother if it was all meaningless? Me, a hero? I should have listened to All Might and gone home instead! At least then, I wouldn't have been the biggest failure ever known to humanity!
The game dev had to hold himself from laughing at the sorry display right in front of him. The boy had truly broken down.
Look, Izuku Midoriya, just because you try your hardest and sacrifice a lot, this won't mean that you'll secure a victory. Nor will it mean that you deserve it. Accept that and get back up. We are running beyond late at this point.
Once more, he stretched out his hand so the green-haired boy would take it.
I can't accept that. Someone so evil as you, the successor for all for one, to be so nonchalant about everything, to take everything as a joke, to be able to get away with anything he does. All the things you've done, and nobody bats an eye. Why should I ever accept any of that?
Deku was just staring intently at the ethereal floor. He no longer had the strength to look up anymore. The successor of evil in games could only groan in annoyance. This guy was beyond saving. Too stubborn for his own good.
I'm not my master, Izuku. In the same way that you aren't All Might, I'm not All for One. He may have left me his quirk and empire, but it's up to me to decide what to do with them. And yes, I killed a whole bunch of people after I woke up, but get over it already. You didn't know 99% of them anyway. They're just a number on a sheet of paper at best and dust at worst. Also, stop this shit already. You don't owe anyone anything, and even less need to be the ultimate hero. No entitlement up the ass is needed. Just know that sometimes you can't pull it off, no matter how much you try. That is life.
Nonsense,
Midoriya countered in tears.
You're just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Or maybe he's left a part of himself inside the quirk. At any moment, he will take over.
You could be right. I have an ad blocker quirk active at all times, so let me check.
And just like that, Shigaraki deactivated the quirk that saved him lots of time in the past. Most surprising of all was that he was able to hear his master again. Sadly, he only sounded like a distorted repeating disc.
Take one for all, take one for all, take one for all, before it's too late.
Was all that he repeated over and over.
Oh shit, so he did want me to do that. Meh, not my problem. Ad blocker on.
The quirk was activated again, so his master's annoying pleading stopped.
I'm not planning on stealing a one-for-all or conquering the world, okay? Get that through that dead skulls of yours. If anything, I'll protect the world if anyone were to threaten my loyal fans. So rest easy knowing that the world's fate is in good hands, Izuku Midoriya.
It was utterly pointless to resist any longer, so for once, Deku let himself go and reached out to his foe's hand. Maybe it was for the best if it ended like this, but at that moment, he was transported to the White Void, where he had trained throughout the years, the place where he had first met Hagoromo Otsutsuki.
Young Midoriya,
He heard from beside him, tears beginning to surface as a familiar voice brought back memories.
All Might!
Izuku ran and hugged him tightly. It had been so long since he was able to meet him. Meanwhile, Shigaraki could only see Izuku reaching out to nothing, almost as if he was hallucinating or something.
How are you back, All Might? I thought that was impossible for you to become his vestige,
The pupil exclaimed.
it seems that as a last wish, I was able to receive a solid form.
With a smile, the mentor answered.
But, young Midoriya, this is goodbye.
He then added.
What?
Izuku screamed as his master began to float away from him into the canvas skies above.
This is farewell. Our time with you is up, my boy. All for One has fused with the power given to you to form 6 paths for all. And now this power is leaving you to find someone else that is in need of it. Someone else worthy and in dire need, like you were on that day.
No, 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 no!
In complete desperation, the boy screamed. He was about to lose everything he had gained, all the power he had earned. The other vestiges soon appeared, and they too began to float away just like his master had.
Please don't go!
All the memories flashed within his mind as he begged them not to leave.
But until the day comes for you to join us, be well, young Midoriya.
Those were his final words before disappearing, and Izuku Midoriya vestige being created unknowingly behind him.
All Might! All Might!
Deku screamed in tears. Broken was not enough to describe his state. He was left reaching into nothingness as the rest also disappeared after that. Hagoromo joined them as, with a smile, he departed as well. The second after, Midoriya was back in the realm between realities, Shigaraki now carrying him over his shoulder. The power that had left the boy was now roaming his otherworldly plane, searching for its next user. Who would it be? Nobody knew. 6 paths for all would someday reach someone to grant them its power. The realm suddenly lit up, an occurrence never witnessed before. This intrigued Shigaraki Tomura to no end, so he grabbed Izuku and threw him back into the real world, breaking the multiversal glass once more. Still, in the middle of her tour, Uraraka quickly caught him, and she smiled as she saw that he was all right. The devil had kept his part of the deal.
Twice! Make a double of me. I'll be gone for a while.
Tomura shouted, popping his head through the portal so everyone could see him, just to then disappear once he was done speaking.
I will, Heiss responded, but only because I wanted to do it,
his other half added.
Izuku, you alright?
Ochaka then asked. Her boyfriend hadn't said a word yet, which worried her. A response never came as he could only cry. He had lost everything today. Nothing had been gained in return, and the world continued to look bleak. Time passed, and Uraraka graduated from Corsican Academy. Her grades were so good, and being the 5th Senate chair granted her an award. A good one, too, gifted by Principal Palpatine himself. A full scholarship to attend the most prestigious university on all of planet Earth, the High Republic University. Everyone was proud of Ochako, but surprisingly, this graduation ceremony made Aizawa cry. Eri celebrated her big sister's accomplishments by shouting her name correctly for the first time, a feat that was amazing to behold. Himiko Toga had also made it into the hall thanks to her popularity. She just wanted to congratulate her friend and feast on all the cuisines that Corsican Academy had prepared. The rest of Villainy Reforged was also there to accompany her. Nejire had also been there in secret, watching over who was once her kohai succeeding in accomplishing her dreams. She was so happy to be able to see her get this far. The future was looking bright for Aravity, and she was ready to take it for herself without hesitation. On the other side of the city that night, Izuku Midoriya was still in his dark room. Ever since that day, his life had gone downhill. He had lost his job, he had almost failed his finals, and recently he had broke off with his girlfriend. His messy room showed that he was a mess. All the All Might collectibles he once loved were now in tatters, destroyed. There were pieces all over the floor alongside a lot of trash that had accumulated. Looking out into the night sky, he he considered ending it. All this feeling of blame, guilt, and failure was eating him inside, and he just wanted to die. Izuku had failed all those people that he swore to avenge, to all those that cried for justice. He hadn't even gone back to see All Might's grave. The boy didn't feel worthy of being near it after failing his mission. No matter what he did, he could only feel disappointed in himself. He was and would forever be a quirkless loser who accomplished nothing. And so, later that night, someone jumped off their window and crashed into the pavement below. Their blood adorned the entrance as if it were a welcoming party. Those who witnessed it became traumatized, while the one who had to clean it whined. It's a typical day, like always. Thank you all for indulging yourselves in all this information thus far. I hope you enjoyed it. Well, that's it from us for today's video, so thank you all for watching and have a great Months had passed, and Tomura Shigaraki was still within the realm between realities. What he had seen earlier fueled him to keep going forward, and eventually, he did find it. The forbidden halls of the realm between realms were now open for him to explore. And most importantly, unlike before, he could now enter those gateways, granting him the ability to travel to other what-if universes. Indeed, Tomura Shigaraki had become a multiversal traveler.